This video was made possible through the support of my patrons.
Doctor Who, little sneak preview there. He's set to return to our screens with a brand new actor in the lead role. There he is again. The BBC has announced that Christopher Eccleston has landed the part of the famous Time Lord. He'll be the 9th Doctor to pilot the TARDIS in a new run of the cult science fiction series, which is due out next year.
After a period of invisibility, Doctor Who is back, or will be at Easter.
Which did you write first, or did you write them simultaneously?
No, Casanova was actually written a couple of years ago.
Okay.
It took time to find the money to get made, and then
Right.
Doctor Who suddenly came along when the BBC decided to bring it back, and I had no choice but to work on it because I love it.
Wow, and we get to see it in a couple of weeks.
So we get to see it right now.
Are
A
we?
tiny little
We've
clip
got
to
a clip.
see now, can we?
Right.
I would like 8 to 12-year-olds to take me into their heart. I don't think I've got much of a chance with Tom Baker and John Pertwee fans. And I respect that fidelity, really. I respect that loyalty. I have it myself to Sean Connery as James Bond. But I'm hoping that 8 to 12-year-old children I'll be their first Doctor, and they'll love me the way people love Baker.
In early 2005, I was 12 years old. I felt directionless, having no idea what I was good at, if anything, and with record low self-esteem after moving to a new place and moving to a new school, where I was perpetually miserable. However, something would change that year, and I can pinpoint the exact day. No, it wasn't March 26th when the episode Rose was first broadcast. No, I actually had very little clue about Doctor Who's revival when it started. The show was something I had barely any knowledge of outside of catching the odd out-of-context clip or enjoying those Dalek movies on a bank holiday. I had seen posters and banners advertising a new TV show dotted around Hull, but apart from that, I was none the wiser. It was actually April 2nd when my parents made me and my brother sit down to watch Rose, recorded on VHS in time to watch The End of the World afterwards. I remember sitting down not wanting to be there and would rather be, I don't know, I guess I'd be playing Super Smash Bros. Melee or something, I don't know. Anyway, by the time the shop window dummies started moving, I knew I was going to stay on that sofa. And by the time the wheelie bin started moving and ate Mickey, I was hooked. Once The End of the World had finished, I remember the announcement over the credits telling me to turn over to BBC Three to learn about how the episode was made, and as the rest of my family vacated the living room and I changed the channel to learn the industry secrets, that 12-year-old who started that evening with no direction or guidance not only had found his new obsession, but he found out what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. That. He wanted to do that.
Do you want to come with me?
Without fail, I was there every Saturday from now on, and I sometimes remember my family being along for the ride as well. I remember my brother being confused about the farting aliens, and my uncle Brian, visiting from Canada, who's unfortunately no longer with us, similarly freaking out at the lone child wearing a World War II gas mask. Then, before I knew it, it was June 18th, and the parting of the ways was about to broadcast. I'd just turned 13 3 days prior, and I invited all of my friends over to watch the finale. We were all gripped by the show, and as popcorn and snacks were served, it was time to watch the 9th Doctor, my first Doctor, fight his final battle. But let me take you now on that 13-episode trip. The 9th Doctor, the wounded Time Lord, and Rose Tyler, ordinary bored human in their travels across time and space. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me on this journey, from our fateful meeting with Rose to the envoy of the Bad Wolf. It won't be quiet, it won't be safe, and it won't be calm. This is the trip of a lifetime.
Well, now BBC One hurtles through space and time. Come with us for the trip of a lifetime. Aliens, you have been warned. Christopher Eccleston is the new Doctor Who.
Structurally, I'm not quite sure where to start this review, mainly because this episode can mean so many things to so many different people, and it is also trying to be many things at the same time. Firstly, this series is making a conscious choice to not be a reboot. Our lead was referred to by the creative team as the Ninth Doctor, internally at least. Doctor Who Confidential would show classic series clips, including the TV movie. Returning villains and even props from the classic series would be used. This is a continuation. However, this episode also needed to stand alone, as something for newcomers and a new generation, whilst also establishing a wider universe that can be explored. No more serialised stories with 4, 6 or maybe even longer episode counts. Now, does Russell T Davies succeed in accomplishing all of this in Rose? Absolutely, because this episode holds up way more than I thought it would. Now, it's not a home run, but it nailed it where it counts, and many of the issues I have with it can be chalked up to nitpicks, but before I get carried away, let me back up. Our story begins with Rose, played by Billie Piper, on an ordinary day with her ordinary family and her ordinary job. However, when running a late-night work errand, she gets attacked by shop window dummies in the basement, but is saved by a mysterious, eccentric figure, the Ninth Doctor, played by Christopher Eccleston. He blows up her job and accidentally gets her involved in stopping a plot by the Nesting Consciousness, a being that can control all plastic on Earth and wants to take over the planet. But can the Doctor be trusted? And more importantly, is Rose even safe being involved with him? Now, I've got to talk about this opening, the introduction to the Doctor, and the main threat of the episode, the Autons, the latter returning for the first time in 30 years. If it wasn't for the fact that audiences already knew that Billie Piper would be the companion and the main character, this whole opening could easily have been like a cold open for a horror film, you know, where the beautiful blonde gets lost in the basement and gets killed by the villain and then bam, title card. But just before she can meet that grim and dark fate, the Ninth Doctor grabs her hand and announces that it ain't that kind of story, Chief.
Run!
God, I have so much nostalgia watching this episode, and it does a good job to bombard Rose, and by proxy the audience, with information about living plastic, the Doctor disabling the lift, producing an explosive from his jacket, and the vague threat of death if Rose talks to anyone.
You go on and have your lovely beans on toast. Don't tell anyone about this, because if you do, you'll get them killed. I'm the Doctor, by the way. What's your name?
Rose.
Nice to meet you, Rose. Run for your life.
That line never fails to make me laugh. It's been 15, 16 years, and I'm still laughing at it. But before we talk about the characters, let's talk about our primary threat. The Autons were the villains that brought Doctor Who into the 1970s and into colour, and now they're here to usher in a new era of the show. The Autons are such a quietly brilliant choice to open the series. Firstly, fans are happy because this is a classic series element, further hitting home that this is a continuation of what they loved, but they're also able to work absolutely stand alone. Even though shop window dummies have been around for decades, if not centuries depending on how far back you want to look, they still feel modern and contemporary, and making the villain a faceless, wordless entity, but still a potent threat, means that you don't have a monologuing villain who needs to be developed and established, thus cutting into the runtime into the burgeoning relationship between the Ninth Doctor and Rose, which is what this episode really is all about. With the Autons, Russell T Davies gets to have his cake and eat it too, have something from the classic series that also even the uninitiated don't need any sort of context or backstory for. They also tie in very nicely with Clive, who you could interpret as the stand-in for the classic series fan, trying to communicate his love and information for this franchise to a new generation who might not really understand it. Actor Mark Benton was born in the mid-60s, so his character is the right age to have watched Doctor Who during its classic heyday. He might even be old enough to remember when Spearhead from Space and Terror of the Autons were broadcast. And then, when the Autons come to life at the end of the story...
It's true.
Everything I read, all the stories, it's all true.
That's basically saying, wait a minute, this happened before in the 1970s story Spearhead from Space. Did you know that they didn't have the budget to show the shop window dummy smashing out of the window, so they just hid it off screen? But now, in 2005, they can show them doing it. Also, when the Autons came back in Season 8's Terror of the Autons, they introduced... The next point I have in my notes for this review was actually about to be how they maybe needed to give the Autons a voice, because that might explain why they killed Wilson and then tried to kill Rose at the beginning of the story, but...
How come those plastic things keep coming after me?
Oh, suddenly the entire world revolves around you. You were just an accident. You got in the way, that's all.
It tried to kill me.
It was after me, not you. Last night in the shop, I was there. You blundered in, almost ruined the whole thing. This morning, I was tracking it down. It was tracking me down. The only reason it fixed on you is because you've met me.
Nope, Russell T Davies, or maybe his script editors, already had that covered. Damn, they're good. But going back to the Autons, they also help to push the big budget production values of the show. These aren't bug-eyed monsters, as Sidney Newman used to call them. Auton stories from the 1970s are kind of infamous for their weak special effects, their obvious mask wearing and shoddy green screen. But here, they look utterly convincing, including the stretching plastic sound when they move.
Listen to that. Don't you hate that? That is awful.
And there's something wonderfully twisted with having child-sized dummies running around killing innocent shoppers, though I'm amazed that these incredible assaults on London's high street that leaves it on fire hardly ever gets brought up again when Rose comes back in future episodes. Also, I know this is such a nitpick, but it's on the same level. During the Doctor and Rose's scuffle with the plastic arm, they destroy the living room, yet there's no phone call from a concerned Jackie, no mention of it when she speaks to her on the phone later. I don't blame the story though, because that might just slow things down, and if there's one word to describe Rose, the episode, it's fast. It just keeps moving, with nary a scene or moment wasted. The characters are either learning something new, or walking, though often running, to their next destination, further bolstered by Murray Gold's energised Westminster Bridge theme.
Hold on a minute, you can't just go swanning off.
Yes, I can. Here I am. This is me, swanning up. See ya.
But that arm was moving, it tried to kill me.
10 out of 10 for observation.
You can't just walk away, that's not fair. You gotta tell me what's going on.
No, I don't.
Yet it's not hurried, it's not rushed. It feels like everything in the story that needs adequate development gets it, and that characters like the Doctor and Rose get the best chance to make the best first impression possible. So let's talk about the Doctor. When I first saw this in 2005, I did not have any point of comparison, other than, you know, Peter Cushing.
Most exciting.
And I was hooked and captivated by this Doctor immediately. Well, watching Rose back with hindsight, I don't think any other Doctor since Tom Baker has hit the ground running this effectively. However, credit where it's due, let's be fair, it's because the audience are watching the Doctor through the perspective of Rose Tyler. We don't get a scene in Rose where the audience see the Doctor detached from her viewpoint. This is even communicated visually at the dinner table where Auton, Mickey and Rose are talking, and they don't even know it's the Doctor holding the champagne bottle for some time. The audience only gets confirmation when our two characters at the table look up and see him standing there. We only see the Doctor's past through resources given to her by Clive. We don't get to see the inside of the TARDIS proper until Rose can actually comprehend what's going on inside that box. I think that's why the Ninth Doctor makes such a strong first impression, because the episode wholeheartedly commits to this otherworldly figure being filtered through a different lens. Prior Doctors like Troughton, Pertwee, Baker, Davison basically got right back up off the floor and was surrounded by friends or companions who knew about him, whereas this episode does not have that luxury. This reads like a spiritual successor to the first ever Doctor Who serial, An Unearthly Child, where the Doctor's granddaughter Susan is framed through the perspective of the teachers Ian and Barbara, and they take the audience through the emotional journey of meeting the Doctor and stepping inside the TARDIS for the first time. Compare this with the 1996 TV movie. The Seventh Doctor is travelling alone, but the audience still gets to see what he's up to. The Doctor is the point of view character. It's one reason why the 1996 TV movie was pretty well regarded by fans, but newcomers might not have appreciated that perspective. They might have needed to have been grounded before this talk of Skaro and Time Lords and Gallifrey, etc. And because in Rose we're meeting the Doctor mid-adventure instead of dealing with an episode or two of regeneration trauma or some equivalent, it means that we're meeting a Doctor who, metaphorically speaking, already has some miles on him, and he's comfortable in his skin. He's able to be enigmatic, charming, and also have a real sense of melancholy about him. This Doctor may walk and talk like a human, but when he's talking to Rose about feeling the turn of the earth beneath his feet, an explanation of how he sees the fleeting and finite nature of life in the universe, the fact that he isn't one of us is sealed, and how he closes that speech by making a joke with the little plastic arm, and then he turns around and his face is almost blank. The talk of beans on toast, price wars and culture shock, it's a front, and he's definitely got some anger issues to deal with.
You were right, you are alien.
Look, if I did forget some kid called Mickey...
Yeah, it's not a
it's
kid.
because I'm busy trying to save the life of every stupid ape blundering about on top of this planet, all right?
All right?
Yes, it is.
But despite all of that, Eccleston is still really funny.
What's a police public call box?
It's a telephone box from the 1950s. It's a disguise.
He says that so earnestly. Obviously, we're speaking from the benefit of hindsight, but I'm amazed that Eccleston thought that he couldn't do comedy or light-hearted material, because, in my opinion, it's all subjective, but I think it fits him perfectly.
And why did you want to be the Doctor?
Because Russell T Davies wrote it, and because it was an audience and an area television that I hadn't worked in. I've not had the privilege to act for children, really. And because I'm constantly told that I'm not funny and I'm not charming, and they were some of the demands in the role, so I felt it was a big gamble. There's two reasons to do it, Russell T Davies and the gamble, and I like a gamble. I think it's important as an actor or in any sphere of life to do the things that frighten you most.
But one thing that absolutely sets this incarnation apart from his predecessors is the working class sensibilities, not only because we have working class performer Christopher Eccleston involved, but mainly the setting of the Powell estate, where shouting neighbours can be heard at night, where gossip is rife, where Rose and Mickey live in cramped accommodation, and Mickey, despite thinking of himself as a cool lad, drives a beat-up yellow Beetle, and Rose needs to go to Mickey's place to use his computer. The location filming makes Rose feel so grounded, as the Doctor and Rose walk in an environment that could be outside your window right now, a far cry from the classic series' three-walled sets, quarries, forests and airfields, though we still get the obligatory London landmarks like Westminster Bridge, Big Ben, the Thames and the Millennium Wheel. And what makes Rose, the character, stand out so well in this story that makes her companion material is that she may be afraid, but she never falls behind when the Doctor runs. She asks the right questions, she pulls the Doctor into her flat when he tries to escape. This isn't a story about Rose being meek and defenseless and then saving the Doctor at the end, so he brings her on board as a thank you. This is a woman who already has a strong will and a capacity for greatness, but no outlet for it, stuck in a dead-end job in an estate after leaving school for a man in a relationship that didn't work out, and a medal for gymnastics, but only the bronze, which is a lovely detail. And then, all of a sudden, this man turns up and shows her that there's a massive universe out there, and in no small detail, he sounds a bit like her.
If you are an alien, how come you sound like you're from the north?
Lots of planets have a north.
This isn't a received pronunciation establishment figure, the type of figure that turned Eccleston off the classic series in the first place, but instead he's a relatable lens to view a gateway into time and space.
Now, your Doctor Who, he's got a nice northern accent and remarkably different from the others. Did you go back at any point and go, I'm going to keep that bit of Doctor Who? Or which bits can you jump?
I feel the old series, I think what we've jettisoned is the sexism of the underwritten female role. And also, the defining characteristics of Doctor Who, to a certain extent, are heroism and intelligence. And there seemed to be being an equation drawn with RP, received pronunciation, that was the sole area really, and you know, I felt that it was time to, along with the sexism, it was time for that to be kicked out, you know.
If there's one area where Rose doesn't come across well, it's the fact that she doesn't seem to remotely care or notice or bring up Mickey's behaviour when he's been replaced. She literally has no idea that something's wrong with her boyfriend until that cork flies into his plastic face. Also, I don't like how she laughs at her mum over the phone after the invasion has stopped and Jackie's basically traumatised. Yeah, I know Rose is still technically a teenager at 19 years old, but it does her no favours. Also, I don't begrudge Rose for leaving Mickey stood in the street when she gets an invite into the TARDIS, but...
By the way, did I mention it also travels in time?
Thanks.
Thanks for what?
Exactly.
Like, that's just cold. I imagine there's an alternative ending floating out there, like some sort of parody, where Rose says that to Mickey, steps into the TARDIS, and then the TARDIS malfunctions and stops working, so Rose now has to just deal with what she just said to him. Like I said, I get it, but I don't like it. Am I alone in this? You know, please let me know in the comment section what you think of this stuff. In fact, you know, just leave a comment anyway, it appeases the YouTube algorithm. But let's talk about possibly the most drastic change from the classic series to the new, the production. Gone are the days of cheap TV shows where you could put 2 or 3 cameras in a space and almost record a stage play before moving to a soundstage or a location for more specific shots. No, the way dramas were made and produced had drastically changed in the 21st century, and Rose reflects this change with a much more dynamic visual style. Fast motion when we look at London, a near constant musical score, honest to God atmosphere, and attention to detail when it comes to lighting, etc. The production isn't perfect though. Not all of the special effects hold up, the sound mixing is all over the place, though that could be because of my Blu-ray. I don't know, I can barely hear the Doctor talking during his pivotal speech to Rose.
The ground beneath our feet is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and the entire planet is hurtling around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour, and I can feel it. We're falling through space, you and me, clinging to the skin of this tiny little world, and if we let go...
The background extras in the pizza restaurant really don't seem to react to Auton Mickey destroying the place, and you can see Rose yelling in this shot, but there's no audio. And did this shot of the Doctor twisting the hatch mechanism to the Nestine's lair really need this many cuts? However, the production comes together where it counts the most, and I can forgive all of the above cut corners if it means we could get a set as incredible as the massive coral TARDIS interior. It might not be as large a space as the TV movie interior, but it feels like a space which is more economically filled and with more intent. I love the layers and the circles within circles, which naturally draws your gaze to the central column. This TARDIS is now looked back on as a bit, quote, grunge, but I think the low lighting and the hazy visuals is a deliberate contrast to the pure white, overlit TARDIS of the classic series. I love this interior. The reveal is perfect as well, where Rose catches a glimpse inside that is unseen to the audience before she runs around the exterior to double check, and then runs back inside, and the audience are finally treated to this alien, impossible space. Due to the nature of the classic series, Doctor Who simply has never had to do a TARDIS interior reveal since 1963. Its dimensions are just assumed and accepted by the supporting cast to the point of banality. But now, for a new audience in 2005, you only get one chance to make a first impression and to establish the TARDIS, and it did it perfectly. Even the story detail of making the initial location of this scene a dingy back alley contrast with the London skyline and the Thames later on feels thoughtful to communicate to the audience very quickly that yes, this box does travel. Like, imagine if the first trip that Rose took in the TARDIS was from one back alley to another back alley, or one street to another street. No, it feels immediate. And speaking of communication, do you want to know what the most important dialogue exchange of the story is? The one that lets the audience know what type of show they're in for?
Well then, tip in your antiplastic and let's go.
I'm not here to kill it. I've got to give it a chance.
Much like the opening horror sequence being subverted, the audience are expecting maybe a big showdown and a slaughter underneath the Millennium Wheel, only for the Doctor to, once again, let everyone know that an outcome like that is a failure and a last resort, even if it does boil down to an argument about bureaucracy.
Oh, don't give me that. It's an invasion, plain and simple. Don't talk about constitutional rights.
The show that basically acted as the catalyst for the BBC to give Doctor Who another shot was Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which had been a massive imported hit on BBC Two, showing that genre entertainment aimed at young adults can thrive. However, Buffy is literally destined to fight and combat evil threats, through combat, through fighting. That's what drives those stories. However, the Doctor in this episode demonstrates that this isn't the case in this franchise, despite being seen by the higher-ups at the BBC seeing this revival as a spiritual successor to Buffy. The Doctor has brought insurance with him, but it's just that. It's insurance, it's something he doesn't want to use. He literally asks the Nestene consciousness, here reimagined as a lava-like blob, to leave. And it's not performative, he's formal, he asks for permission to approach, and when he says that he's not the Nestene's enemy, it's not a put-on, he means it.
I was not attacking you, I'm here to help, I'm not your enemy, I swear, I'm not.
This also leads into some of the story threads and world building of the series. Rose, the episode, shows restraint in not showing its hand way too early. For classic series fans or newcomers with an eye for detail, there are questions surrounding why he's travelling alone. The Doctor refers to a war that destroyed the Nestene's food supplies.
Its food stock was destroyed in the war, all its protein planets rotted, so Earth, dinner.
And in the climactic confrontation, the Doctor brings up that not only was the Nestene's world far from the only casualty of this war, but that he fought in it.
That's not true. I should know. I was there. I fought in the war. It wasn't my fault. I saved your world. I couldn't save any of them.
But we'll touch on that more next time. But let's start wrapping up here. To be frank, I was expecting Rose to have charm, to have some fun nostalgia, but not much more than that. But I was really surprised at how well this pilot holds up. It's really smartly assembled. It doesn't tip its hat too much and gives plenty of room for these characters and the format to grow, but it also doesn't feel compromised or half-baked in the character and story department, and even if it did, there's a lot to be said about the sheer energy and kinetic pace of the structure that forces it to hold together. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion, right? Now, its production is rough around the edges. Rose, the companion, might leave a sour taste in her final moments, but in terms of the checklist of introducing a compelling new Doctor, a relatable new companion, making the show feel modern, respecting the classic, while also leaving room for future growth, Rose, it does tick all of those boxes. But let's see if Doctor Who can keep this momentum going, as the TARDIS goes further into the future than we'd ever seen it go before, to the planet's end. Join me next time on the trip of a lifetime as we bear witness to the end of the world.
As a child watching it, I was put off by some of the low production values. I don't have a camp sensibility. When the sets wobbled, it meant that the world wasn't real. I didn't believe in it, so I went out playing. Whereas I'd stay with Star Trek because the production values were high, as far as I could see, and the world was consistent. But we, in our new series, we're in line with all that. The production values are very high. We had a good budget, and most importantly, we had brilliant people working on it at the crew level who've created. There's no wobbly sets. Bit of wobbly acting, no wobbly sets.
With the arrival of Doctor Who into the 21st century being an unmitigated hit, it was now time for the BBC and Russell T Davies' team to keep the momentum going. Doctor Who always had a reputation for having wobbly sets, that it was just running up and down corridors and the Doctor was just fighting rubber monsters that struggled to move or get upstairs. It was best to nip this perception of Doctor Who in the bud before it could become the conversation surrounding its revival.
We fly like you.
No.
The result of this? One of the single most expensive episodes in the history of the show, with more VFX shots in it than most blockbuster films at the time, and more creatures than the show had ever put on screen before in The End of the World. But it's been 16 years, and due to further advances in technology, it's easy to assume that this story might have aged poorly. Well, this week we're going to find out if that's the case. My name is Mr. TARDIS, and welcome to part 2 of my massive Doctor Who retrospective series. To make sure you're all caught up to date on every step of this journey, be sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. But right now, the trip of a lifetime is going to take the Doctor and his companion further than ever before, to the end of the world itself. So the End of the World picks up exactly where the last episode Rose left off, with Rose Tyler running into the TARDIS. Inside, the Ninth Doctor gives her the choice of which direction to head in time, and while Rose chooses forwards, the Doctor pushes her to go further and further into the future in order to show off, and takes her 5 billion years into the future on a satellite orbiting Earth which is going to watch the sun expand and destroy the planet. But they're not alone on the satellite, named Platform 1, as the great and the good and the rich are there to witness the planet's end. However, there's a saboteur amongst them. Who is behind the deaths and the metal spiders infiltrating the satellite, and can the guests prevent themselves from suffering the same fate as Earth? Now, as implied by the intro of this video, The End of the World's biggest selling point at the time was its big production values, so you know what, we're going to start there. Now, the audience are immediately greeted to an unconventional interior of Platform 1. You'd expect grey corridors, metal flooring and steaming, hissing pipes, but no, it's more akin to a cathedral, which makes sense as this was filmed in the Temple of Peace in Cardiff, which has become famous for its striking interiors and architecture, and with the main hall having the large window overlooking the Earth and the impending sun, it visually communicates the potential symbolic significance of witnessing an event like this, or at least being seen at the right occasion, as these aren't the common folk, these are the rich, wealthy and influential sending their best representatives, and the design of the creatures themselves are, for the most part, really strong. You've got your duds like the scholars of the University of Rago 56 Rago, Mr. and Mrs. Paku, the brothers Hop Pyleen, Noxwin and Sparkplug, which, while inventive and I love how their titles go a long way to expanding the universe, they do come across like large masks just plonked onto random costumes. However, the episode wisely just uses those characters to fill the crowds, and the camera doesn't highlight them too much. You've also got your middle ground creatures like the ambassadors from the city-state of Binding Light and the adherents of the repeated meme, the latter of which are a bit boring and their metal claws are obviously fabric. However, I think the boringness was part of the point, how they're meant to come across as the obvious bad guys only for them to be a cover-up for later. Now, the episode knows where to place most of its focus, and that's on the truly exceptional creatures, from the Mox of Balhoun, this small blue creature with a large head and fangs who floats around on a chair, the face of Bo, this massive head in a jar which moves really convincingly, and the Forest of Cheam, which to this day is some of the best makeup work I've ever seen on the show. Like, it feels like these actors are made of wood, and not in a restrictive way, and their costumes and crowns make them look very dignified and grandiose. They're a stunning achievement, as is Cassandra O'Brien, a mostly CGI creation of a thin flap of skin with a small face enshrined in a metal frame with the brain connected at the base, but more on her later. But the special effects here really do hold up, the slightly blurry filter of the screen whenever the spiders appear notwithstanding. The exteriors of Platform 1 are given extra legitimacy due to the moving camera, and the views of Earth and the sun from Platform 1's windows are truly stunning tableaus. 15 years later, and The End of the World does hold up thanks to a strong art style and execution. But what surprised me most about The End of the World was that it doesn't just let this spectacle-driven story overwhelm the main characters' journeys in this episode, primarily Rose's. Yeah, we could have spent spends most of the episode in this party atmosphere, listening to Tainted Love on an iPod, but it just becomes too much for Rose and she has to step away. And when you think about it, the Doctor was kind of unreasonable here. Rose initially just suggests 100 years into the future, and in a bid to impress her and show off his time machine, decides to instead go 5 billion years into the future. He ups her initial offer by almost 500 million%. Now, I may be overthinking this. Me, overthinking something? Nah, never. But I get the sense that the Doctor is massively out of practice. He's not had a companion for a while, tries to overcompensate, neglects his responsibilities as the designated driver, and he takes her to a place where the only other human is a bitchy trampoline, and a pretty damning version of her species at its vainest and worst. And when called out on all of this by Rose, who is entirely justified in this scene in my opinion, he lashes out.
Who are you then, Doctor? What are you called? What sort of alien are you?
I'm just the Doctor.
From what planet?
Well, it's not as if you know what it is.
Where are you from?
What does it matter?
Tell me who you are.
This is who I am, right here, right now. All right, all that counts is here and now, and this is me.
Yeah, and I'm here too, because you brought me here, so just tell me.
Now, the Doctor does take charge at the beginning, as he does all of the talking to the steward with his psychic paper, but Rose does not engage in any conversation at the party, meaning that while the steward is the first alien that Rose meets face to face, he's not the first one she talks to. That's Ruffalo, played by Becky Armory.
Sorry, am I allowed to be in here?
You have to give us permission to talk.
You have permission?
Thank you. And, no, you're not in the way. Guests are allowed anywhere.
Okay.
I adored this scene, and believe it or not, this scene was not in the original script. It was a very last-minute addition. Principal photography for The End of the World ended in October 2004, but this scene was shot in February 2005 because animating Cassandra was even more difficult than the post-production team anticipated, so some of her scenes got dropped, meaning Russell T Davies wrote this quick scene to make up for the time. And with that being said, I genuinely cannot imagine The End of the World without this scene. It seems like such a natural extension of the working class reimagining of the series that the last episode emphasised, with Rose being unable to connect or talk with anyone on the main deck of Platform 1, but is able to hold a conversation with a plumber who she needs to give permission to talk, which is all kinds of messed up. But yeah, I was almost taken aback at how, while the episode doesn't explicitly frame the Doctor as being the bad guy in this scenario, I do think it puts his blasé attitudes towards his new companion front and centre, and it's not until Rose confronts him on it that he actually gives her something that she does want in that moment. Not an epic adventure throughout time and space, but her mother's voice again.
Hello?
Mum?
Oh, what is it? What's wrong? What have I done now? Oh, this red top's falling to bits. You should get your money back. Go on. There must be something. You never phone in the middle of the day. What's so funny?
Nothing.
I think that's amazing. You want to see the bill?
I remember watching this scene with my family 15, 16 years ago, and we missed the next lines of dialogue because we were laughing so hard at that line. But speaking of the Doctor, he gets a pseudo-surrogate companion in this episode in Jabe from the Forest of Cheam, played by Yasmin Bannerman, and while Rose was an episode squarely centred around Rose's perspective, The End of the World broadens its narrative scope. This is the first time that we see the Doctor removed from Rose, or at least not seen through Rose's perspective all the time, and what we end up seeing is a truly damaged man. Unless I'm mistaken, the scene where Jabe reveals that she knows that he's a Time Lord and that it's impossible he should even exist is the first time we ever see the Doctor cry on screen. There's obviously a threat that needs defeating in this episode, but The End of the World excels in these slow burn, contemplative conversations, with the countdown over the computer speakers taking place almost in perfect real time towards the Earth's inevitable destruction.
Earth death in 20 minutes.
Doctor's not going to step in and save the world here, mainly because it's empty and there's no one to save, but also because this is just nature. One day, our sun will expand and envelop the Earth. It's not like a preventable extinction level event like climate change. In billions of years, this will be the planet's fate. While Rose initially responds to this with horror, as she's faced with her own mortality right off the bat, the Doctor watches the end of the world with a sense of optimism and closure. Earth gets a dignified natural death, whereas his world was torn from him and destroyed in a war. Maybe he took Rose to the year 5 billion to show off, but maybe he went there because he wanted to go and see a planet end in a way that restores his faith in the universe's natural order.
You lot, you spend all your time thinking about dying, like you're gonna get killed by eggs or beef or global warming or asteroids. But you never take time to imagine the impossible, that maybe you survive.
Because in the end, what gets destroyed at the end was just a massive rock. Now obviously that's a massive simplification, don't cancel me for that, but the planet is empty because the human race has touched every star in the sky. It's explored, it's prospered, it's thrived in the universe, leaving behind Cassandra, someone who chose to remain so she could chuck away most of her human form, so she could be thin and, quote, pure. Russell T Davies said that he was inspired to create Cassandra, voiced here brilliantly by Zoe Wanamaker, after seeing red carpet footage of female celebrities who seemed to be dying right in front of the paparazzi in a quest to become thinner. It's subject matter which, despite a slightly more forgiving and diverse media now, isn't something that has truly gone away in the past 15 years. Zoe Wanamaker brings so much life to this role, and the CGI is genuinely exceptional here. I especially like the glowing red and pink veins around the circumference of the skin, which almost makes the idea of this pseudo-Frankenstein monstrosity in a frame almost seem believable. But she dubs herself the last human, even though the human race is still flourishing out there, whilst she stayed restrained by this frame of her own making. She clarifies herself as the last pure human, but she's just a bit of skin with makeup applied. It's a fascinating delusion, and her conversation with Rose and how she does not get along with her at all just further emphasizes how important the Ruffalo scene from earlier was, as it acts as such a clear contrast. Now, with all of that being said and all of that pretense, we do have an actual plot to advance and a sabotage to establish. So Cassandra, using the adherence of the repeated meme as a decoy, has used metal spiders to hack into the mainframe and destroy the force field to engineer a hostage situation with compensation so she can keep paying for her lifestyle.
5 billion years and it still comes down to money.
Do you think it's cheap looking like this? Flatness costs a fortune.
The setup for this does feel a bit clunky. Firstly, it feels like it's interrupting all of the great character building going on in the story, but there's also a bit of questionable staging. Like, why is the automated shield switch on the other side of this bridge? Yeah, they lampshade it, but come on.
Oh, and guess where the switch is?
Also, the death of the steward always felt strange to me. How the spider almost politely deactivates the sun filter, and the steward makes almost no attempt to stop it or to save himself. Also, I can just visualize Russell T Davies writing this episode and plotting out the ending. Okay, so the Doctor outs Cassandra, who teleports away, so he and Jabe reactivate the shields. Jabe dies and it's very sad, but the Doctor saves the day and... oh shit, I forgot about Rose. Now, I'm not saying that female companions can't get kidnapped or show moments of weakness, but having her get slapped so hard that she's removed from the plot for 15 minutes and locked in a room feels like the story just not knowing what to do with her. It also amounts to a set piece which is shot and scored dynamically, but when you get right down to it, it's just a scene where the Doctor gets into a fight with a control panel as Britney Spears' Toxic plays in the background. Oh yeah, and the miscommunication of history, with the ostrich egg, the jukebox, etc. It's hardly original. This is well-worn sci-fi territory. However, I will give this episode credit for its music choices, which Cassandra deems to have come from humanity's greatest composers, and that Toxic by Britney Spears is a traditional ballad. That salvages the joke. It feels like Russell T Davies is trying to channel Douglas Adams. Sometimes he misses, but sometimes he does hit.
Shuttles 5 and 6 now docking. Guests are reminded that Platform 1 forbids the use of weapons, teleportation, and religion.
And before we wrap up, just a few other things. I do love how Jabe's scanner communicates through bird song. That's a great touch.
Identify species. Please identify species. Now stop it. Identify his race. Where's he from?
Also, I remember in my TV magazine that they said the villain of this story would be the Mox of Balhoun. For some reason, his name kept being mentioned in interviews.
Yeah, the key element is things like the Daleks, the Slitheen, the Gelth, the Mox of Balhoun, the
Any
Face of
Cybermen coming back?
We're not, no. Cybermen, you'll have to wait for the Cybermen.
Did they just really want to emphasize this guy? Or were they trying to play 5-dimensional chess and try to make the audience think the Mox of Balhoun was the bad guy when it turns out to be Cassandra? Also, that Cassandra twist, while making sense in universe, structurally comes too quickly after the reveal that the adherents of the repeated meme are robots that they might as well have not bothered with the adherents of the repeated meme. And lastly, I love A. Roslin's direction here. While Keith Boak did a good job at grounding the show and cementing a visual style that would bring it into a new format and a new century, A. Roslin takes that baton and just flies off down the track. This is a beautifully shot episode. A. Roslin would continue to work behind the cameras all the way up to the end of time, so his name will come up again, make no mistake. I actually had the pleasure of meeting A. Roslin at an event, and he hosted a talk about working and directing in TV, and he played the ending scene from The End of the World as a scene he's personally very proud of, and I don't blame him. This episode may have massive special effects and inventive aliens, but what it boils down to is both Rose and the Doctor having simultaneous but very different existential crises, and with their perspective on life having witnessed the end of the world causes them to be the only ones in focus amongst a crowd of people. How they can share this quiet, shared moment as the Doctor reveals that he's the last of the Time Lords after his people lost a war, but the planet keeps on spinning and it goes on around them. Now, the Ninth Doctor may be able to feel the turn of the Earth, but in this moment, Rose is able to ground him and suggests they get chips together. It's a beautiful scene, made even more impressive by the fact that these aren't paid extras, they were just able to shoot in a city street in Cardiff, and because Eccleston and Piper weren't massive celebrities, people would just walk past them, not knowing that Doctor Who was being filmed all around.
Oh, can you smell chips?
Yeah. Yeah.
I want chips.
Me too.
Right then, before you get me back in that box, chips it is and you can pay.
No money.
What sort of date are you? Come on then, tightwad, chips are on me. We've only got 5 billion years till the shops close.
I was surprised at how much I appreciated The End of the World. It will always have a soft spot in my heart because it's the episode's associated Doctor Who Confidential installment which made me want to work in media in the first place, but I take comfort in the fact that the episode itself is still really strong. It's able to have its cake and eat it too. It can give us the spectacle, but is able to provide an insight and exploration into our leads as we follow them on this 13-episode journey. Not all of the effects and the creatures hold up, some of the humour and tone falls a bit flat, and its transition from the second act to the contrived climax feels a bit cumbersome, but it's overcome by the overwhelming commitment to tell a very unconventional apocalypse story, where the end of the world can be seen as, believe it or not, a good thing, or at the very least a neutral thing that's just a part of life. You can either mope around in the past, confine yourself, or you can get chips. As for us though, we might have to take that moping around in the past option, because next week we take the TARDIS in the opposite direction in time, with a Victorian ghost story. The trip of a lifetime becomes haunted next week for the Unquiet Dead. I'll see you then. Due to Doctor Who's format, you've got the ability to essentially tell 3 different types of stories. You've got your present-day contemporary, your futuristic sci-fi, and your historicals. Obviously, you can take those formats in very different, more abstract and creative directions, but that's a simplification, and it made sense for Doctor Who's 2005 revival to open with what amounts to a trilogy featuring this format. As the Doctor says, Rose has seen the future, and now it's time to take a look into the past. Welcome back to the trip of a lifetime, and if you want to keep up to date with me on this journey, as well as other Doctor Who related discussions, be sure to subscribe, ring the bell icon, and let's get 19th century up in here with the Unquiet Dead. So our setting is 1869 Cardiff, where Charles Dickens, played by Simon Callow, is away from his family in the final months of his life, performing at live shows. However, one of his shows gets interrupted by a spectral visitor, possessing the corpse of an old woman. The Ninth Doctor and Rose happen upon the event and discover the source is coming from a funeral parlour, where the dead have been walking there for some time, and there's also a woman with a psychic gift. It's up to our heroes to find out just who these gaseous creatures are and what they're after, and just what can be done about the Walking Dead. Now, it's hard to talk about a story like this without mentioning its writer, Mark Gatiss, a huge fan of the classic era of the show, and he was a prominent writer in the Wilderness years and in the early years of Big Finish. Being part of the League of Gentlemen creative team, he's well known for his macabre sense of humour, and I think that, outside of the showrunners, Gatiss is the closest thing to an auteur writer that we've had in the revived series.
Oh my god, it's really him! I've not cried this much since Adric died.
With his best traits on full display in The Unquiet Dead. Firstly, we have the morbid subject matter. These aren't alien bodies, these aren't possessed people. They are corpses. That lack of pretense of a conceit gives this episode a real edge to it. We have references too, and in-jokes, with my favourite being the Gelth possessing a door knocker, Jacob Marley style, much to Charles Dickens' horror, and we also have Gatiss's trademark sense of humour.
That's how I got the house so cheap. Stories going back generations. Echoes in the dark, queer songs in the air, and this feeling like a shadow passing over your soul. Mind you, truth be told, it's been good for business. Just what people expect from a gloomy old trade like mine.
But let me back up, because I really want to talk about the opening. I promise I won't do a scene-by-scene breakdown, but this is one of my favourite pre-title sequences. From the opening shots showcasing the gas lighting, establishing a key plot point right off the bat, we also have the lovely character work portraying Mr. Sneed as a caring professional, but he's also fully aware of the issues he's having with the corpses right now.
Gwyneth! Get down here now! We've got another one!
We've got the gruesome concept of a grandmother coming back to life and killing her own grandson, and we have the long shot of the zombie walking towards the camera enveloped in the blue gas, with the beautiful location work and the snow in the Victorian city providing an immediate contrast to last week's futuristic, clean interiors circling a sun. The Unquiet Dead wanted to demonstrate that Doctor Who can do range, and this opening scene allows it to prove that and hit the ground running. Superb. Also, remember that this episode was also directed by A. Ross Lynn, who did The End of the World. Basically, what I'm inferring is, find a director who can do both, and you may think I'm just fanboying here, and maybe I am, but seriously, look at this framing. Look at it. Look how dynamic that is. Look at that depth. Mwah. Though I get the sense A. Ross Lynn resented the production team for setting the long conversation scene between Rose and Gwyneth in such a cramped cupboard. God, I can feel the camera operator just squeezing behind Eve Miles to try and get that over-the-shoulder shot. Okay, I'm done now. Okay, moving on. And then the Doctor and Rose arrive and take a moment to contemplate their lifestyle. Also, I am watching these episodes back to back, and they weren't really designed to be done like that. This is pre-Netflix and pre-binging. But this line from Rose.
Not a bad life?
Better with two.
Feels like such a great, direct continuation of how the last episode ended.
I'm left travelling on my own because there's no one else.
There's me.
And then Rose steps outside to Christmas, though she thinks it's Naples when she's actually in Cardiff, but the point still stands. I love the crunching snow sound effect when she puts her shoe down. Then her and the Doctor link arms and leave their literal footprints in the history books. Sure, the production budget limits 1869 Cardiff to just one very big street, but they manage to hide it well, with brilliant period costumes, street lamps, the snow. It's wonderful. This is such a gorgeous looking episode. The seance is beautifully filmed. I love the Gelth gathering behind Gwyneth, the Doctor glancing over to Rose from across the table when the Time War gets mentioned. This shot of the Doctor stood alone in the doorway. Brilliant shot after brilliant shot in this episode. Doctor Who was always able to make great looking historicals, mainly because the BBC storage rooms would have great period costumes and props that they could use, but it's great to see this tradition make its way into the revival. But it's not just the look and the feel of history that makes its way to this era, but we also get strong character work as well. There's a really refreshing character turn for Charles Dickens. The episode could have just given a flat arc interpretation of a famous author, thrown in some references to his books and called it a day, but here we get a more realistic and grounded portrayal of a man nearing the end of his life, believing himself doomed to repeat the same stories over and over and over again because he thinks he's learned all there is to learn. But then along comes the Doctor, and he gets swept up in this adventure and learns that he's barely scratched the surface, and that realization fills him with a renewed life. He almost goes through the same arc as Ebenezer Scrooge, and I love it.
God bless us, everyone.
It was the script's objective to prevent giving Charles Dickens a stock and dry characterization that drew Simon Callow to this role in the first place, especially since he's well known for his biographies about the man, and having played him in several other TV shows and stage productions. I wish that the episode was a tad longer so the audience could see a bit more of the world-weary Dickens before he meets the Doctor, but this is really great stuff here. Callow is brilliant, and you do hang on to his every word, which is key when you're trying to sell that this guy is one of the world's most famous storytellers.
Now, it is a fact that there was nothing particular at all about the knocker on the door of this house, but let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face.
I even like how he contrasts with the Doctor, though not in an antagonistic way at first. The Doctor wants to fanboy about his books and his work, but Charles wants to set forth on adventure and rescue Rose.
But who exactly is it that hurts?
My friend, she's only 19, it's my fault. She's in my care, now she's in danger.
Why are we wasting my time talking about dry old books? This is much more important. Driver, be swift! The chase is on! Yes, sir!
And later on, the Doctor yells at Charles and tells him to shut up when he refuses to believe what's happening with the gas in the bodies, only for the Doctor to apologise and explain his thinking.
Can it be that I have the world entirely wrong?
Not wrong. There's just more to learn.
While the Doctor's influence has already helped Rose to step out of her comfort zone and helped to motivate Jabe in The End of the World, this feels like the first explicit example of the Doctor living up to his namesake and making people better, turning this embittered man into someone who decides to get the next coach home to his family for Christmas. The Doctor in this story is depicted as an observer, frequently smiling and enjoying the human interactions in front of him, relishing humans and their idiosyncrasies. There's a sense with this story that Mark Gatiss gets the Doctor as a character. Eccleston's Doctor is often looming in the background in scenes throughout the second and third act, but it's not always as the voice of reason. You see, it's not all smiles and fun and adventures, as the unquiet dead brings up an interesting moral question. Is it right to donate bodies if it's to help save another race? It's revealed that the creatures are called the Gelth, and there's very few of them left. They're able to live inside the natural gas systems that lights and heats the funeral parlour, as well as inhabit corpses, due to them naturally breaking down after death because of their enzymes. Obviously, the episode doesn't go quite in depth in terms of the logistics, but it still works to add legitimacy to this alien threat. Although this could be me just being absolutely stupid, but how did our heroes kick the Gelth out of the corpses at the end? How does flooding the morgue with gas draw them out? Someone smarter than me, could you please let me know in the comment section? Rose thinks the bodies need to be respected and that Gwyneth shouldn't get involved and help the Gelth use the corpses, whereas the Doctor just sees it like recycling, and it doesn't matter if it's not polite or decent. This almost reads as an extension of the Doctor's philosophy from the end of the world, where it's not so much the planet that matters, but the humanity and the life that comes from it. The Earth and human bodies are just the vessel for that humanity. But the episode is fair and balanced. I don't think the episode looks down on Rose's argument or perspective, but it does seem to showcase that this 19-year-old woman who's only in her second journey in the TARDIS is a bit out of her depth when it comes to having these conversations. That's not to say she's wrong, but the Doctor's been around the block for a few centuries and is able to make his case more effectively.
You can't let him run around inside the dead people.
Why not? It's like recycling.
Seriously, though, you can't.
Seriously, though, I can.
That's just wrong. Those bodies were living people. We should respect them, even in death.
Do you carry a donor card?
It's different.
It is different, yeah. It's a different morality. Get used to it or go home.
Ultimately, Gwyneth is the tiebreaker, and volunteers herself to the Gelth. The Doctor also might be morally compromised here, and easily manipulated by the Gelth. Yeah, I'm sure he'd normally try to help as best he could, but once the Time War gets name-checked, he's like putty in their hands and willing to do anything to make amends.
The thing is, Doctor, the Gelth don't succeed. Because I know they don't. I know for a fact that corpses weren't walking around in 1869.
Time's in flux, changing every second. Your cosy little world can be rewritten like that. Nothing is safe, remember that. Nothing.
The Doctor, very much leading the charge here, rushes into this decision to help them. He doesn't ask the Gelth any follow-up questions. He doesn't even wait for the Gelth to agree to his terms before he lets Gwyneth give herself over to them. Have you ever noticed that? He lets the Gelth know what the plan is, and they don't reply.
I'll take you somewhere else after the transfer. Somewhere you can build proper bodies. This isn't a permanent solution, all right?
My angels. I can help them live.
Okay, where's the weak point?
Then Gwyneth goes under the arch, everything goes wrong, and she sacrifices her life to close the rift. A heroic death to save the world, but one that didn't need to happen if the Doctor didn't let his guilt get the better of him.
Sorry. Thank you.
But let's talk about Gwyneth, this innocent though charming servant girl who lost her parents when she was 12 and taken in by Mr. Sneed. Eve Miles is great here, taking what could have just been a flat and virtuous character and making her feel like someone with real life experience, as sheltered as it might have been. The scene between Gwyneth and Rose is lovely as well, and further follows the through line of Rose being able to relate and talk to the staff as opposed to the toffs on top. Also, further developing the characters and the Series 1 arcs, Gwyneth accidentally drops the knowledge that she knows that Rose's father died years ago, and is able to see the big bad wolf with her sight. And this line, which stood out on my rewatch.
My father died years back.
You've been thinking about him lately more than ever?
I suppose so.
Fast forward 5 episodes later.
When we met, I said, travel with me in space. You said no. Then I said, time machine.
But we'll talk about that when we get there. But yeah, this is a lovely conversation as the two gossip and, talk about boys.
There is one lad. The butcher's boy. He comes by every Tuesday. Such a lovely smile on him.
Like a nice smile. Good smile. Nice bum.
Well, I have never heard the like.
And all this humanising of Gwyneth makes her sacrifice at the end, striking the match in a gas-filled room to hold the Gelth in the rift, so bittersweet. Honestly though, I don't have too much more to say about The Unquiet Dead. It's just a really strong historical story with very little wrong with it. You know, I've got my nitpicks, like I mentioned wanting more of Dickens earlier on in the story, the confusing nature of the climax, and some of the world building doesn't quite add up. The Doctor says that Gwyneth got her powers by growing up above the rift, but she's only been in this house since she was 12, and that she's had her powers before her parents died because she said her mum told her to hide it.
I can't help it. Ever since I was a little girl, my mum said I had the sight. She told me to hide it.
Also, much like Rose, the episode, the sound mixing is all over the place. I had my TV remote on hand the whole time watching my Blu-ray because when the Gelth screamed, it was 10 times louder than everything else.
My name's the Doctor. Who are you then? What do you want?
Failing, open the rift, we're dying. Trapped in this form cannot sustain. Help us.
But folks, if my big complaints about an episode are an iffy backstory and sound mixing, you know that I'm reaching deep into the coffin for this one. The Unquiet Dead is the first home run of the revived series so far. Mark Gatiss' script manages to walk the delicate balance of being simultaneously filled with awe and wonder, but also horror and morbidity, being genuinely creepy, but never skimping on the character legwork, and of course, the whole thing just looks and sounds beautiful. Shout out to Murray Gold's music, it's sublime. However, not only does the trip of a lifetime not end with the Unquiet Dead, but it actually branches off here, as the rift in Cardiff and the heritage of Gwyneth would have far-reaching implications in the universe of Doctor Who, but we'll get to that later on down the road. For now though, after Rose's experience throughout time and space, it's time for her to do something that no other companion in Doctor Who, on screen at least, has ever had to contend with. Coming home. The trip of a lifetime goes domestic next week in a political thriller which will bring not just London, but the entire planet to the brink of war. I'll see you folks next time. In the early 2000s, the Doctor and Rose arrive on Earth to find a reeling planet. A flying object has just destroyed an iconic landmark, the media is scrambling, the population on edge, and our government is asleep at the wheel. But then comes the corruption. Those who want to use this event to take advantage of a frightened population, to plunge the human race into a perpetual war for the sake of profit with no actual enemy to fight. Doctor Who has never been a show to shy away from politics or direct political allegories in the past, but if the show was going to survive in its modern day form, it would have to adapt to the modern day political landscape. But does it succeed in its first multi-part story of the revival, no less? Well, that's what we're here to find out on the trip of a lifetime. But before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell like a spaceship crashing into Big Ben, because it's time for Aliens of London and World War III. Now, it's not exactly a massive spoiler to say that this story isn't generally considered to be one of the best of Series 1. In fact, the consensus is that it's a generally fine two-parter. However, the Russell T Davies penned two-parter Aliens of London and World War III is easily one of the most important stories of modern Who, or at least the Russell T Davies era of the show, because it firmly establishes his era as the domestic era. You see, with the exception of the unit era during the Third Doctor's tenure, once a companion started travelling with the Doctor, that was their life, no semblance of home. This idea was slightly challenged towards the end of the classic series, as the 7th Doctor took Ace home in the final story Survival to see some friends, but here, after a trip to the year 5 billion and 19th century Cardiff, Rose returns to the Powell estate to visit her mum. Rose, despite her slightly dismissive attitude towards her mum and her boyfriend, still isn't independent. She is 19 and lives at home after all, technically unemployed, so she heads home being told that she's been gone for 12 hours and planning to say that she just spent the night at friends, only to turn up to a shocked Jackie, a home with missing person posters piled up on the table as if her mum has been at the centre of a big search campaign. It turns out the Doctor steered the TARDIS wrong, and Rose has been away from home for 12 months. A slight improvement from last week after landing over 1,300 miles and 9 years away from Naples 1860, but 12 months is still an incredible amount of time for a person to disappear without a trace.
Do you know what terrifies me is that you still can't say? What happened to you, Rose? What can be so bad that you can't tell me, sweetheart? Where were you?
It's kind of hard to overstate just how big a personal shift this is in the modern series, because the show could have just ignored Rose's family. They were barely developed in the first episode, and what the show could have ignored wouldn't have hurt it to a certain extent. But in episode 4, they decide to tackle this concept head on. This also leaves Rose in a difficult situation of trying to explain where she's been to her mother, and also trying to explain her relationship with a northerner literally over twice her age in terms of appearance. Rose is back home, doesn't appear to have been kidnapped, so the police can't really do anything. But that doesn't make things easier for Jackie, who absolutely thrives in the anger stage of the grieving process.
Why won't you tell me where you've been?
Actually, it's my fault. I sort of employed Rose as my companion.
When you say companion, is this a sexual relationship?
No.
Then what is it? Because you waltz in here all charm and smiles, and the next thing I know, she vanishes off the face of the earth. How old are you then? 40? 45? What'd you find her on the internet? Go online and pretend you're a doctor?
I am a doctor.
Prove it. Stitch this, mate.
She slapped you.
900 years of time and space, and I've never been slapped by someone's mother.
I also think we didn't quite know how good Camille Coduri was when she was part of the series. Her anger is entirely justified, but she's also able to sell the idea of Jackie almost getting back to normal immediately with a house party to celebrate Rose's return and the impending first contact.
Here's to the Martians!
And the shock and the relief of her daughter's return, part of me kind of wishes it got played up a bit more, to be honest, especially how Jackie might have felt about her daughter going missing after also losing her husband a few years back, but that's for another episode. But Jackie isn't the only affected party here, as we also have Rose's boyfriend Mickey, who was a pariah at the estate because he was the chief suspect in her disappearance. In fact, he was considered a murder suspect.
In 12 months, have you been seeing anyone else?
No.
Okay.
Mainly because everyone thinks I murdered you.
Right.
We'll talk about Mickey later, but I will say now that they do kind of gloss over Mickey's ruined reputation pretty darn quickly here. However, I'm not an unreasonable person. Doctor Who is not an EastEnders-style drama. I mean, it can flirt with the format, but it's not where its heart lies. It's in the alien-based science fiction fantasy narratives, and this two-parter, understandably, focuses more of its screen time on that. And thankfully, we didn't have Rose coming home, then just 40 minutes later flying away in the TARDIS again. We do have a two-part story, meaning that both plots in both genres get time to breathe. So let's talk about that alien story. Just as Rose is thinking that she's alone in the world, thinking aliens exist, a spacecraft flies above the London skyline, crashes into the side of Big Ben, and lands in the Thames. Now, this is a prime example of Russell T Davies wanting both his cake and eating it too. He's able to script an alien crash landing where he gets to check off iconic London landmarks and make it tick all of the boxes, whilst also drawing attention to it.
It's not an invasion. That was a genuine crash landing. Angle of descent, colour of smoke, everything. It was perfect.
All right, so I lied. I went and had a look, but the whole crash landing's a fake. I thought so. It's just too perfect. I mean, hitting Big Ben, come on.
It turns out that this crash was engineered as a way to get the world panicking and gathering experts to Downing Street, where the family Slitheen, disguised as members of government, assassinate the only humans who can stop them, then pretend that there's evidence of an alien threat and use the planet's nuclear arsenal to destroy the planet and sell off the radioactive remains. Now, for all of the recent and, quite frankly, stupid talk of Doctor Who apparently never being political, Aliens of London isn't just about selling the novelty of seeing large green-skinned aliens running around 10 Downing Street, but actually drawing direct parallels to the world in 2005, as we have the government wanting to capitalise on a terrorist event in order to drum up public support for a war that can result in massive profits on the basis of lies. We've got their leader, Joe Crasser Felfoch Pasimir Day Slitheen, who killed the MP for Hartley Dale, Joseph Green, and ends up becoming Prime Minister after the Slitheen family killed Tony Blair and stuffed him in a cupboard. He then goes on live TV and, quoting almost verbatim what US President George W. Bush said when giving his reasonings for invading Iran.
I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction very seriously.
Tonight, British servicemen and women are engaged from air, land and sea. Their mission? To remove Saddam Hussein from power and disarm Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction.
Our inspectors have searched the sky above our heads, and they have found massive weapons of destruction, capable of being deployed within 45 seconds.
What? And when the Doctor lays it out bare, even Rose Tyler brings up the parallels to our reality.
He's making it up. There's no weapons up there, there's no threat. He just invented it.
Do you think they'll believe him?
Well, he did last time.
That's why the Slitheen went for spectacle. They want the whole world panicking, because you lot, you get scared, you lash out.
They release a defence code.
And the Slitheen go nuclear.
Now, putting aside the fact that in order to tell this story of aliens faking an alien crash for profit, that kind of means it leans into the idea of 9/11 being an inside job, which in reality is nonsense, but in this fictional parallel, it's basically the case, and I don't hold anything against people who hate this two-parter for that inadvertent endorsement. But putting that aside, this really is a novel way for an alien invasion to unfold. The Slitheen family infiltrate the government, get the world panicking, and use the idea of mutually assured destruction to destroy Earth. Great premise. I think it actually sticks the landing and is thematically appropriate for the time of broadcast. Heck, Doctor Who would hardly be the last to depict 9/11 as a metaphor. A couple of months later, Steven Spielberg's War of the Worlds would take the imagery and impose it on H.G. Wells' classic story, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe would use it as the backbone of their second phase, with a tragic event happening in New York and America using draconian policies to combat future threats. However, I do think that the path it takes to get there, and also some of the character work along the way, is a bit sloppy. Now, once again, being fair, Rose was just one episode, with the alien invasion playing second fiddle to the introduction of these characters. This two-parter is way more ambitious. Rose was a tightly written story, but this one is way laxer with the details, and the audience have to make some massive leaps. Like, I'm not going to claim to be an expert in the inner mechanisms and the workings of UK politics, but it seems kind of nuts that if the Prime Minister goes missing and if London is gridlocked, that a random MP who just happens to be nearby, in this case the MP for Hartley Dale and the chairman of the Parliamentary Commission of the Monitoring of Sugar Standards in Exported Confectionery, would just become Prime Minister. Honestly, I don't see why we couldn't just have had the fictional Prime Minister be a Slitheen in disguise. Yeah, the episode says the Slitheen could not use him because he was slim and the Slitheen needed larger bodies to hide inside, but the Slitheen are fictional aliens and fictional rules apply. The workaround and the limitations are entirely self-imposed by the writer. Also, I'm amazed that every military apparatus online can be overridden by the password Buffalo. It's hardly the strong 10-character multi-number and symbols password that you'd expect from a government defense system, and I also doubt that Mickey, using his PC in the Powell estate, could just click and launch a missile off the coast of Plymouth. Are these nitpicks? Absolutely. However, I think the more lapses in logic there are in a story, the harder the audience has to work to suspend their disbelief. Your own personal threshold for these things will vary. For me, I don't really care too much. What I do care about, though, is character. And while there are times and moments where this story excels, we'll get to that shortly, there are also times where it feels a bit haphazard. Like, I love the Doctor's reaction to Domestic. We've never seen a Doctor thrown into a scenario like this before. Him trying to watch the news and getting interrupted by partygoers and a random toddler is endlessly funny to me. He decides to get away, and Rose wants to make sure that he's not just leaving, so he gives her a TARDIS key, though of course he's got a spare. My favourite moment of this scene is that when he gives Rose the happy-go-lucky speech about human growth, he turns around and the look on his face, he really just wants to get away from there. That makes the preceding speech basically a massive put-on, like a rehearsed monologue, and he doesn't actually mean it.
First contact. The day mankind officially comes into contact with an alien race. I'm not interfering, because you got to handle this on your own. That's when the human race finally grows up. Just this morning, you're all tiny and small and made of clay. Now you can expand.
I love that. It demonstrates that this Doctor, despite his fondness and love of humanity, does see himself as above it all. However, this is another example of Russell wanting his cake and eating it too, because in this same story, we have the Doctor wanting to swan off and do this adventure on his own, and then in the end, when the Doctor has to decide whether or not to use the missile to destroy the Slitheen,
I could save the world but lose you.
Now, both interpretations of the character are valid and worthy of exploration, but these both happen in the same story without Rose Tyler doing anything especially significant in the interim. The story also, I think, doesn't do enough to expand on Jackie Tyler. I bet that you forgot that this is the first time Jackie saw the inside of the TARDIS, and I don't blame you because she's just in the background and not in focus when she steps inside for the first time. Jackie is such an afterthought in what should be a pivotal moment that when she rings up the alien helpline in the next scene, she uses the name TARDIS despite it never being said in her presence prior. Also, while I'm at this scene,
there have been at least 3 reports of public assault on people falsely identified as aliens.
That line's actually a bit depressing. I can guarantee you that none of those citizens attacked would have been white. And speaking of dubious Jackie phone calls,
one phone call, just to know that you were alive.
So, what was that in the end of the world? I'm not expecting an in-depth timeline of events for the past 12 months, but it feels odd to not have that pivotal scene from a few episodes ago get mentioned. And it's not just our central cast who have shortcomings in the character department, but our villains as well. Actually, that might be incorrect phrasing, because I actually thought that their characterization was solid. These aliens who can put up a serious front, and I think the actors do their best work in these moments, particularly Annette Badland as Margaret. There's a reason why she only gets 2 scenes to herself in this story, and yet became the audience favourite, and the clear choice to return later on in Series 1, but once again that's for later.
Leave this planet or I'll stop you.
What? You? Trapped in your box?
Yes. Me.
However, when it comes to the comedic farting around, I do think it drags things down. I think the bloodless violence, the inherent spectacle of running Benny Hill style through Downing Street, fighting with a fire extinguisher and such, makes this family friendly already. The farting on top of it just feels like dumbing down. The balance between jokey Slitheen and serious Slitheen can be pretty well demonstrated already, particularly near the end.
Sergeant, we'll take the call in the Prime Minister's office. Maintain your positions. Good luck.
Look at that! The telephone is actually red.
How long till they phone? Counting down.
But the farting as well, it's a bit much. The only reason this initial undressing works at all is because actor Rupert Vansittart as General Asquith makes for a brilliant, lone, sane man in the room. He plays it completely straight, and he brilliantly grounds the cabinet room reveal. Not to mention, despite shaking her booty and joking about it in front of their next victim, Margaret does bring up this problem in the next scene.
That's better.
We've really got to fix the gas exchange. It's getting ridiculous.
I don't know, seems very human to me.
So this farting is partially performative, but it does go a bit far.
The only people with the knowledge how to fight them gathered together in one room. Excuse me, do you mind not farting while I'm saving the world?
Would you rather silent but deadly?
It's absolutely a case of tone here. Now, I'm 90% sure that this is indeed how most right-leaning politicians do act behind closed doors, but the Slitheen do their best work in this episode when they do get more serious, which often comes in the form of undressing. The actual Slitheen designs and the incredible costume and effects work really is a sight to behold. Yeah, some of the CGI is dated and the CGI Slitheen running in the corridors just looks really bad, but those hulking, walking, talking costumes that blink and snarl and grab, it's seriously impressive work. The baby faces are also really inspired. The metal devices around their necks are a clever way to break up their designs, and things like the hyphenated surnames, the low-tech zipper on the forehead, and the weakness to vinegar, that feels very Douglas Adams. Also, I adore this scene where more members of the family start arriving at Downing Street. This is the humour that works best when it comes to this family.
There you are, if you'd just like to go through and get changed. Now, if you'd like to head down to the end of the corridor, it's first on the left.
Thank you.
Once again, Annette Badland is wonderful at selling this casual element to the family affairs. There's some really solid performances from the Slitheen family. Steve Spires is great as Officer Strickland in what, to me, was the action highlight of the episode, as he unmasks and breaks into Mickey's flat.
I'll take you on, Jackie. You just run. Don't look back. Just run.
And moments like that is where this two-parter stands out. See, on a large scale level, I think this story either drops the ball or doesn't explore the depths of its characters. However, in the small scale character moments, the story's full of them. Mickey basically offering to sacrifice himself to save Jackie, not hesitating to whack a Slitheen with a chair. This guy is not the same person he was 12 months ago. We've got the unnamed secretary, who was a pretty big presence in Aliens of London, only to be murdered by Margaret, and he's put to rest in World War III.
What was his name?
Who?
This one, the secretary or whatever he was called.
I don't know. I talked to him. I bought him a cup of coffee. I never asked his name.
Sorry.
And Harriet Jones, while not really having much to contribute plot-wise, is a great presence. Penelope Walton should have been a full-time companion, not even as MP for Flydale North, just Penelope Walton. And we also have the Ninth Doctor exploring Albion Hospital solo, which almost gives us a glimpse into a pre-Rose Doctor. Also, I couldn't help but realise when watching this scene where he's piloting the TARDIS on his own as he's dancing around, hitting the console with a hammer, there's got to be at least half an hour of B-roll footage of Eccleston just running around that set on his own. Will we ever see that? Maybe for the Series 1 Blu-ray collection in 30 years' time? I also remember 12-year-old me being captivated by his performance in the cabinet room when Rose and Harriet are throwing knowledge at him so he can narrow down where the Slitheen came from. This guy just has a universe's worth of knowledge in his brain that he needs help to access, and when he lands on it, there's genuine joy.
Calcium phosphate, organic calcium, living calcium, creatures made out of living calcium. What else? What else? Hyphenated surname. Yes! That narrows it down to one planet. Raxicoricophalopatorius! Oh, yeah, great. We could write him a letter.
Also, this scene was the first day on set for Christopher Eccleston, and I think it's really fitting for this character that the first time that he embodied this role is defending the frightened space pig. Oddly enough, while the pig might be a step too far for some viewers, I like it in that it gives the Doctor a brilliant way to respond to it. Firstly, it's set up with this horror set piece with Naoko Mori as Toshiko Sato, a role that she would reprise over a year later in Torchwood, though in the credits for this episode, she's only Dr. Sato. Then we're expecting some alien creature, only to find...
Hello?
I love that openness. Like, no, it's not just going against expectations, it's literally just a pig in a suit. It's not formal, it doesn't talk, it's just a pig. Unfortunately, it squeals and runs away, only to get shot at. It's then revealed that alien technology turned an ordinary pig into an elaborate dummy, and it was forced into a spaceship that was programmed to crash. Just listen to how sincerely Eccleston delivers this exposition, but I think with the Doctor, it couldn't have been played any other way.
I just assumed that's what aliens looked like. But you're saying it's an ordinary pig from Earth?
More like a mermaid. Victorian showmen used to draw the crowds by taking the skull of a cat, gluing it to a fish and calling it a mermaid. Now someone's taken a pig, opened up its brain, stuck bits on. Then they've strapped it in that ship, made it dive bomb. It must have been terrified. They've taken this animal and turned it into a joke.
On the other hand, it does offer a stark contrast with how he treats Mickey. At first, I thought his jabs and insults were just him being a bit of a dick, but upon reflection, I think it runs deeper than that. Yeah, he might not have the highest opinion of Mickey, but he's being confronted with some pretty hard truths here. Mickey's even been watching some of the classic series to make a point.
UNIT, United Nations Intelligence Task Force, good people.
How do you know?
Does he's worked for them? Oh yeah, don't think I sat on my backside for 12 months, Doctor. I read up on you. You look deep enough on the internet, or in the history books, and there's his name, followed by a list of the dead.
Is the Doctor trying to bring Mickey down in order to justify to himself that it was okay for him to essentially sabotage this innocent guy's life? That theory is supported by the beautiful epilogue at the end, where after Mickey has proven that he's able to make sacrifices and is able to deal with the hard choices, he has a one-on-one with the Doctor.
I just went down a shop, and I was thinking, you know, like the whole world's changed. Aliens and spaceships all in public. And here it is. How can they do that? They saw it.
Firstly, after the past year that we've had, that open denial from the mainstream public is very relatable. But secondly, and I'm stealing a line from YouTuber Davis here, that line right there is the kind of line that recruits a companion. The Doctor not only reneges on his prior insult of calling Mickey an idiot, but admits that he's right in that he's dangerous and gives Mickey a flash drive that will wipe out all mention of him from the internet so that others can't follow him. He even offers Mickey a chance to travel, but...
Because you're right. I am dangerous. I don't want anybody following me.
How can you say that and then take her with you?
You could look after her. Come with us.
I can't. This life of yours, it's just too much. I couldn't do it. Don't tell her I said that.
Come with us. There's plenty of room.
No chance. He's liability. I'm not having him on board.
We'd be dead without him.
My decision is final.
I love this, how the Doctor essentially takes the fall and pretends to be worse than he is in order to protect Mickey's integrity, or at least how he's perceived by other people. Friend goals right there. And Jackie doesn't want Rose to leave, fearing for her life after how close she came to missile destruction just that day. And look at the Doctor and Mickey in the background here. It seems like Rose is the only character in this quartet that doesn't understand the reality of the situation here. All of the small character stuff I adore. Harriet Jones's reaction behind the curtain to her scent, Jackie threatening to stop Mickey from potentially killing her daughter, the Slitheen maybe being able to have escaped had they not revelled in their victory by undressing. Oh, and these two supporting artists who play the security team. I love these two. Give these two honorary BAFTAs.
I think you'll find the Prime Minister is an alien in disguise. That's never going to work, is it?
No.
What the hell is that for?
Sorry.
Yeah, the small stuff is stellar, and that's where this story finds its heart and made it a solid rewatch. It's just the big stuff that feels half-baked and drags the whole 90-minute story down. Like, the episode ends with Downing Street destroyed and the Prime Minister dead. That sounds like something that a speech from the MP for Flydale North is not gonna fix. Oh, I almost forgot to talk about the cliffhanger, the first one in over 15 years. It's a good one, where the cliffhanger takes a three-pronged approach. As the Doctor is being electrocuted, Rose and Harriet Jones are about to be attacked by Margaret Slitheen, and Jackie gets cornered by Strickland Slitheen in the kitchen. It's bold, and I like it a lot, though the Doctor just grabbing the electrified ID tag and attaching it to one member of the family without anything approaching resistance, and also getting everyone's survival ruined in the Next Time trailer, does let the side down somewhat. But these are, on the whole, mostly nitpicks. There's a lot to talk about with this ambitious two-parter, and it's spinning a lot of plates. To its credit, it mostly works. I just think it stumbles in a lot of separate areas without really detracting overall from the whole. As a modern-day alien invasion story / political satire / domestic drama, it works. I also love and appreciate these small-scale successes, and in hindsight, it absolutely set the template for modern Who moving forward, as in giving the companions more dimension, and a family life to return to, and a grounded edge that it never had in the classic series. But as a story on its own, it's not really something that I'll be desperate to revisit anytime soon. Definitely has its moments, though.
Hello.
Next week on The Trip of a Lifetime, I won't be talking about Dalek, mainly because I've already reviewed it and re-reviewed it and did a feature-length breakdown on its direction with the episode's director Joe Ahern, so next week for Dalek we'll do something a bit different, and The Trip of a Lifetime will continue after that. I hope you've been enjoying the format change. If you are, please, hit that like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. Join me next week for something unconventional with Dalek, and then after that we go back into the future to mankind's potential downfall in the long game. I'll see you folks next time.
No, I wasn't a fan as a child, no. I was playing out when Doctor Who was on as a child. It didn't... There were key moments that I would tune in for, and that would be a regeneration. Because as a child I was fascinated by the concept of a character remaining the same but looking different. I thought that was fascinating, and secondary to that I wanted to see how they would do it, technically. And the other time I would tune in was the inside of the Dalek. As a child I thought that was mesmerising. This idea of this thing that had been so frightening and so threatening was actually pathetic. I thought that, as a child, that was fascinating.
Will they be watching you from behind the sofa?
They'll be watching me from behind the sofa, the futon. Yeah, I think it's frightening because it's so well... Apart from the visual impact of the monsters and the brilliance of the creations, this is a very well-written series, and it's the psychology that's frightening, particularly, for instance, when the Doctor confronts the Daleks. There's a whole thing about, is the Doctor actually as bad as the Daleks because he's prepared to exterminate them willy-nilly? So the psychology is very well drawn, and the children will listen to that as well as look, if you make good television for children, the adults will come. That's the way I think about it.
We hear the Daleks have solved the problem of conquering a planet with stairs.
That's true. And, yeah. So that's a problem that none of the rest of the... Never mind accents, none of the rest of the Doctors have had to face Daleks that can do that.
Our battle cry will be total extermination!
They are to be exterminated.
Exterminate, annihilate, destroy! Daleks conquer and destroy!
Exterminate them!
The Daleks shall sweep away Gallifrey!
Do not deviate!
Exterminate! 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 Daleks must survive! Exterminate! Exterminate! Exterminate!
plot follows the Ninth Doctor, played by Christopher Eccleston, and companion Rose Tyler, answering a distress signal coming from an alien museum underground in the year 2012. After meeting the owner of the museum, the billionaire Henry Van Staten, the Doctor discovers that the signal is coming from his one living specimen, a lone Dalek, chained up, having fallen through time and being the only Dalek survivor of the Time War. It's not long before the Dalek breaks free, reinvigorates itself, and poses a risk to every living creature on Earth. Now, earlier this year, I did a feature-length video talking to this episode's director, Joe Ahern, about the direction and the visuals of this episode, so I won't be delving into that in this video. Go and check out that video after you've watched this one if you want to know my thoughts on that aspect. But with that out of the way, this story's amazing. Before this story's broadcast, the Daleks were a pop culture icon, but mainly for mockery due to their outdated design and supposed inability to climb stairs.
And then there was another big defect, like the Daleks saying, we will exterminate, everyone in this house will be exterminated. Oh, they've all gone upstairs, oh, for fuck's sake.
Daleks can't climb stairs. Piss off, you Dalek, I'm up the stairs.
Dalek is laser focused on upending those expectations. The Dalek is much chunkier, with a beautiful bronze colour scheme. It actually looks metal. Its plunger is not only useful, but it kills.
What you gonna do? Sucker me to death?
Even the music is made more threatening, with composer Murray Gold giving the Daleks an epic choir to underscore their conquest of the universe. As entertaining as Dalek stories in the 70s and the 80s could be, the Daleks themselves felt like an afterthought. They were not only subservient to Davros, but they were basically just grunts who were outshined by the supporting cast. The wit and the ingenuity of the 1960s was gone, but now in Dalek, it has returned. This Dalek on its own can kill everyone on the planet. It's a genius. It manipulates Rose Tyler into helping it escape. It's got sass and a bad attitude.
The end of the last great Time War. Everyone lost.
And the coward survived.
And while Daleks in the past trundled down corridors, this one glides across the room. It doesn't move anywhere it doesn't need to go. It doesn't fire a shot that it intends to miss. It's methodical and balletic in the way that it effortlessly dispatches of the enemy soldiers. Remember, this is the Doctor in the previous Dalek story.
My Dalek! Me, the Doctor! What's the matter? Don't you recognize your mortal enemy?
Humans on the bridge!
I'm not human.
You are the Doctor!
Yes.
You are the enemy of the Daleks!
Correct.
And this is how the Doctor reacts to the Dalek now.
Exterminate! Exterminate! Let me out! Exterminate! You are an enemy of the Daleks! You must be destroyed!
He is terrified of the Dalek. The Doctor and Dalek relationship has completely shifted off screen. The Doctor is a brooding, lone survivor of a war that destroyed the Time Lords, and not only do we find out in Dalek that it was the Daleks they were fighting against, but that the Doctor himself pressed the button that wiped them all out.
Your race is dead. You all burn, all of you. 10 million ships on fire. The entire Dalek race wiped out in 1 second.
You lie!
I watched it happen. I made it happen.
You destroyed us!
Eccleston has been portrayed as a pretty happy-go-lucky Doctor with a bit of edge to him, but in Dalek, he relishes the Dalek's weakness. He's practically dancing around the cage when he realises that the Dalek is powerless.
Fantastic! Oh, fantastic! Powerless! Look at you. The great space dustbin. How does it feel? What for? What are you going to do to me?
This scene is amazingly staged, incredibly performed by Eccleston and Nicholas Briggs, who will be the voice of the Daleks from here on out in the revived series, and Shearman's script is a layered and complex look at survivor's guilt and the Doctor's ever-shifting morality.
If you want orders, follow this one. kill yourself.
The Daleks must survive!
The Daleks have failed! Why don't you finish the job and make the Daleks extinct? Rid the universe of your filth! Why don't you just die?
You would make a good Dalek.
This story may primarily be a two-hander between the Doctor and the Dalek, but Rose Tyler is an integral part of that equation as well. While the Doctor and the cowardly Van Statten are safely hidden away in a bulkhead, Rose and her new friend Adam are trying to outrun the Dalek, which is on their tail, and even elevating up the stairs behind them. But the Dalek is taking a unique fascination in Rose, and it turns out that it can't bring itself to kill her. When Rose touched its casing, it absorbed her DNA and started to mutate into something new, something more sympathetic, something wrong.
I'm sorry.
Isn't that better?
Not for a Dalek.
The Dalek then kills itself, because it would rather die than not be considered a pure Dalek. Even though it thinks itself to be the last of its kind, it can't bring itself to be impure. It's self-loathing, and my god, this story's so good.
This is not life. This is sickness. I shall not be like you. Order my destruction!
Let's talk about the supporting cast for a minute. We've got Henry Van Statten, who owns this museum and is essentially hoarding alien tech. Why? Capitalism.
Oh, the advances I've made from alien junk. You have no idea, Doctor. Broadband? Roswell. Just last year, my scientists cultivated bacteria from the Russian crater, and do you know what we found? The cure for the common cold. Kept it strictly within the laboratory, of course. No need to get people excited. Why sell one cure when I can sell 1,000 palliatives?
Even as the Dalek is slaughtering his men, he wants to try and preserve the fascist alien death creature.
Tell them to stop shooting at it!
But it's killing them!
They're dispensable. That Dalek is unique. I don't want to scratch on its bodywork. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
But because every bad guy is the hero of their own story, Van Statten justifies his actions by saying that he wanted to be part of history and to be part of the universe and to touch the stars, to which the Doctor responds,
Let me tell you something, Van Statten. Mankind goes into space to explore, to be part of something greater.
Exactly! I wanted to touch the stars!
You just want to drag the stars down and stick them underground underneath tons of sand and dirt and label them. You're about as far from the stars as you can get.
When the Dalek finally encounters Van Statten, the man who chained it up and tortured it before it even knew what it was, you kind of feel a bit of vindication towards the Dalek. We also have Van Statten's assistants, Diana Goddard and Adam Mitchell, the latter of whom has a burgeoning relationship blooming with Rose, but the main focus of the story is about the Doctor and the Dalek, and whether or not the influence of Rose's humanity can cause either of them to find peace. For the Dalek, it cannot, but for the Doctor, and this line delivery absolutely kills me,
I couldn't. I wasn't.
While we're here, I think that Dalek was the point in Series 1 where everything changed. Series 1 starts with tone setting, establishing the new characters and the new canon, but when Dalek happens, the Doctor might be able to start recovering after the events of the Time War. The stories start to get darker and more complex. The episode after this is The Long Game, which leads directly to the finale of the series. Heck, the more simplistic villains, the Slitheen, come back in the second half of the series and are more complex. In my opinion, you can separate Series 1 into two categories, BD and AD, before Dalek and after Dalek. After Dalek, Doctor Who would never be the same. The series had grown up, and in a way, it was the beginning of the end for Eccleston's Doctor. Hey everyone, Mr. TARDIS here. I hope you've been enjoying the Trip of a Lifetime series. We're now at the halfway point of the series, so before we get into this week's episode, I just wanted to, of course, give a massive shout out to my patrons who do help to keep the lights on here and help to keep the channel going. So the reason we're opening this a little bit differently this week is because Dalek is an episode that I have covered many, many times on this channel. I did a review of it when I was just starting out. I did a review of it for Daleksember in 2019, and I also did a feature-length shot-by-shot breakdown of the episode, which featured that episode's director, Joe Ahern. So I didn't really want to take another look at the episode, that's a bit redundant. So instead, we're going to do something a little bit different. I was able to talk to the episode's writer, because he's also written the Target novelisation, the recent adaptation of the Dalek episode for BBC Books. So I was fortunate to be able to sit down with him for a couple of hours and talk all things Doctor Who. We talk Big Finish, we talk Dalek, we talk his short stories, everything basically across his career. It was a great chat, and I hope you all enjoy it.
Then what must I do?
It asked.
If I have to give myself orders, what orders must I give?
You want me to help you?
You are the only creature that knows the Daleks. Tell me what I must do.
All right, said the Doctor. If you want orders, here's an order. Kill yourself.
But the Daleks must survive.
The Daleks have failed, so why don't you just finish the job? Make the Daleks extinct, rid the universe of your filth. Why don't you just die? And the Doctor realised he was shouting. No, he was raging. He was screaming straight at the video screen. He stopped himself. The Daleks stared at him. There was no judgment in the Daleks' response, but there was a new hard certainty. The doubts were gone.
You would make a good Dalek.
And then the screens went blank. The Doctor took one breath, then another. He could sense Van Statten and Goddard behind him, watching all the while, watching as he'd failed to negotiate to save all their lives. He said quietly, "Seal the vaults."
It's strange. It's a sort of lockdown thing. In my head, I still think I'm about 30. And lockdown has reminded me I'm actually 50. And I think I look 80.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually what's been going on. And I was visiting some friends, a friend in Oxford who teaches there. And in my head, I'm like a postgraduate. But they all see me, I think, as being like a grandfather.
Yeah.
Which is annoying.
Yeah, because
I'd rather not have and it's because I've gone so white. I mean, I think I've aged horribly during the pandemic. But that's okay.
You started with a pitch black head of hair, and then the pandemics happened, and now it's like
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Have you had... Are we recording it, by the way?
We are recording, but this can all just be fun preamble.
Yeah, great. No, this is all fine. I'm about to talk about some Doctor Who stuff, so I just thought you might want it. Have you yet got the Blu-ray for season 8, the first Joe Grant series?
Oh yeah, I have. Yes, it's on the shelf behind me, just out of frame.
Because the bizarre thing about that is that I'm on a few of the DVD extras from years ago.
Okay.
And I'm also on a new thing that they recorded when we came out of the first lockdown, with Frank Skinner asking us about our thoughts about Terrance Dicks. And so on the same disc, pretty much, you can see me from only a few years ago and see me now. And it's just like I've aged 40 years. I mean, I'm talking about things like Terror of the Autons, and I think, yeah, I look like a young, pre-middle-aged man there.
Yeah.
And now I see myself, and I'm like this strange, enormous, fat, old Santa Claus man. And that, I think, has only really been as a result of Yeah, probably the pandemic.
Well, I feel like if
possibly the timeless children. I mean, it's one or the other.
Exactly, it's all relative, isn't it? I think if they had redone Last Christmas, the Peter Capaldi Christmas special, they don't need Nick Frost. They just ask for yourself, and I think it would just be as authentic.
I would have offered.
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean, I saw Stephen Moffat just before Christmas. We met up just about when we were about to hit another lockdown, so we knew this was the last chance. And he hasn't particularly aged, but he really noticed that I've now become this old man. He didn't mention I could have been in Last Christmas, but I could tell he was looking at me thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, when I did Doctor Who on that first series, I was the young writer. I was the youngest of the team. I was only 33 when I got commissioned for it. And I now look older than Mark or Paul Cornell or Stephen Moffat. I mean, and Russell. I've actually aged to the point now that you could probably cast me as another First Doctor.
Yeah.
If David Crowder decides he doesn't want to do it anymore, I could be the new Hartnell. I find that rather annoying.
Well, I think if that does happen in the near future, I mean, Chris Chibnall is ignoring my calls, and his lawyer's been in touch, so I can't go through my end. But I'm sure you've got back channels.
Yeah, I mean, Chris was my boss years ago. He was my first TV boss.
Yeah.
Chris Chibnall, on Born and Bred.
Yeah.
Which was this 2002 show. Yeah.
Because
he's a really nice chap, Chris. I don't think he'd ever work with me again, but I was awful on that show. I was terrible, actually. I mean, I was sacked eventually from my second script because I was just rubbish. I didn't know what I was doing. And Chris was always terribly patient. But yeah, I mean, it's funny because you go on social media and people are suggesting how wonderful it would be, to work with the new production team. And I just think they wouldn't touch me with a barge pole because they've actually had experience of me. So yeah, but he's a nice guy.
Yeah, because in anticipation for this conversation, I've gone back and listened to a couple of other talks that you've had, because people who I've also collaborated with as well, Stu Bagfull, Stuart Hardy.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, I spoke to Stuart about a year ago. I don't know when that was now. We talked for ages.
Yeah, that was
some real nonsense.
Yeah, because you talked about Born and Bred quite a lot during that. That was a really interesting, fascinating conversation to listen to.
Yeah, Stuart just thought it would be really funny. And it was quite funny for a while that we pretended the whole podcast was going to be about Born and Bred.
You fooled me for the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, we went on a bit, didn't we? And I was quite rude. And also, I was trying to maintain the idea that was the big hit show. And that,
you were being recognised in the street for it.
It's virtually totally forgotten. It was a really big show. It was about 8-9 million viewers on a Sunday. It was the line of duty of its day, Born and Bred, and yet no one ever remembers having seen it. And I think that's probably because my own contribution was so poor. It's wiped people's brains. It had that effect on people, I think.
Yeah, well, it just speaks to your capacity as a writer to have that influence over audiences' minds, I think.
Yeah. I mean, wholly negative. But yeah, I mean, I do have that way in which I can genuinely leave a massive impact upon any of my readership or my viewers.
Yeah.
I mean, when I die, which I'm obviously working towards faster than I anticipated, I'd like the world to feel in some ways that they've been rid of a monster. Really.
And I don't quite know how to respond to that. But going back to Stuart Hardy for a moment, one question I actually had was that the Target book, the Daleks book, first of all, congratulations on getting any project over the finish line, even if this is essentially what you could call a redraft, more or less. But we'll delve with that a little bit later.
Yes, that'd be fun.
There is a dedication to Stuart in it. And I just wanted to know, is it just because he's just such a lovely chap to talk about Doctor Who with, or was there any sort of insider knowledge or anything that you gleaned from him?
Stu's been... It's funny, really. It's one of those embarrassing things, potentially, but I saw Stu do a video some years ago about Big Finish. and he was very complimentary about some of my audios, and I just responded, no, you're not meant to do that, but I did because I just liked him. I just thought he was really nice, and it meant that we met up. I did a convention, and I knew he was trying to write as well, and I encouraged him to a convention in Scarborough, the British Fantasy Society convention, and we met up and had a drink. We got on really well, and we became friends, and ever since that point, Stu and I meet up once in a while, and we, you know, back when we were allowed to sit in a pub, we would do that, and we would just chat, and I'll, you know, and he's very encouraging to me as I am of him. So he knew that I wrote a book, which I took, you know, about 10 years to write, just before I did Dalek. And Stuart, and at times I was really struggling with whether there was any point to it. And it was people like, you know, Stuart made me feel it was worthwhile. He would read my stories. So when I wrote Dalek, which I wrote in very, very quickly, actually, about a couple of months, just having come off that, Stuart was cheering me on. So the least I could do, I thought, was to acknowledge him. And also, I you know, he's a Doctor Who fan, and there is a certain thrill, I think, to finding your name inside a Doctor Who book.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I felt back, you know, and back when I first did my ever bit of Doctor Who, to have your name on a Doctor Who related thing actually in some ways meant more than the quality of the thing you'd actually written. You just thought, I mean, I remember when my first Doctor Who thing was The Holy Terror, which was my first Big Finish audio. And in those days, Big Finish didn't have the writers' names on the cover. It was on the back.
Yeah.
But when I got that, I mean, that was incredible. I try and take myself quite seriously as a writer because that's what we're meant to do. But Doctor Who, it sort of instills a different sense of nostalgia in you. You know, I mean, you always get excited, for example, when someone sends you a copy of a book you've written. But when it's a Doctor Who book and it's got a Dalek on the cover, it's a, you know, at once you know that there's a 12-year-old version of yourself who can't really believe that you have any, you know, connection to the program at all. It's one of the reasons why I always get a little bit, I mean, I love going to conventions and I love meeting fellow fans, and I always get a little bit, I always feel a bit like a fraud if they treat me as if I'm something other than them. I mean, I'm just a Doctor Who fan. I mean, I'm just the same person who remembers watching the Android invasion and not understanding what on earth happened in episode 4 at all, and having those sort of same conversations I had about Doctor Who before I wrote it as I do now seems very important to me.
Yeah.
And so there's a certain, I always feel a little bit guilty, as I say, so that when if I meet Doctor Who fans and they sort of defer because I once wrote an episode, seems to me daft. I just got lucky. I mean, I just happened to have a job that allowed me to work on the show once, which is great. But I could have been a window cleaner, and then I would have still been the same fan, but I wouldn't have had that chance to, you know, to add to it, unless I could have cleaned the TARDIS windows or something.
One area I wanted to ask about was writing during what's been dubbed now the wilderness years, when between Survival and between Rose, this 15, 16-year period where you were writing for Big Finish and things like that. So how does, during this time when Doctor Who has kind of disappeared from the general circulation, how does one get involved in with a property like that? Because I know you were connected with Big Finish to an extent, but like being a fan during that time and then writing thinking this is all that it's going to be, this non-televised material. So what was that process like?
It was strange. It was like a rush of enthusiasm. I mean, the show ended while I was in my first year at university, and I became a professional theatre writer about 2 or 3 years later. So I was, you know, doing quite well actually, but I was also a writer, and Doctor Who was off the air at around the time that the Virgin New Adventures started. I had a number of friends I had met at university, but also via them at other conventions, you know, fans of my sort of age who accepted the Doctor Who was gone but missed it, who were sending off submissions to Virgin to write these Doctor Who novels. And I wasn't a novelist. I mean, it just wasn't my job. At that point, I could never have imagined ever writing a book. So I was watching these people write their 300-page epics involving the Ice Warriors and, fixing what happened to Tobias Vaughan and things, and thinking, this is great, but it's not something I can actually contribute to. And it was only actually when they began talking about doing Doctor Who dramas. And I've been at university with Nick Pegg and Barnaby Edwards, who told Gary Russell that they knew a writer who was a fan, who was writing for BBC Radio and Vogue Theatre. And so I was simply contacted and they said, do you want to write us a story? This was in the first year of Big Finish. And a part of me actually was quite snobbish and just thought, do I? Because I love Doctor Who, but I'm trying to take myself terribly seriously because that's what writers do. And my wife persuaded me that it was just pompous of me not to give it she said, just do one, it'll be fun. So I did, and I pitched this story about a sort of medieval castle. And it was for Tom Baker, because at that stage they were trying to lure Tom back. So they came back to me, Big Finish, and said, would you write it instead for Colin Baker and a penguin? And the commission brief was basically stick Frobisher from the comic strips in. And actually, it's funny because I hadn't been a massive fan of the comic strips. And a part of me thought actually that was easier because it's quite hard to write nostalgically. My favourite Doctor growing up was Peter Davison. I never wrote for Davison because I didn't want to intrude upon my childhood. And so the idea of saying, well, look, if I'm going to write a story which features a shape-shifting penguin, that's so far removed from Doctor Who that I was a fan of when I was a kid, it became an easier job. So that's what I find strange, is that a lot of people I know in the wilderness years, quite understandably, were writing things that their 12-year-old selves would have really loved. And my 12-year-old self would have hated my Doctor Who, just really hated it, because I took myself terribly seriously when I was a young Doctor Who fan. I didn't like any comedy in the show. I wanted it to be, the idea of putting these strange black comedy things in, it would really have pissed him off. So I think when I did my Doctor Who's, it was always with an idea that inner Doctor Who fan was just a bit of a git that I didn't like very much anymore. And I wanted to write things that he'd have been amazed I was doing Doctor Who, but he would have really hated what I wrote. And I thought that was quite funny.
Yeah, I think fans go through the same cycle where they get into it, they think it's really fun and enjoyable, then they take it very, very seriously for a few years before they loop back around to kind of embracing it all.
Absolutely, and it is part of the process of it. I think that's the joy of Doctor Who anyway, is that you're not watching it cold, you're watching it in your own experience of how you change as a person. Very few people get into Doctor Who, some do, as they believe an unchanging adult, though there are no such things. We are constantly changing who we are and how we respond to stuff. So that, when I was 12, Doctor Who was the biggest thing in my life. When I was 15, 16, I began to be quite annoyed by it. I still loved it obsessively, but I took it too seriously. When I was 17, 18, I was kind of despising it. And then, that was early Sylvester McCoy, and I just didn't like it. I was trying to. It was like a guilty secret. And then in my early 20s, I just virtually ignored the fact I'd been a Doctor Who fan. It was when the Paul McGann TV movie came along, when I was 26, that I realised actually how much I'd missed it. It takes you a while, I think, to stop hating what it was that you're embarrassed to love too much when you were a kid. It's not just Doctor Who. There were so many things that I wish I'd kept. I had all my Enid Blyton books. I used to love Enid Blyton when I was a kid, and yet when I went to, sixth form, I got rid of them all as a sort of act of self-hatred. You think, I hated who I was, and now I think I'd love to have those old Enid Blyton books back, because now I'm really fond of all that nostalgia about when I was young and innocent. I mean, that's what I find on Twitter. I was having not an argument, but with someone on Twitter, that's always a mistake.
Like I say, it's easy to do.
I mean, it's easy to do. I mean, it's very easy. And it was just somebody who was at a stage where they told me that they'd fallen in love with the show when they were a kid, when I was on the show. And now they hated it. And I thought, yeah, but you ought to. Because if you fell in love with it when you were 7 or 8, and it's now 15 years later and you're in your early 20s, of course you're not going to like it now. And nor should you. In fact, it would be weird if you have kept that same relationship with something from when you were a very enthusiastic child all the way into it. And you don't think of it as being yourself that's changing. And it isn't just you, of course, because the show is different now, and the show is constantly becoming different. And I don't always like what the show's been. I mean, there are in the new series, there are pockets of it I don't like very much, and then I start liking it again. But I also understand that I'm 51, and I'm never going to have the same relationship with it that I had when I was 12. And it's okay that at times you just don't like it. But you might go back to it later and realise that, I mean, for example, I'm still not massively fond of Sylvester McCoy's first year, but I do find it fascinating now in a way I didn't at the time. I mean, I now find as a Doctor Who fan looking back that the times of the programme which I think are a bit rough, they're the most interesting times. I mean, there's nothing more interesting, for example, than watching. I went out for a walk with Ed Stradling, he did the DVD extra about the making of Trial of a Time Lord. And at the time I was 16, and Trial of a Time Lord was a disaster. It was just, it was like watching a very, very slow, boring car crash. But now that makes a really exciting documentary, because nothing's as interesting as when something is in crisis. The Graham Williams years of Tom Baker are more interesting to look at in a funny way than the terribly smooth Philip Hinchcliffe years.
And I'm sure you've pre-ordered season 24 and will hold it tightly now that you've the first Sylvester series. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm going to get every single Blu-ray again. I have all the DVDs. I now get all the Blu-rays, and I will never stop being that Doctor Who fan who, when Doctor Who magazine comes through the letterbox, as I think it might do tomorrow, I will be taking time out from my work to sit in my office and read it for a few hours before doing anything else, because that's what I do. I mean, Doctor Who it's still a massive part of my day, and it always will be. I mean, I think I have to accept that. If I was ever going to break away from it, it would have been 25 years ago, when I was a young man who was saying, well, this is my childhood and I don't like that now. But actually now, Doctor Who's. I'm going to the dentist next week, which I'm really worried about. And when I go to the dentist and I get nervous, what I do to make myself feel better is I recite in my head every single Doctor Who story title. I go, An Earthly Child, Daleks, Age of Destruction, Marco Polo, Keys of Mariners, Aztec Centaurs. I just do that in an order up until I get to Revolution of the Daleks. And if I do that, say, twice, basically by the time that I've reached the end of it, the whole dental appointment is over. But it's like a sort of calming, reassuring thing. That's how much I still have it in my head all the time, that in times of stress, I just have to list all the Doctor Who stories.
Yeah,
it's a bit pathetic actually, but I do truly love it. It's a very important part of my day, Doctor Who. Even if there's a sort of archway in which I think some of it is very good, and I don't worry about it. I mean, I don't like everything, and I don't like everything that happens year by year. But I can't get angry about it, because that's what Doctor Who is. Doctor Who is about being a bit frustrating and annoying a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think it's all part of like growing up with the show. However, because you've kind of, even if it was just for that one season when it came back in 2005, like, do you feel like your enjoyment of it has been maybe enhanced or hindered by actually seeing the inner workings of how something like that comes together? Whereas you could just, for lack of a better term, stay ignorant.
It's sort of both. I mean, you do lose your innocence. And I knew that would happen. I mean, when I was asked to do Series 1, I couldn't say no, obviously. I mean, I was so excited. But a part of me, I have to be honest, had a sort of slight sinking feeling, because when they announced it was coming back in about, I don't know, summer 2003, I just thought, that's amazing. And I just thought, I'm going to be watching Doctor Who again. And then suddenly be told, oh, actually, you know, it's like being told you're going to go on a cruise holiday. And you think, wow. And then they say, and you're going to be working on the cruise ship, cleaning the decks. And you'd say, oh, I mean, that's great, but it means I can't relax and enjoy it in the same way. And once you've worked on the show, and you know everybody involved, I don't know the Chris Chibnall team very well. As I say, I worked with Chris years ago, but I don't know Chris. But I'm very fond of Stephen, and I know most of the Stephen writers and the Russell writers. So I kind of knew what was going on every year. And it meant that although I loved it, there was a sense in which I couldn't just be innocent. That's not entirely true. There's one season, which is Peter Capaldi's first season. And at the time, my dad was dying. And I just wasn't chatting, you know, I was just too busy. And I watched that season go out without knowing anything about any of the stories for the first time since I was a kid. And it was that felt amazing. You know, to say, oh, so what's this week? Oh, it's an episode called Robot of Sherwood. And I watched that and I loved it. And I didn't know in advance. I hadn't spoken to Mark, who wrote it, about it. I didn't know anything. I just watched it, and I felt like a teenager again. And that was really exciting. So there is a certain way in which that hinders your enjoyment. But at the same time, also, what it taught me was to be a bit more understanding. I mean, part of the difficulty with television is that everything's a compromise. And I wrote a fanzine when I was 13, 14 years old, which I've got copies of. And I'm just rude. I mean, Warriors of the Deep, and I just say, wow, this is crap. And it is kind of crap. But what you don't understand when you're that age is that no one intended it to be crap. Everything which goes wrong is in spite of the fact that people are trying incredibly hard. And the reason why things go wrong in part is because actually they're being ambitious. It's only the safest things that ever seem consistently good. Doctor Who is amazing because it's such a risky show. And every single year it says, let's do this. It may not work, but we have to try. And it always has done that. I mean, there are so many shows going way back. I mean, the reason why people, you know, when I was young, we all hated the idea of the web planet because it just doesn't work in any sort of way visually now. And you think how incredibly brave they were to make it when they could have simply just said, well, we can't pull that off. I mean, the reason why I love a show like Heaven Sent, for example, is that it's an incredibly ambitious episode, which could have been terrible. I mean, it's a real risk. It comes off incredibly well. But other episodes at the same time, like, not to be controversial, but Sleep No More is one that people don't like very much. But it's just as ambitious. But it doesn't get over the finish line. But it's still right, therefore, that they made it. Because if you hadn't made a Sleep No More, you can't make a Heaven Sent. And Doctor Who is about the fact that so much of TV nowadays feels to me like it's conveyor belt. It's people working within the parameters of what they know will make that episode work. You don't watch Holby City and see a Holby City which is trying to sort of see whether or not it can wreck how that show generally works. Doctor Who is constantly saying, if we do this, will it break? And you've got to admire a show that is so willing to say, well, if this story falls apart, there'll be another one. And I really admire it for that. So that's the thing which you get from having worked on it, is that you suddenly feel an awful lot more kindly towards the things that don't work, because they're worth celebrating. That's what I always find a little bit, if I get irked at all by fan reactions, it's the fan reaction of being intolerant of ambition. I mean, I think the times to be cross with Doctor Who is when it's not being ambitious enough. When you say, well, that was a boring episode, it wasn't trying anything new, then yeah, be annoyed. But when you think people trying something which hasn't really been done before, or which is taking enormous risks, and it falls flat in its face, be grateful it tried it, because that's the sign of a really brave, clever show doing something. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you cite Sleep No More as one of those interesting examples, because it was during that series when I think I was going through my serious phase. However, Sleep No More still stood out as, I don't think it works, but I really appreciate what it's going for.
Yeah, I mean, it is not, I mean, again, it's a thing which I was, again, you know, as a writer, I always get a little bit irritated when you go on Gallifrey base or whatever, and people just slam a thing for being lazy. I mean, say it's crap, say it doesn't work, say that you can't stand it, but it's very, very rarely lazy. And Sleep No More got a lot of people saying, well, this is just lazy. I think, well, the last thing it is lazy.
Yeah.
It's trying really hard, and for most people not working. But it is trying. It's like, I mean, I haven't read it yet, but Mark's Crimson Horror novelization. And I last saw Mark, actually no, I had seen Mark since, but I remember I saw him just as he was starting to write it. And I was just finishing writing Dalek. And he was telling me how he was writing it as a diary, and there was going to be an entire other storyline before he got into Crimson Horror. And he could have just simply taken Crimson Horror and just said, well, I'll pad it out with some he said, she said then, shall I? Which is what you can do. But he was being ambitious, and he was wanting to sort of say, well, I've set myself some tasks here and see if that works. And you have to admire that, even if it doesn't work. I've no idea. I've not read it yet, because I'm a bit behind on my reading. But there is a way in which the only fault that you can have with Doctor Who, I think, is actually just assuming that the lowest effort is required. And Doctor Who never really does that. It's always full of people just pushing the barrier of what we can do. I mean, it's such a crazy show.
I think it's one of the only shows out there that literally can do almost anything because of its inherent in its format.
Yes, absolutely. There's no way a show could survive as long as this without changing. I mean, Coronation Street, again, it's not a show I particularly watch. I'm not a big soap watcher, but you know, intellectually, that must have changed its tone subtly over years and years and years as a response to how, you know, how the world itself has changed. Doctor Who is much crazier than that. It's like Doctor Who goes into like a forced evolution. I mean, when I worked on the show, I thought what I did with Dalek would have been unbroadcastable even 2 years later. I mean, by the time you get to Mid-David Tennant, it's a completely different show to the Eccleston show, and that's still the same showrunner. I mean, that's still the same people working on it.
Yeah.
Early Stephen Moffat stories are nothing like later Stephen Moffat stories. I really believe that almost every single Doctor Who story, and I don't mean because of who the companion is either, but tonally, it's very hard to take a story from one season and put it into any other season except maybe one either side. If it was okay for season 1, it won't be okay for season 3. And the fact that that isn't probably true of Casualty.
Yeah.
That probably isn't true of most shows, actually, where that change is quite a slow change. And it's not even, they don't even notice they're doing it. Doctor Who just keeps on trying to reinvent itself. It's almost like a hyperactive child, Doctor Who. I mean, you've got to admire it for that. I mean, I was chatting about this to Tom Spilsbury, actually, who I went for a walk with recently. We were talking about, he'd just been watching The End of Time. And we talked about how the Russell I worked with on Series 1 could never have imagined he'd do The End of Time a few years later. It's so completely different from that tone he was going for. You know, the fact that Doctor Who just keeps on throwing everything up in the air is the reason to cherish it. And it also means that actually, if you're not enjoying it at the moment, it'll change. It's going to change again unrecognisably within a year or two. So let's just hold on and find it interesting. I mean, as I say, I don't like everything by any means, and sometimes I get quite cross with this show. But I was thinking, but I will find this fascinating once we're out of this bit. I mean, it's much easier to enjoy a time of the show you didn't like when actually you're no longer in it. You say, I didn't like that part of the show's history. I didn't like the Barry Letts years. But now we're not in the Barry Letts years. Wasn't it interesting that we went down that route for a while? You know, I think that's the important thing about it.
Elaborating on the idea of like evolution and such, because I think writers like yourself and Paul Cornell, Rusty Davis, Stephen Moffat for that first series, you were kind of uniquely placed in that you had previously written for Big Finish Doctors 6 and 8, yeah. So you had a template to work with to capture their voice. But with 9, with Christopher Eccleston, this was and Doctor you just by nature of his existence, you hadn't written for before. There was no voice. How did you go about doing that? I imagine it was with Russell's guiding hand, but I'd love to hear about the process.
Yeah, I mean, that was so Russell. It's odd. Your instincts, you don't, my instincts anyway, and I think certainly Mark's. Stephen came along a bit later. By the time he was doing Empty Child, we had lots more scripts, and he was working on the final series of Coupling, and that was delaying his involvement. And Paul, I think, is rather smarter than I am. Your instinct is to write the Doctor the way you always have, which is this kind of fairly patrician figure, you know, who is going to be quite clever and a bit grand. And the shock of reading the first 2 scripts I was sent, which were Rose and Aliens of London. And what Russell had done specifically was he'd written, well, I want to go down here. I'm going to do this. And you thought, oh, I really don't think the Doctor would ever use contractions like that. He was forcing us to not write the Doctor as if he'd spotted a dictionary. He was going for the anti-Pippin Jane Baker approach. Because that's the temptation, is that you still write the Doctor in a frock coat. And it's interesting, I think, that as you watch Doctor Who evolve, you kind of go back to that. Inevitably, that's who the Doctor is. You know, you go back to a Doctor who will talk 19 to the dozen, terribly cleverly using long words and wearing eccentric clothing. But with Chris Eccleston's Doctor, and we didn't have Chris cast for the first 2 or 3 drafts of our scripts, it was just Russell wanting to emphasise. He was trying to just rid it of that faux eccentricity and just make it into an urgent, modern character. And that's entirely Russell. I mean, and part of you actually reacts against it. I mean, you know, doing the first draft of Dalek, I was kind of still writing it in a Big Finishy type way. I mean, I was still writing it as if Colin Baker might have done.
Hello? Is there anybody in here? Who are you? I heard you cry out in pain. Can I help you? Speak to me! Oh no!
Doctor, you are an enemy of the Daleks. You are to be exterminated.
No, wait!
Exterminate! Exterminate!
You get it knocked out of you, because Russell was absolutely right. I mean, that's the one thing that you really can't do, is the Doctor can't reflect the style of 1980s television, because why would he? But it's odd, you know, you have that Arrested Development. You know, there I was in 2004 writing scripts, and I'd been watching television, obviously for the last 16 years since the show finished, perfectly cheerfully. But in my head, Doctor Who was still 1980s. And there's that temptation to sort of just try and bridge that. But in fact, the character is so much more interesting than I think actually once they cast Chris, it became more helpful. Once Billy and Chris, and we knew we were writing for them, that forced me to say, oh, okay. And I began listening to, there's a track by Orbital, You Lot, on the Blue album, which has got clips of Chris Eccleston from Second Coming. And I listened to that a lot while I was going out, walking around, writing his dialogue, thinking, yeah, I want that sort of kind of bluntness to what he was saying.
Unraveled DNA. And at the same time, you're cultivating bacteria strong enough to kill every living thing.
And it was fun. I mean, no, the first time you write in a Doctor Who script to a Dalek, what the hell are you doing here? You think, that's not how the Doctor of my childhood would speak, but it seemed right that's how I should be writing it now. So, and that was, yeah, I mean, it's Russell's influence entirely. He was terribly freeing, actually. I mean, certainly on that first year, which is the year I was on, obviously, he said to all of us, I think, in our first meetings, that he was wanting this to be a show which celebrated writers. And so we were in charge of our episodes. We had to take possession of our episodes. And if anything we weren't happy with, we would always deal with it. But at the same time, you knew he wasn't going to allow us to write the Doctor as if it was John Pertwee. So he'd be on your case. I mean, he wanted us to write every draft. And up to the very final point when there was a polish and then you could write away from the polish afterwards. So the final draft would be yours, but he'd given you eventually probably out of frustration, a sense where he kind of doctored up some of the stuff himself, and then you could write it your own way afterwards, which I think, I know I certainly got. Russell was incredibly generous because, I mean, I shouldn't have even been on the show. I wasn't an experienced enough TV writer. He never met me before. He'd heard Jubilee, my Big Finish audio, thought, he's a good writer. He's done some television. I've never met him, but let's offer him the Dalek episode. Something that you would never do. I mean, you might nowadays say to somebody, well, why don't you have a meeting with us and maybe we could try a script and then we can see whether or not we can use you or not. I had a firm offer via my agent of writing episode 6, you're bringing back the Daleks, and then we'll have our first meeting to discuss it. Incredible trust and faith. But with that, of course, comes the idea that you've got to live up to it. And it was some of the best professional times of my life have been those meetings, those script meetings, just me and Russell, where Russell draft by draft told me how crap I was. And he was right. I was trying to learn, so I would do a draft and he'd say, this doesn't work, this is awful. And I'd say, yeah. And then I'd go back and try to improve. So I knew it was a show that he cared desperately about, but he was also going to not let me down. But at some point, if I hadn't got better, he'd have had to have sacked me. I mean, that's the way it goes. I just didn't want to be sacked, really. I'm very proud that I survived the process, because certainly during it, when we lost the rights to the Daleks, I was about 5 drafts in, and I had to write another script, really, at one point. I thought it'd be a different story altogether. And very, very quickly. And I just thought, this is the point when he'd just say, you know what, there isn't time, I'll just do it. And I'd have been heartbroken, but you'd have understood why. It wouldn't have been my fault, but it's not about my own feelings. It was never meant to be, Doctor Who doing it wasn't meant to be like a personal gift. You're working to make a television show work. So to be told that, okay, you've got to do another script now, which doesn't have the Dalek in, you've got a couple of weeks, and not just be removed from the project, but to give me that trust that I could do it, was very important. And it was scary, but it was very kind of him, actually.
Yeah, because I've heard you elaborate on this story before about how it was going to be the Toclafane and this revised Time War origin. I've got to ask though, even if it's something you never intend to release into the ether, do you still have that draft somewhere?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just hidden in a drawer.
I've still got them all. I mean, there were about a dozen. I read them all back before doing the novelization. I've not read them since, because why? And also because I thought they'd be terrible. And I mean, I thought there might be something that I could glean from them to be useful for the book, and actually there virtually isn't. And the reasons why bits of the drafts don't work is because they're not very good, and because it's going in the wrong direction for what Daleks should be. But actually, the Toclafane episode version, the one I called Absence of the Daleks, hilariously.
I think it's funny.
It's some good stuff in it, actually. I think I did take some of that stuff for the novelization after all, because I think some of it I just thought, I mean, I've said it before, I know, but it's a useful process that far into a draft, into a project, to have someone say, all the crutches you're using for your story, which is that a Dalek is kind of impressive, we're going to get lots of publicity for it. Now take that out. Can your story still work? And it didn't, I don't think, until I did that, and until I don't think it was strong enough. And I think that removing the Dalek and saying, can this story now work with a sort of metal floating ball? You can't just rely upon the fact that you've got some sort of famous guest star. And it was, yeah. So yes, no, it does still exist. But, I mean, they all do. I mean, I've still got them on the shelf over there, probably, which is, I don't want to look at them.
No.
And I'm sure when I die, which I've told you about, I'm aiming for the end of the pandemic, probably. I mean, just as I'm able to get my freedom back, I'll probably, peg out. I'm sure at that point they'll all go on eBay, and someone will read them and they'll say, "These are terrible."
So in regards to your clearly planned impending death, did you have any did you have any sort of regrets for Dalek? Like, I think it's an amazing episode, by the way, full disclosure.
Thank you.
But personally for yourself, because you're always your own worst critic, was there anything, like, looking back with years of hindsight and experience, that if you could go back in time and talk to young Rob Shearman, what would you say? Say, or change that, or is there anything you'd do?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I wrote the novelisation. Although, again, that's not as simple as that. I mean, I wanted to do the novelisation in part because I thought it'd be really interesting to now write that story again in a different medium as a 50-year-old, as opposed to the 34-year-old doing it as a TV thing. And I would never, there were lots of things in a novelisation I wouldn't have wanted in the TV episode. It's just that you're writing a different form and it's interesting. And you think, well, let's play around with that instead. If I could have told myself one thing, I mean, there are lots of things about the TV episode I don't like, because you don't. There's bits that don't seem to work. I don't blame anybody but myself for them. I don't especially think that the Adam stuff works. I think I never quite got a grip on him, and that's understandable. He was meant to be sort of love interest for Rose. I never quite understood why he had to be love interest for Rose, because surely it was a red herring. I wrote him a bit like me. I thought he'd be the sort of nerdy person I would be. I wasn't prepared for quite how much he was therefore hated by everybody. I thought he was just a bit annoying, but I didn't realise he was quite as loathsome as he really was. If I could tell myself one thing going back now, I would just say, have some more fun with it. I was so nervous on Doctor Who because I didn't want to ruin it, because I really enjoyed Doctor Who retrospectively. But at the time, I'd be meeting up with the other writers. They would say to me, actually, I'd say, why are you so miserable? And I'd say, oh, because I just don't want to get it wrong. And they'd say, well, just relax and enjoy it. And I'd say, oh, but what if I do a bad draft? And they'd say, well, not the end of the world, is it? And which, of course, was the episode 2, End of the World. I think it would have been nice to have done Doctor Who and not been quite so tense. That's what I'd have told myself. So that's why, again, the novelisation was, which I had a ball writing. I had such fun doing that, because I thought, well, I'm older now, and I'm a bit less nervous as a person anyway. And it's a chance for me to take back possession of a story that I kind of feel at times I never fully owned because I was too scared to own it. Yeah, I did actually come back. I was working on the Matt Smith series for a while, and I was really not nailing that. That's why I left.
I actually didn't know that. Can you elaborate on that?
No, it's probably not widely known. I'm not sure I'm even meant to be saying it. I can't really see what harm it can do all these years later. I was on Series 5 for a few months. A number of us was. I was just, Stephen's an old mate, and he asked if I'd come back, and I said, sure. With the Matt Smith thing, I went to several of the read-throughs. I was there for 11th hour read-through. It was great. I'm so excited. But I never could quite, I just couldn't get the story right. And I think I'd moved on too much from Doctor Who. And was writing my books at that point, and I just said to Stephen, very amiably, I'm not really getting this, am I? And he said, nah. So we just parted company, staying friends. Over the years, occasionally it would be raised again that I could maybe think about coming back, but it was just light conversation. I mean, I was at a convention a few years ago in America, and somebody showed me Jack Rayner had done a Doctor Who trivia quiz book, and I'm an answer in a quiz about one-hit wonders. And I allowed myself, I think, a minute of being quite hurt. I just honestly felt that I thought I got away with it on Dalek. I'm not a very good screenwriter. It's not my natural way of writing. And I was amazed that Dalek ended up as good as it did. And I knew that it wasn't because of me. It was because they allowed me to do Dalek. And purely as, I mean, this is just hypothetical. If someone had said to me, instead, we don't want Dalek, we want you to write Fear Her, they'd have got Fear Her. It has to be about a girl whose drawings come to life, and there's the Olympics. And I didn't have the power to, I mean, that's what I find funny about the way that sometimes fans talk to you about, particularly actually when Dalek went out, people said to me, oh, thank God, you know, that the show was rescued when you came along. I didn't like that one with the farting aliens, but then you came along, as if somehow I'd got it out without Russell knowing. You know, it was Russell's intention that I did that. And knowing that I'd got away with it, and knowing that anything I did for Doctor Who since would always, it probably wouldn't be as good, because I wouldn't have the power to be as bold. I know if I'd wanted to do Heaven Sent, I wouldn't have been allowed to do Heaven Sent because I haven't got the right to do Heaven Sent. I'd have been doing, and this is no disrespect to the episodes, I'd have done a Lazarus Experiment. I'd have done one of the minor episodes, and I didn't want to come back for a minor one because I'd been allowed to do Dalek. I mean, it's still incredible that there I am as a first-time Doctor Who writer, and I'm given a key episode to write, and I wouldn't be given another key one. So I think I didn't want to spoil the experience too much. I mean, people are often very defensive to me about it. They say, why didn't they ever ask you back? And they did. And it was a conversation several times. And it was more to do, I think, with the fact that, honestly, I feel that when I was on Doctor Who, it was the only time I could have been, because the show became such a huge hit that actually I was fairly quickly outclassed by the other writers that they got. When it started, I have a feeling, I mean, Russell may not agree with this at all, he probably doesn't, but the BBC were not, it seemed to me in those early meetings when I first went along and would talk to the BBC front desk and say, hi, I'm doing Doctor Who. I mean, there was actually a time I went to BBC Centre, and the guy behind the desk told me it was a pile of rubbish and that it was never going to come back anyway, and it was going to fail, and why don't I just leave the building now? And it's long before we'd even cast anybody. And I thought, and I said, no, we are doing it. I'm working with Russell T Davies. And he said, I believe it when I see it. Anyway, I'll tell him you're here. And at that point, I think doing Doctor Who was not quite the cherished writer dream that it was within a year. I mean, the fact that you could get Neil Gaiman, Neil Cross, who'd done Luther, Peter Harness, you know, the fact that you could get showrunner writers doing Doctor Who scripts only a few years later, that was not the case for Series 1. Basically, I think Russell went for writers he knew already loved the show and were TV writers he thought had interesting ideas. But I wasn't, I think, a good enough or successful enough writer to be on those later series anyway, to be honest.
Okay. So fast forward several years later, And how did the conversations about doing the Target book come about? Because it's not because they've been done in waves, whereas this most recent one includes Mark Gatiss' Crimson Horror. You've got the Witchfinders, the TV movie. So how did those conversations come about?
I just got an email. I mean, it was the easiest thing. It was funny. I've been asked for years by fans at conventions, whether I thought there'd ever be any Target books, and I'd always said no, because I'm like that. And they said, would you up? And I said no, because I genuinely couldn't see the point of them. I didn't see why. I knew why the early ones existed, because that was in the days before they were just freely available on Netflix. But now that everything of the new series is actually always there, I couldn't see why you'd want to do a book. I mean, what I thought was going on was that you had people doing Doctor Who books, which were original stories, and we were doing the TV stories, that seemed to me more useful. And it was only when they did that first wave, when they did Day of the Doctor and Rose and Christmas Invasion and Twice Upon a Time. And I remember when that was announced, I thought, why? Why are you doing that? And I said to Stephen, what's the point? And he said, why wouldn't I do it? It's going to be great. And I read his book and I thought, oh, that's the reason. And the reason is actually because you can do really clever, fun things. And Day of the Doctor, and Rose in particular, actually, because they're written by the original writers, are playful and fun and clever and a different experience. And at that point, I thought, oh, I get it now. And it was only, I think, had I been asked to do Dalek in that first wave, I probably would have done it because I wouldn't want anyone else to do it. And I suspect contractually, they could have given it to somebody else anyway, and I wouldn't want that. I'd have felt embarrassed by that. Dalek written by Jenny Colgan. No offense to Jenny, but I'd have thought, it's my story. So, but I would probably have written it in a very Terrance Dicks-like way, very, very simply. But when I read Stevens, in particular, I just thought, and I read it before I did Dalek, and I thought, I've got to try and do something interesting. Same as Mark did with Crimson Horror, you don't just do, and I think Joy with her Witchfinders book as well. I think Joy was very, very keen to just try and take it further. Otherwise, why bother? Because it's available on Netflix. I was a sudden convert, and I'd been a convert to the idea only for maybe a few months, and they didn't know that. I just got the email from BBC Books, and they said, would you do Dalek? And I just wrote back saying, yes, I will write Dalek. I was so excited by it. I really was. And as I say, I wouldn't have been. I'd have been quite sniffy. I've been asked to write a few things for BBC Books in the past few years, little short stories. And I said, no, I'd always been quite blunt because I just thought I don't do Doctor Who anymore. Not just because I don't think actually that's where my head was. But I suddenly thought, God, yeah, I'd love to go back and I hadn't seen Dalek in years. I just don't watch it. And I was a bit nervous doing so. And I watched it and I thought, oh, it's quite good. There are things I can do with this. And I was excited by the possibility of it. And I just had this one idea in my head, and I allowed that to be the starting point, which was that I always thought it would be really funny with that chap who gets his head crushed. Mm-hmm. That he was a man who suffered from perpetual headaches. And it was only when the Dalek does that his headache goes. And I thought that was funny. And from that, I thought, well, if I can find a way of finding these ironic twists upon all the big moments in the script, I've probably got a book. Yeah. So those are the fun bits to write. I think probably people can tell. I've read reviews where people, understandably, I think, are a bit annoyed that there's so much of my wanting to do fun riffs on the characters and how they got to that point, as opposed to being about the Doctor and Rose. But actually, that was still the way in which I felt I could write it. That for me was what made it fun to do.
Yeah, because anticipating the release, because as soon as I heard that there was going to be a Target book written by yourself on one of my favourite episodes, I thought, yeah, immediately pre-order, because I get the audio book, because that's just how I am, but I also got the paper copy as well. I thought it would be stuff because you're very welcome. Well,
yeah, no, it's very kind. I mean, it seriously is. I mean, it's something. It's always hard to be people actually going to go out and buy it. I mean, because why? Why would anyone buy what I've written? It's always what I feel. But yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for bringing this wonderful book into the world. But for because I initially thought it would be, because I was able to have a chat with the episode's director, Joe Ahern, and have a chat with him. And he mentioned at one point that in one of the drafts of the script, there was going to be like a helicopter would come down with Van Staten and the ceiling would have like his face on it. So I thought it would be stuff like that you'd add in.
That was in a lot of drafts. I mean, I think that was maybe in draft 1. I was really keen on that. I had this visual image of you just open the episode upon this smiling face. You can't even tell it's a portrait. And then the face just cracks, and the lights pour through, and you realise, it's the face on a huge underside of a hangar. And I thought that was so much fun, and that was my best visual moment in the whole episode. I hung to that from drafts and drafts. And yeah, when I came to look at the scripts, I thought, yeah, it's great, and it's really not a good prose image.
Yeah,
that doesn't help with the prose. I did play around with the idea of putting that in the book, but it was never going to be as interesting. It's still a really good television moment that we couldn't afford.
Yeah.
And so we didn't.
Yeah, sometimes it's the simplest solutions.
Yeah, because I love the idea of just this weird opening image of just this face, and you just see the crack.
There was also a couple of scenes that from the episode you took out, like the scene where the Doctor and Adam are going through the weapons that he's stashed away, but that's because you've done the Adam backstory where you've already established everything from that scene already.
It's the heart, and also that was a scene I quite liked. I mean, partly because it was the only joke that I was able to keep in the script every draft. It's the hairdryer joke.
Broken. Hairdryer.
And I'd written that in, and every time I'd written it in, Judy Gardner and Russell would say, "Yeah, you're not doing that one again, are you?" And I said, "Oh, all right, you can do it one more time." And it just made it through. It's not very funny, but it always made me think that's one of the few things that survived from draft 1 all the way through. But coming to the book, it wouldn't be funny. That isn't good prose humor. It's just a throwaway visual gag, and it's a joke. And you're right. If you're going to do Adam's backstory, and I quite like that. I wanted to make Adam more culpable. I wanted him to have, without knowing it, wiped his predecessor's brain, and for him to know that was his future fate. And once you've got that going, you don't need to have the sequence where they're going through the weapons. It's already established, and you just move on. So there were several bits where I just thought, I like the scene. I mean, somebody wrote and complained to me about it that they really liked the scene where they're doing the walking down the corridor at the beginning, and it's my riff to the West Wing. And there's a joke which in fact Russell wrote anyway about the intruder window bit, and I just cut the scene because it was more interesting to have that as a flashback with Donald Trump in it when Goddard gets to become his second in command, and that scene was purely a TV device to do exposition. It's not the best way to introduce the character, and it's quite good on TV. You have him marching down the corridor being very dynamic. That doesn't translate very well to a book, so it's far more interesting to open him in the office already intimidated by his own picture. That seemed like the best way to say this is Van Staten. So you suddenly find that you've only got 45 minutes worth of TV to adapt, and you're already cutting out bits you're not going to use. And in my head I thought, all right, I hang on to every single thing I've got and I add to it. And I was doing the reverse. I was actually realizing I didn't want a lot of the stuff I'd already written. You sort of telescope down rather. It's what Douglas Adams used to say about about writing. You start the day having written 5 pages, and after a really good few hours of working, it goes down to 2. And the best way I could think about doing Dalek was to not elongate, but to try and the actual bits of stuff we've seen on TV get edited a bit, really.
I'm glad that you brought up the name Donald Trump first, because I was worried that I might be looking too deeply into it. Because I also listened to the audiobook, which is narrated by the great Nicholas Briggs.
Yes, which I've not heard actually yet, because I'm a little bit embarrassed to. I always find I squirm at my own stuff, but I'm so glad Nick got to do it because I mean I was Nick's best man, for God's sake. I mean, he's a very close friend, and he's terrific. And I think that the danger with Nick, always the way he's perceived, is that because he does the voices so well, people don't realise what a really great actor he is, and the fact that he can obviously command the whole book. I was so pleased he wasn't, as is I know done before. You get another actor to read it, and Nick will do the Dalek voices. I wanted Nick to do the whole thing, so I'm really pleased Nick did.
Yeah, I was listening to a Big Finish release quite recently. I actually think it was part of the Dalek Universe series they're doing, and then it was like, oh, he actually voiced that character, and I had no idea because he just but for the audiobook, like slight spoilers, I guess, but he seems to do a Donald Trump impression for Van Statten, and he's like, oh, I wanted to touch the stars, like that's what, and I was wondering, like, did you ever correspond with that, or was that just him kind of understanding what you'd written, for lack of a better term?
I've got texts from Nick while he was recording it, which I think he did probably at his own home in lockdown, because he's got his own recording equipment. He'd send me texts occasionally saying, what have you do? Well, what's all this about a Dalek child? That's not how Dalek... Because of course he's such a big Dalek enthusiast. He got very cross with me. I know that he talked about, I think I described the Dalek gun as being electrical. And he thought that was, he was really furious about that. And I said, well, it is, because it's absorbed the electricity. I mean, I'm not saying that's what a Dalek gun is all the time. He didn't like that. But he would occasionally, but we never discussed, I mean, I just had total faith in it, as I do. And I think I knew he'd find the Trump stuff funny, because he knows my opinion about Donald Trump. I'm very supportive. I'm not, obviously.
This is a safe environment.
I found a YouTube video where a Trump supporter was being really angry with me about it. I don't think he'd actually read the book. I think he just read an article that I had parodied Trump, and that I was some sort of butt-hurt snowflake. And I thought, yeah, that's who I am, actually. I'm a butt-hurt snowflake. But no, I mean, Van Statten, of course, predates Trump. I mean, I wrote it years before Trump in any way was seen as a politician. When I was sent the actual blurb copy, which I didn't write for the book, the back cover stuff, and it said 2012, and I said, it's not 2012 anymore. I cut out the year because I wanted it to have, well, partly because I just thought when we wrote the episode, we did it in 2005, it went out. The year 2012 seemed, it's wildly futuristic. Now it's a pointless date to use because it's in the past anyway, and so what? And also it meant that I could play around with the idea that when he goes to see the president, he's playing golf, that president could be, if you wanted to be, Donald Trump, which wouldn't be at all true in 2012. And of course, the Doctor Universe anyway has different presidents. I know that Russell's killed a couple. He blew that one up in Sound of Drums, didn't he?
He stuffed one in a cupboard.
And stuffed one in a cupboard. I mean, that's Russell as an anarchist. I mean, Russell would never be allowed in America, ever. I mean, if they ever realised, they would revoke his passport. But yeah, I mean, I just thought I want to free the novel anyway from that rather strange, this is it in Doctor Who history, it's 2012. And yeah, I mean, just write about, in some ways, the rise of that sort of American populism. I don't think Van Statten is remotely like Trump particularly, but it amuses me that Nick did a Trump impression. So what did he do actually for the Donald Trump bit? Because if Van Statten's sounding like Trump, did he do anything else?
Off the top of my head, I think he just, because he kind of just maybe gave him a bit of a schlubby voice. But I think with
that'll work,
yeah, but because also with
it's probably subtler that way, actually.
Maybe.
They reached the final 18th hole.
It all comes down to this one, Mr. President,
said Van Statten, and smiled. Good luck. The president made a strange and incoherent little gibbering noise, and swung with his club. He missed the ball. And again. And again. "Please," he said, "I love my job." And when Van Statten said nothing, he turned to the guard. He actually grabbed hold of her arm. He actually began to cry. "Put in a good word," he said. "Help me. Help me." The guard spoke for the first time. "Mr. Van Statten knows best," she said. The president froze. He realized he'd gone too far. Both of them slowly turned to see how Van Statten might react. And he was laughing. "Oh, come now," he said. "Don't be upset, Mr. President. Of course your position is secure. If you really promise you'll try harder, if you really promise next time we play golf that you'll up your game." "I do promise," the president said, and now he was laughing too, in such relief. "I promise anything. Thank you. Thank you."
But with Van Statten in the novelization, there is stuff about his father and, so much of what, not to armchair psychologist, but it seems like a lot of what Donald Trump does stems from daddy issues, more or less. So that's why, that's kind of why I kind of went along with that voice.
Probably an influence. I mean, I'm not sure actually that was. So much of the book is about daddy issues anyway. I mean, that's the theme I found for it, is I wanted it to be a series of people dealing with a moment in their childhoods, because the twist for me was that the Dalek was always living the life of borrowed childhood, that the reason a Dalek hates is it gets a glimpse of childhood innocence, that it thinks it's its own, and then it gets taken away again. And it was everyone at the age of 7, wasn't it? So you get Goddard at the age of 7 and Van Statten, and all of them start at the age of 7. And the Dalek is, I think, at 7 seconds or something, which is awful. And so it was always about the idea of, I mean, one of the things that I did nick from the early drafts of Dalek was the idea that the Dalek needed the Doctor and wanted actually the Doctor to be its supreme leader, because it hated the Doctor, but it still knew what a Dalek was, and no one else in that base did, and it was disgusted and it hated the humans who were torturing it. And I thought I could build on that by the idea that the Dalek kind of looks at the Doctor as father. So making Van Statten have massive father issues seemed to me the most useful parallel. I mean, Van Statten's job in the book is actually in some ways to be a parallel to the Dalek anyway. And which is why at the end of the book, because I couldn't give him the same ending as on TV, it was a bit too. It was fine on TV. It was quite fun to have a sort of almost shrug, and he's just having his mind wiped by Goddard. But that doesn't feel like a proper climax. And so the idea that he ends up having to wipe his own mind because he effectively sees the world as a Dalek, and he can't stop exterminating his father, seemed to me actually like quite a fun way to bring that theme to the fore. So yeah, I mean, in a way, I mean that I think is Trump's. That is the thing which I find a guiding problem with Donald Trump, is that his father was obviously a brute, and he's a brutal father himself. But it wasn't specifically a Donald Trump joke. I think that would have been a bit cheap, and I don't really want to do the armchair psychology about Trump either, because it's, I don't like the man, but I don't like anything he stands for. But he still is a human being I've never met, and I sort of feel that would be a bit cheap.
It's interesting that you had the theme of the book almost be like these unspoken for sins that happened before the events of that day in the story, with all the supporting cast members, including, I think my favourite chapter or my favourite new addition would be there's like a chapter in the Time War, which of course would have been something you couldn't have done in 2005. That's an amazing chapter, if I can say so. Really, it will almost it was
building up to it, wasn't it? I think that the book needed it. I was worried about writing it. The book's called Dalek, and I just felt that I could justify to myself going into the inner lives of these subsidiary characters if it built up to the shot that one of them is going to be the Dalek itself. And if you're doing that, then you need to drop it into the Time War, and suddenly, you've got presumably John Hurt's Doctor meeting it on the battlefield, and that was the bit I thought the BBC might have a problem with, but in fact they never came back with any negative comment at all. But I was concerned about it. But it was also really good fun to write it. I was trying to find a way in which it's the same thing actually about the TV show. What I wanted with the TV show was that an audience were to see more Daleks again in Bad Wolf Parting of the Ways, then they would look at them all in an army and say, but within each one of those cases is something actually which is quite complex. And I was trying to do the same thing with the book, so that when you get to the end of the book, you feel that every Dalek actually has a similar sort of story. I got alarmed. Somebody wrote to me that the book was in some ways lessened because it turned out that the Dalek in the book was not a proper Dalek anyway, and the conditioning hadn't worked. And I thought, no, this is it. This is what every Dalek is like. Every Dalek is actually this frightened, pained child that's trying to live up to what it thinks it needs to be. And they're all like that. I mean, this is not a Dalek that went wrong. This is a genuinely ordinary Dalek, and that's what's terrifying, is that on the battlefield they're being taught all the time, you will never fear, but also you must fear the Doctor, and any of these people could be the Doctor. That's awful.
It's a lot for a 7-second-year-old to process, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, an awful lot. I mean, when I was 7 seconds old, I had a comparatively easy time of it. So it's a certain, there's a certain sympathy I feel.
Yeah, I got the impression that if you showed this book to somebody who had never watched or been involved in anything related to Doctor Who, it would just be a really good anti-war book, like a Johnny Got His Gun type novel, where it's like just the unresolved trauma of the battlefield, basically. And that was one thing I loved about it.
It's a fairly grim book. I mean, again, it was that difficulty, and I know, again, this sounds defensive. I know certain people have reacted to it so I read Goodreads, and people have wanted a lighter Doctor Who experience than this book. And it was difficult because going into it, I mean, my instincts are to try and do, as I mentioned Robot of Sherwood earlier. I love Robot of Sherwood. I'd have loved to have written, not that I think I ever would or should, but I'd love to have written a novelisation of that, because I love light-hearted comedy. And when you watch Dalek in context of when it was broadcast, I couldn't in all conscience say, well, I think my job is to make this a lot funnier and lighter and a bit more childlike. I thought the only way I can actually genuinely make Dalek into a book is if I commit to what it's really doing, which is why there is that sort of, all these fairly grim backgrounds. I mean, the backstory for the torturer, where he's obviously, that's really hard. I mean, I was concerned writing it that I was going too far. And I was trying not to make it clear that he's someone who just grows up effectively torturing animals. Mm-hmm. And then eventually his last thing he does before he steals the name of the kid he bullied at school is to murder him. Mm-hmm. It's awful. You think, I wrote it thinking, can I do this for a Doctor Who book? And I thought, well, I think it's what Dalek is. I mean, they might say we have to cut this out, but I couldn't tonally turn it into a light-hearted romp, because it's simply not what Dalek is. It's a much, much grimmer story than I think, maybe the show would usually feel comfortable with. And I thought, well, I'm being commissioned to adapt it. I better do it properly. I do sympathise with. I mean, when people pick up the new Target Doctor Who books, and one of them is Dalek, I can understand why some people would say, oh, this isn't for my 8-year-old kid. And maybe that's wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have done it that way. But I did feel that that's the only way I could really do it with any respect for what the story was.
Yeah, and even something that was kind of hand-waved in the original TV story, the last guy who touched it burst into flames, how that's elaborated on.
Well, that was fun. I mean, again, because I think that was Russell's idea as well, which I loved, but we never explained that. And I just thought, when I came to it in the script, I thought, okay, let me just question this. So that happened. Why did it happen? And I think, well, the guy did it deliberately. He did it deliberately because he was trying to absorb whatever. I mean, I didn't mention DNA because that was silly. It couldn't really be DNA. But I thought, if he thought that the chap he touched was the Doctor, and that wouldn't kill a Time Lord or someone actually who was full of Ultron energy, kill an ordinary person, it just makes them burst into flames, then I thought that would be quite a funny moment. I could create a character halfway through the book in a flashback who the Dalek assumes is the Doctor because someone called him a Doctor, and that'll be funny. That's quite a grisly moment. It's quite fun to do.
It's great as well. Again,
it's that sort of thing that, you know, sometimes you wrote the episode and you never imagined there'd have to be a backstory. It wasn't that this was me now explaining who that guy who burst into flames always was. Of course, I only came up with it when I wrote the book. I thought, oh, I could do that. I mean, it's like, you know, there is no, you know, spoiler alert. The fact that Goddard is not the same sort of character that she was in the TV. She's got her own secret agenda, which never comes out on screen. Doesn't mean that actually that was there in an earlier draft. I just made it up, obviously, for the book. But it's that sort of attempt to try and give interesting twists. What I wanted, I think, was that what I assumed was that people who read the book would have already seen the TV episode. And I was trying to surprise them with new information. I thought that would be the fun part. You know, and if you don't like the new information, you can ignore it. You can go back and watch the TV episode and it isn't in that, and it's fine. You can say, well, I don't want Goddard as an FBI agent, so she's not. And that's fine too. Because she wasn't at the time it was written originally. There was no question of that. That was just irrelevant.
Yeah, it seems like these little backstories that you've added to the characters feel very... it feels very natural for yourself, I imagine, having worked so predominantly in short stories. And so was it kind of like just coming up with very creative short stories in the Doctor Who universe to almost attached to this pre-established story?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was my way in, and probably fairly obvious. I wrote all those bits first. That was my way. I didn't quite know how to do the transcript to prose bit. Was never going to be as much fun as saying, let's write a story about a man who fixates upon the telescope that his father, against his better judgment, left him for his birthday. This is why you've got a man who is a sociopathic maniac, but wants to touch the stars, wants to collect alien stuff, is because of one act of kindness when he's given a telescope as a 7-year-old. And that's a fun story to write, and that was so much more enjoyable to explore. So I did all those bits first, and I must admit I worried about it. So because I write them all out by hand. I mean, I have notebooks full of my first, second, third drafts, and so I've got notebooks for Dalek, and I've been writing it maybe for a month and hadn't yet mentioned the Doctor because I'd done all those other bits he wasn't in first. And I thought, is that a concern? That I've written maybe 20,000 words at this point, and it's all the other stuff. But then it was really fun because I knew where they were going, and I knew that they were going to be ironic slants. I knew that I had to start with the torturer's tale because I really wanted the moment of payoff when he dies, that we've already understood why that headache thing was important. But I also knew he'd be coming back in the book. I mean, that was part of the fun thing, is that because you can do all the backstories, characters can die, and actually you learn more about them. So Bywater gets killed, and then we learn who he is after his death. And Simmons, the torturer, has a whole bit with Adam quite late in the book, and we know where he's dead. But it was riffing off Pulp Fiction a bit, actually. I had some fun thinking about it in a sort of Tarantino way.
For the actual research process for writing the target novel, because I was very surprised randomly in December 2019 to find that you left a comment on my review of Dalek. When I yes, because I did a series in December 2019. You were very friendly. You were basically saying that you were writing the target novel, and that you wanted to see what other people thought of the story. So
that's right. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Because
I was trying to find a way back into it.
Because I had nothing better to do that December, so I watched every single Dalek story and talked about them at length. But what was the research process like, involving like looking back at what fans had to think about the story?
It was, I suppose, to be honest, it was putting off the actual writing, coming up to the idea. It's the weirdest thing. It's back to what we were saying before about whether it's, you write it as a fan and whether or not that's a hindrance to you enjoying it afterwards. I can love all of Doctor Who, but I can't watch Dalek. I just don't. I mean, for me, I like to pretend Doctor Who is real because that's how I was when I was a kid, but I know Dalek isn't because I wrote it. So it's ridiculous. So if I've done things like commentaries at conventions, I tend not to look at the screen because I don't really want to see it again. And so I'd never sit down just to watch it. So it's a bit like actually having to check what my bank account balance is. I don't want to know. So when I said I'd do Dalek again, I was avoiding watching the episode for a while by just seeing what other people thought of it first. And I thought, I knew it had gone down well. Obviously I knew. And people have been very, very kind about it over the years. And I thought, if I could just give myself a bit of strength. So I just checked out a few YouTube things and just thought, let's just build up my ego slightly. I mean, or actually just hear people what they think now, because I mean, I'm honestly slightly surprised that after so many more Dalek stories since, some of which have done some very, very clever things, that a story as basic as Dalek is still seen as one of the best ones. Because as a viewer, I've always found sort of more radical explorations of them in later episodes to be quite interesting and appealing. And Dalek is obviously it has to be, it's the first one, it has to be very down the line and very, and very, very stripped back to basics, really. So I was expecting people to be a little bit more, from a perspective when they're coming to it for the first time in 2020 or 2021 or whatever, saying, yeah, it's all right. I mean, it's not as interesting or as complex as Victory of the Daleks or Asylum of the Daleks or any of these. And I thought if people would explain that to me in their videos, it would mean that I could maybe take some of that information into the book with me. But in fact, people never did. People never said, I really wish we'd have more of that vibe from Asylum in it. But they might have done, and I might have responded if they had. I might have responded in the book, I mean, not to them on YouTube. But in fact, it seemed actually like I shouldn't. It seemed like I should just preserve my own integrity of what my Dalek was and not worry about. I mean, I remember even within a couple of years of when Russell was doing it, he suddenly had, Dalek Sec and Dalek Khan, and they were given names, and I thought that was incredible. But I could never have imagined that, and my Dalek could never have had a name. The idea of named Daleks was given an individuality that I still resisted in my book. I wanted them to be just reduced to being grunts, just soldier grunts that no one cared about. So, yeah, I mean, that was the research. I sort of wanted to see what fans really thought of Dalek. So I could, if they had problems with it, I could see whether they were problems I had with it.
Other Daleks like Dalek Sec. Your Dalek walked so that they could run, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think that was always the hope. I think that you can do more complex things. I mean, I remember when they did Into the Dalek, Phil Ford's episode, which feels like in some ways it's a sort of more complex take upon what Dalek is doing. It's about getting into the Dalek, obviously, hence the title. But you couldn't have done that first. You have to build up to that. I think of my story as a sort of foundation block for other more complex and arguably better stories since.
And I think that takes us quite nicely to some of your other work recently. You've got the We All Hear Stories in the Dark, which unfortunately I've not read myself, but I'm convincing my fiance to get it for my birthday in June.
Can I show you? I mean, I actually have
please
them
do.
because I did a thing about them recently. I haven't taken it back downstairs. This is it. This is the book.
Wonderful.
It's as big as this. It's 650,000 words because it's a sort of choose an adventure maze, which took me 10 years to write. So it's much longer than Dalek.
But
I'm very proud of it. But it is crazy that I did it.
So I know that it's a very complex. The way it's been formatted it may be a bit complex to explain, and it's 3 volumes, so many stories.
I mean, I'll explain it very quickly. It's basically a story about a man whose wife dies, and discovers that the only way he might be to get her back from the dead is if he goes to the back of a library where an old woman sits in the dark and has the final 101 stories in existence to read him. But he has to choose the order that she reads them in. And the order is determined by a series of questions at the end of every story. So at the end of every story, your response to what you got out of it indicates where you should go next. You get 5 questions. And so therefore there's a constantly changing path. And there's only one correct path where you can read all 101 stories without going back on yourself, which is almost, mathematically, it's almost impossible to find unless you get clues, because I think that the number of permutations in the book, there are more permutations in the book than there are grains of sand on Earth. So the odds against you finding it are fairly remote. But it's fun. It's, what I enjoy about it is that people on Twitter read the book, and it's their own adventure about how they enjoy reading. So if you don't like a story, you react against it. It tells you you can go into another pathway. You can avoid darker stories. You can find funnier stories if that's what you prefer. But they send me their own individual paths, and they're always different from everybody else's. And this is their book. And I found people who have found the book quite funny and sweet. Other people have found the book desperately frightening and scary and sick, and it's the same book. And that's what I love about it, is that people have it's a book about how you yourself are choosing to read stories, and it was such fun to do. I mean, God, I really loved it. I mean, I really miss writing it. I've not been writing very well in the pandemic, I'll be honest, partly because the way I write is I like to walk around London art galleries and museums with a notebook and with headphones on. And fool my brain that I'm not really working. And that's how I've written for years. I mean, most of Dalek was written at the Tate Modern or the National Theatre. That's where I sit and write. And I can't get there because the buildings are closed. And I find it very hard to write at home. What I do here in my office is later drafts, and I do admin. But it's not it's not initially very creative here. So I haven't written very much in the last year. But I'm hopeful that will just lift as soon as I can. I mean, I'm going out more than I was, and things are opening up, and I suspect that give it a few months, I'll be writing the novel again. But it's been a quiet year actually of writing. It's been more about promotion. I've been promoting We All Hear Stories and promoting Dalek. So I'm looking forward to those coming out. So it's been
So
lazy. I sort of feel lazy, really.
Well, as the world does start to open up, and I've seen photos of you in bookshops as they open, including seeing this on the shelf as well.
I saw that yesterday for the first time. I was so excited. I really was. I mean, because it doesn't feel real till you see it in an actual shop. And I saw it in Waterstones and thought, look, there it is on the shelf. I was so thrilled.
Is there anything that you're reading or watching at the moment that has particularly got you, has got its hooks into you?
I'm reading a lot of stuff, almost like a sort of quest. I read them so fast, it's almost not worth. I get through about 3 or 4 novels a week at the moment. I'm watching, my wife and I are watching all of Spiral, the French cop series, which is 8 seasons. What I want for TV at the moment is that I watch lots of really long-running series, and we've done Breaking Bad, we've done The Sopranos. If someone can say to me, "Oh, this series is 8 seasons long," I think, well, that'll be good. I mean, we watched all of Line of Duty just before lockdown in the early days of that, so we're now watching what might be the final series of. I have no idea, but that's exciting. We watch a lot of long-running TV. It was Oscar season. We watched all the Oscar movies we could, so we could watch the ceremony. Yeah, nothing specific really. I mean, Spiral's fine. It's a bit grim. I'll tell you what I'm a big fan of.
Yeah.
Which is just me. My wife isn't interested. I love Taskmaster.
Yeah.
Which is it's on Channel 4 now. And I adore that. And I even listen to the Taskmaster podcast. It just makes me laugh. And I really care about those contestants going through a series where they do ridiculous tasks for the series. And and they were currently on series 11. And it feels strangely like a drama because you start a series and you care and you stick with those people for the whole series. That's good. I mean, I would genuinely reckon if people want to be cheered up and actually want to be involved in something which is silly.
Yeah, at the beginning of lockdown, I binged all of The A Word, which also stars Christopher Eccleston.
I gather's great. Yeah,
it's really good. I think it's only 3 seasons, but it's still really good. And I binged all of Line of Duty before the current series started. Did that in about 2 weeks.
Are you enjoying the Line of Duty series this year?
I think it's really good. Yeah, but I think it's also because
it is really good.
It's the way I've engaged with it has been so truncated.
I'm not blaming myself much. I think that the thing about the pandemic and I had COVID quite early on, and I went into a brain fog for quite a while after that with the long COVID. I think we just get through it. There are people I know who have been very, very productive. They create an awful lot of stuff in the pandemic, and there are a lot of writers who can't. And you just can't blame yourself too much. You've got to be fairly kind with yourself, because when we come out of this, we'll get our mojo back. But at the moment, I'm not being very creative, but I'm watching a lot of good TV. Yeah. Queen's Gambit's good too. That was good. I like that.
Yeah, it's good, because these are not normal times. It's not normal to create in a scenario like this, really.
Yeah. I mean, Doctor Who is obviously. I mean, I haven't watched Doctor Who particularly, actually, because I'm too familiar with it. But if someone wanted to say, "Well, I've got a year of a pandemic, I could watch all of Doctor Who," that's not bad. I heard again because I was listening to a podcast, and comedian Lee Mack. He's watched all of Doctor Who, the new series, I think, I'm assuming, about 3 times during the pandemic with his kids.
Yeah.
He's a big fan of it, apparently, which is lovely. I didn't know that. And, so you can imagine someone not having seen Doctor Who before saying, well, we can't go out. I know. Let's start with Doctor Who and just watch all of it, everything on iPlayer, and then we just in order. I mean, that would take you a few months now. There's so much of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing which I genuinely still get gobsmacked by. When I worked on the show, if you'd said to me at the time, is this going to be like the old TV show run for 26 years, I'd have said, no. I mean, we might get a couple of seasons if we're lucky, and that'll be it. And I'd have been knocked down with a feather to have thought that we're now on our 5th Doctor since the new series began. And it's been going for 15 years, and they're making the 13th season. I mean, I never thought we'd get this far, and there's nothing having the same length of run as the original series now. I think it probably will. And I mean, I thought that if we got it wrong at that first stage on that first series, that would be it forever. So that for me is always, but it's not because of me, it's because of Russell and then Stephen. But I feel so proud that there were so many seasons and Doctors and Dalek stories after my one. Because what I feared most was that this was going to be the end of the coffin. So it's great.
Yeah, well, because for someone like me who was born in the wilderness years, one thing when it did come back and I watched it for the first time, was that I was able to immediately go into this expanded universe that was here before me, which made me feel further invested in it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I find that even hard to imagine. I mean, well, although not quite. I mean, I got into it in 1981. So there were 18 seasons, which seems like nothing now. But what excited me, why I got into it, was because there was so much before. I mean, I was excited by the fact it had a history. That's what kept me, that's what thrilled me. And someone coming into it now and finding out this show I'm really enjoying on BBC One, what it genuinely ran, there's all of this as well. I think that's incredible. I mean, and the fact that, unlike when I was a kid, you can get access to it. A fan who wants to now can watch everything that exists. And even the stuff that doesn't exist, you can see all the reconstructions and get the audios. I think it might be a bit intimidating. I mean, I think that's the only danger, is that there seemed an awful lot when I became a young fan. But now it must be overwhelming. I mean, and yet, how beautiful is that? The fact that, you can get involved in something, you can fall in love with the show, and know that you'll never actually experience all of it. Because no one can ever really, I mean, even if you can listen to every Big Finish and read every single Virgin New Adventure or every out-of-print BBC novel, you'll forget them by the time that you've read the 150th. You can't remember all of them in great detail. Whereas it was possible when I was a young fan, just about, that you could become an expert on all 18 seasons pretty much, and you knew all the plots. And now, I mean, I'm sure someone's calculated it, but there must be well over 1,000, must be more than that, individual Doctor Who stories now in different media. I mean, actually, it must be far, it must be thousands. That's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, it's gorgeous, but it's also ridiculous.
Yeah, the story never ends.
I'm glad I wrote that. I'm glad I got to write one of it. It was great.
Nah, it's wonderful. Like, even just this last week, I was listening to a brand new Fourth Doctor story starring Tom Baker for Big Finish. It's insane.
Yeah. I mean, utterly insane. And the things that, again, in the wilderness years when we were there, we could never have dreamt of them. I mean, I was going out and buying license-avoiding videos that might feature Colin Baker playing a character who wasn't really the Doctor with Nicola Bryant for BBV, or you get the Auton videos, and now you wouldn't even bother. I mean, I think actually that, and this is not, I shouldn't really say this, but I will. I mean, I think that was the thing that I could never have imagined, was that there'd be so many Doctor Who spin-offs. My God, we had so many spin-offs at one point that I didn't even bother watching them all. Someone actually who at one point would have gone out and bought anything which had the slightest connection to Doctor Who, so I could just make it a bit bigger. I didn't watch all of Sarah Jane Adventures, which I thought was great. I didn't watch all of it because I was a bit too old. I've got it all on DVD, and one day I will finish watching it all. I didn't see all of Torchwood. Not because I hated it, just because it wasn't quite my thing. But the idea that there's so much Doctor Who being made, and I can't experience all the stuff that's even broadcast, let alone which is spin-off media, I could never have imagined that there could be so much. And yet, if anyone ever discovers a single missing episode, I will watch that 15 times, because that's my childhood. If someone says to me, "We've found the Macra Terror episode 2," I'd say, "I've always dreamt of seeing Macra Terror episode 2, and I'll watch that and watch that and watch that." It's funny. It's like Web of Fear and Enemy of the World coming back. Couldn't believe it. I was so excited. It's such a joyful thing, Doctor Who, and I think actually that's one of the things that I love about it the most now. You travel the world and go to conventions in days when we can travel, and everyone's on the same side, and yet their own experience. Doctor Who is so vast now that you can be a fan and a die-hard, absolute, committed, celebratory fan, and meet another fan, and neither of you have experienced anything that the other one has. You can have a fan who loves the show but gave up with the new series, and yet there's no question that fan is very committed. Another fan who only has ever seen Jodie Whittaker, and yet, of course, they're also just as much a fan as that other person, and yet they're together, celebrating together. I find that really heartwarming. I know a lot of fans who won't read the Target books, but will experience the other things. And it's great to feel that, you know, that it's all part of the same church. I mean, the only thing that we now will all watch probably together will be the new episodes going out, and even that, some people will say, I love Doctor Who up until 2008, but they still love Doctor Who, and I wouldn't call that into question. It's perfectly okay to love only your area of it. I think it's a remarkable thing.
Okay, something that has been remarkable has been this conversation. Rob, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. No, it's been great. I've been showing off a lot. It's been really fun.
I massively appreciate it. I've actually kind of been waiting, like, when will Zoom stop the call? And it hasn't. So it's been, I've really appreciated
it's been really good, because we've been going for a couple of hours.
Yeah, just under 2 hours. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So in the description...
And thank you for anyone who's listened to all this as well, because I hope it's been okay for them. So thank you.
No, it's been great. In the description of the video, I'll put like a link to We All Hear Stories in the Dark, and where you can pick up the Dalek target novel.
Thank you. No, I mean, and anyone wants to get them, that's great, but obviously they don't have to. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and just as I think I helped you procrastinate writing the target novel in Christmas 2019, I've helped you procrastinate with your upcoming projects. So there's a certain roundness to life.
I mean, I love procrastination. I think it's very important. I think that all work should be at the last moment, which is why I'm not more successful. But anyway, thank you so much, Will.
No, it's all good. Thank you. Thank you so much. In The End of the World, we saw the inevitable heat death of Earth by an expanding sun in the year 5 billion. However, 5 billion is, as you'd expect, a massive number, so there's clearly a lot of room to explore humanity's future before that happens. Now, in another episode penned by Russell T Davies, we're going to see what happens when humanity reaches out across the stars and becomes a beacon to the universe. Well, we're going to witness it from a space station viewing platform, but don't spoil the moment. But what forces exist that a 21st century audience can relate to, which might stop a species from maximising its potential in the year 200,000? What systems exist now, which could take the human race off its preferred path that might still exist far into the distant future? Well, spoiler warning, it's a bit of a cliche at this point to acknowledge that fiction has depicted thousands of ways that the human race and planet Earth might get destroyed, yet there's very few which have depicted the end of capitalism. Welcome back to the trip of a lifetime, and this week Satellite 5 plays host to The Long Game. But before we begin, if you want to keep up to date with me on this journey, be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to stay updated. Let's see what Rupert Murdoch and Robert Maxwell are up to in the year 200,000. So, taking place after the events of Dalek, we find the 9th Doctor, Rose Tyler and newcomer Adam Mitchell on Satellite 5, a space station in the year 200,000 at the heart of the 4th great and bountiful human empire. However, something's wrong.
I can taste it.
Humanity's growth seems to have stunted. The alien life is not here. The fine food instead consists of Kronk burgers. The fashion is something out of Tank Girl and Mad Max, and the news is particularly grim. It's up to our TARDIS team to discover what's holding humanity back, and discovering if the walls on floor 500 really are made of gold. Now, I'm in two minds about The Long Game. Firstly, I do love what it has to say. Doctor Who is a family show, and while Don't Trust All of the News is a pretty been there done that sci-fi trope, I think it's something that can't be overstated. Ask questions, don't believe everything you hear, etc. If The Long Game was a younger audience member's first exposure to these ideas in fiction, then that's awesome. However, while some of these ideas and concepts have gotten more relevant as time's gone on, the fact that The Long Game doesn't stick the landing makes it one of the more disappointing rewatches in this series so far. Honestly, I'd normally try and go point by point in my stream of consciousness writing process before landing on the big here's what works and here's what doesn't aspect, but in this case I think it's just easier to cut straight through the heart of the fourth great and bountiful human empire, because that's part of the problem. We never actually see or hear anything about what humanity is meant to have achieved, except we just obviously have the Doctor's word for it, and while he is the closest thing to an authority figure or an expert on history in the show, that's not inherently the issue. The fact that that's all that we get, though, is the issue, and I think that with the long game, Russell T Davies has bitten off way more than he can chew. The only glimpses we get of Earth apart from these shots from a viewing platform, which reminds me too much of Platform 1 and just reinforces the idea that we haven't even been on an alien planet yet, despite being 7 episodes in, are some of these news stories which we see on the TV about water riots, but because we don't know if this news is actually correct, due to the nature of the antagonist obviously, then that's not exactly appropriate world building. The Doctor says that the InfoSpike technology, where the brain becomes the computer and the processor, is quote wrong, despite it looking like a cool sci-fi concept. But not only do we have zero insight into its practical applications, like seriously, what is this in aid of? But we don't know what the correct technology is in the Doctor's eyes.
The society's the wrong shape, even the technology.
It's cutting edge.
It's backwards. There's a great big door in your head. You should have chucked this out years ago.
The editor says that he represents a consortium of banks, but who exactly is profiteering from this? Okay, here's an elephant in the room here. The title of this episode is The Long Game for a reason. We later learn that it was the Daleks who installed the Jagrafess and have stunted humanity. Yes, that does get explained. I think the assumption is that the Daleks want the bodies and these bankers and the editor wanted the power, influence and the money from Satellite 5, so they did some sort of trade. I don't have an issue with those unanswered questions since they do get followed up on.
One of the things about the editor is that he's not really the villain. He's the front man for the villain who's really behind it, which is the Jagrafess. And then behind that, there's the question of how did the Jagrafess get where it is? Who installed that?
But you couldn't have done this all on your own.
No. That will be answered at a later time.
I have approached this review with these revelations in mind, so I don't want to hear those complaints in the comment section, okay? I mean, leave a comment anyway, because they're great to appease the YouTube algorithm, but okay, anyway, let's move on. Do you want to know what I would love to see from this story? A Target novelization, with deleted or alternative scenes, or a prologue where a pre-Time War Doctor visits the fourth great and bountiful human empire, or where we get scenes and context that don't involve the TARDIS team to expand this world, because in a story that's meant to be about humanity taking the wrong path, I think it's vital for the audience to be privy as to what the right path is. This story is begging for it, and I think a novel adaptation could fill in the gaps between the ending of this story and the beginning of Bad Wolf, because I want to know just how on earth society collapsed at the end of this story, and while the finale does draw attention to the Doctor just running off leaving Catherick to pick up the pieces, it still feels a bit too flippant.
We're just gonna go. I hate tidying up. Too many questions. You'll manage.
We'll have to stay and explain it. No one's going to believe me.
Well, they might start believing a lot of things now. Human race should accelerate. All back to normal.
However, maybe the Doctor is in a rush to leave because he has to deal with Adam, and that's another issue with this story, because time that could have been spent on world-building Satellite 5 is spent trying to hit home the idea of a companion who couldn't. Annoyingly, there is one scene where Adam is trying to learn more about humanity's history, but a screen just flashes the message, sorry, the backstory is not important today. My issues with Adam's role in this story doesn't even stem from, all of that stuff with Bruno Langley, but mainly because it makes the Doctor and Rose come across as a bit obnoxious. Yeah, them having fun in the pre-titles is entertaining, but the Doctor not checking up on Adam felt a bit, I don't know, it felt like a lot of the growth of the Ninth Doctor over the course of this series so far just goes out the window because Russell T Davies really wanted to tell this story. The Doctor throwing Rose into the deep end in The End of the World ended in an emotional outburst.
This is who I am, right here, right now, all right?
And not protecting his companion almost got them killed in The Unquiet Dead.
She's only 19, it's my fault. She's in my care, now she's in danger.
And maybe the Doctor shouldn't just write off someone who Rose takes a shine to, something he literally learned a few episodes ago.
We're just idiots.
Well, not all of you.
And that's a point. Isn't Mickey the companion who couldn't? Russell T Davies is one hell of a good and smart writer, but it feels a bit redundant to have a series with Mickey and Adam playing that same sort of role. And also, Rose's flirting with Adam and even the frequent mentions of him being her boyfriend really starts to feel like the beginning of Rose's downfall as a character, because Mickey is still at home and hasn't really done anything to warrant this sort of treatment from his girlfriend. Considering how Rose's first trip in the TARDIS ended with her on the brink of tears, you'd think that she might be a bit more understanding and kinder to Adam, but this is just unlikable behaviour, on the surface at least. Adam is not doing anything wrong, and he's asking the right kind of questions.
This helps. The Doctor gave it a bit of a top-up. Who's back home, your mum and dad?
Yeah,
Phone him up.
but that's 198,000 years ago.
Honestly, try it. Go on.
Was there a code for Planet X?
Just dial.
Adam not only feels like a spare part in several ways, but I also think he's a bit of a black hole, in that he's dragging down all of the characters around him. Now, credit where credit is due, I do like the scene where Adam goes to floor 16 and winds up getting surgery to have the info spike and chip implanted into his brain. If I was handing out awards for minor characters who steal episodes, it would go to Tamsin Greig as the nameless nurse, who's just oozing with indifference and sarcasm. This is such a great scene-stealing role, and my favourite part is how she's genuinely confused when Adam goes to throw up again. The more I've watched this story, the more I've disliked Adam's role in the narrative, even beyond the way he was meant to be disliked by the audience. But, and we've got to be fair here, even me at 12 years old never thought this made sense.
Young Master Adam Mitchell.
Oh my God, his head.
What the hell's he done? What the hell's he gone and done?
The Doctor's being a bit unfair here. He's not seen Adam for ages, he has no idea what he's been up to, he knows the editor has been watching them and is onto them, so why does he immediately assume that Adam did this of his own volition? He could have been kidnapped, he could have been forced into having the info spike. Obviously, Adam did get himself into this mess, but the Doctor is still leaping to conclusions. But anyway, the long game is disappointing because its A plot is vague and underdeveloped, and its B plot is redundant and seems to drag down almost everything around it, which is a shame because there is some stuff here that I really, really like. I think the supporting cast are incredibly strong. Christine Adams is threading a really precise needle with a character like Catherica. She needs to be headstrong and a bit obnoxious and unlikable, but her transition to asking questions and finally becoming a journalist and a free thinker has to be compelling, and she pulls it off. Christine is great here. I also like her scenes with the Ninth Doctor as he prods and nudges and tries to get her to see the bigger picture. I love watching Christopher Eccleston in the background sometimes, just happy at watching these seeds that he's planted start to grow into something that winds up winning the day as Catherica is able to bring down floor 500. Do you want to know which scene hits the hardest for me in this episode? When the Doctor asks Catherica questions.
Why's all the crew human?
What's that got to do with anything?
There's no aliens on board, why?
I don't know, no real reason. They're not banned or anything.
Then where are they?
I suppose immigration's tightened up. It's had to, what with all the threats.
What threats?
I don't know, all of them, usual stuff.
I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've had a conversation like this, where the person parrots fake news that they've read in a tabloid or online, and you ask them to clarify, or ask them specifics, or just basic follow-up questions, and they've got nothing. It's some real years and years, like, existential stuff right here. And the audience learn through Catherica and her interactions with the Doctor how this supposed beacon of knowledge, Satellite 5, has deliberately stunted humanity's prosperity and unity with other species and civilizations through edited and manipulated news and entertainment.
Create a climate of fear, and it's easy to keep the borders closed. It's just a matter of emphasis. The right word in the right broadcast repeated often enough can destabilize an economy, invent an enemy, change a vote.
Also, some people say that Simon Pegg was wasted here, but I disagree. Now, I wish he was in a better episode, but the editor is a fun face to the concepts at play in the long game, and I love this Jack Frost looking guy in a suit being in control and enjoying it. Simon Pegg's got presence and a great voice for this role, so when he goes toe-to-toe with Eccleston, it is convincing. Almost as convincing as Anna Maxwell Martin being able to snap from naive, shy and starry-eyed Suki to the cold and determined Eva St. Julienne. While The Long Game is an episode that needs a lot of structural changes and alterations to work, I wouldn't change anything about this sequence where Suki arrives on floor 500 and is greeted to this cold, harsh, freezing environment when she was promised golden walls, though the fact that the audience have already seen the editor and this space before she arrives does make this reveal fall a bit flat, from an audience perspective at least. Also, has anyone ever noticed that the skeletons on floor 500 are just never explained? Yeah, I understand that they're there, so Catherica only has to go next door to bring down floor 500 when she learns the truth, but the editor, you know, with his suit and clean-cut demeanour, he seems like the type of guy who would get rid of the bodies, and since it's so cold up there, I'm surprised they're skeletons instead of just preserved corpses.
And Spike!
Someone's disengaged the safety.
Who's that?
I love how the editor, despite having access to the whole of the human race at his fingertips, has been watching and following the Doctor, Catherica, Suki, Rose and Adam this whole episode. He sees Catherica and has no idea who she is. That's such a cool, pun intended, unspoken character flaw for the editor. He's omnipresent, but he was still in the wrong place. But of course, the temperature is what keeps the mighty Jaguarfess of the Holy Hadrojasic Maxim Rodentfoe alive. I love how this creature is not just a blob on the ceiling, it literally is the ceiling. But I kind of wish it wasn't so basic. It's just a shouting beast, which not only was done better in Rose with the Nestine, but when you put this thing next to charisma generator Simon Pegg, it does feel like a downgrade.
Okay, so, ladies, gentlemen, multi-sex, undecided or robot, and over on the Bad Wolf channel, the face of Bo has just announced he's pregnant.
I can't even fathom how people would react to lines like this if they were written now and or by Chris Chibnall. Overall though, there is good stuff in The Long Game. Strong performances, solid direction, and its premise is executed with the best of intentions. But I think we've got the first misfire of the revived series. The Adam subplot isn't interesting, and doesn't really amount to much despite the fun closing shots and his interactions with the episode-stealing nurse. The Doctor does a lot of telling and not much showing, and without any narrative reinforcement or context about this universe or what's gone wrong, or what's actually happening on Earth or what Satellite 5 is broadcasting, it's really hard to get invested, even though its message and mentality is right on the money. And while this isn't the ending of this story arc, its ending still feels a bit hurried. While I'm not a fan of this episode, I would love to see any expanded material fill in the gaps. Obviously, it wouldn't fix this episode on its own, but I think the fourth great and bountiful human empire should be setting a good example for humanity, and I'd like to read up on that if possible, even if it is just to set an example. However, with Adam gone and the TARDIS crew back to its normal size, it's time to tackle a smaller scale story, because it's only been hinted at once so far that Rose had a dad, so let's take that pin out. Be sure to join me next week as we start exploring the far-reaching consequences of messing with history as we go back to one of the biggest days in Rose Tyler's life, November 7th, 1987, otherwise known as Father's Day. The trip of a lifetime continues next week. I'll see you then.
I sat and watched the first episode of Doctor Who with my dad, and he really, his dementia, he was glancing at me and he was glancing at the screen. He'd forgotten who I was. He'd forgotten that I was an actor. And I realised actually that it was slightly distressing him, so we turned it off and did something else because it was dissonant, it was confusing for him. And I mean, the sad thing was that my dad was a much bigger sci-fi fan than I was, so he didn't manage to see his lad play the Doctor. He saw it, but he couldn't really compute it. That's why Father's Day was such an important episode for me. I always thought that was a beautiful episode.
One element that solidified Doctor Who's success when it came back in 2005 was its openness and willingness to go where the classic series often wouldn't, and that's the dramatic route, in really pushing the lead characters and putting them in challenging situations where they'd struggle emotionally. Obviously, that's not to say that the classic series could not be dramatic or powerful, but there's a great deal of revived series stories that just flat out would not have been made back then, one of them being Father's Day. Heck, the last time a companion had a difficult relationship with their father, it was Nyssa, and that barely got a look in as she was ferried throughout time and space. There were attempts to head in this more challenging direction towards the very end of the classic run, and Russell T Davies picked up that torch and ran with it, with the Ninth Doctor and Rose, because while we've seen Rose's home life, job, boyfriend and mum, there is a question mark hanging over her character. What happened to her dad, and how far would she go to change that past? This week on The Trip of a Lifetime, we're going to be exploring Father's Day, written by Paul Cornell. Hopefully you know the drill by now. If you want to keep updated on my retrospective of the revived series, be sure to subscribe to my channel and ring the bell icon, as now it's time to delve into one of the most emotionally devastating stories of Series 1. So this episode already starts against precedent, as this is the first time that someone other than the Doctor has narration, and the third time overall after The Deadly Assassin and the TV movie, with Rose Tyler giving the audience the basics of her dad's life. We're also given a bit of context where Rose Tyler has grown up hearing stories of her late father, but only when her mother was in a certain headspace and when drunk. Wanting to visit the father she never knew, Rose asks the Ninth Doctor to take her back to the 1980s to watch her parents get married, and to also be there on the fateful day when her father is killed in a hit-and-run incident, wanting to make sure he doesn't die alone. However, after initially not stepping in and visiting again, Rose pushes Pete Tyler out of the way of the car, causing time to start going wrong, and with no more Time Lords to help, the Reapers descend and start consuming everything they come across. Now, when rewatching this story, it's kind of amazing just how much window dressing there is, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but all of the stuff about the Reapers, the wedding, baby Mickey, and the Doctor trying to save everyone, it's mainly there to add texture and detail in what is ultimately a story whose main goal is letting Rose know her place in the universe, and the very real harm that can come if she meddles with these forces. Even the interior of the TARDIS disappears. is. This story gives Rose something she thinks she wants, strings her along for about 40 minutes into thinking she can keep it, taking even the Doctor away from her, before also losing her dad anyway in the end. That look that Rose gives the Doctor at the end and the glare he responds with, I interpreted as, I hope you learned your lesson, which is really messed up as she walks towards further adventures, hand in hand with someone who is intensely jealous of Rose's relationship with her dad. This is Rose's episode, first and foremost, but let's preface everything with the Doctor's mini-arc in this story. Now, much like in The End of the World, the Doctor is showing off here. He opens the episode all, I can do anything and your wish is my command, and enjoying these hops across Rose's family history. Incidentally, I do love how the Doctor explains to Rose that sometimes doing nothing is also an option.
I can't do this.
You don't have to do anything you don't want to, but this is the last time we can be here.
But when Rose takes matters into her own hands and stops the death of her dad, the Doctor is really seething, and he lets Rose know what's on his mind.
When we met, I said, travel with me in space. You said no. Then I said, time machine.
It wasn't some big plan. I just saw it happening and I thought, I can stop it.
I did it again. I picked another stupid ape. I should have known. It's not about showing you the universe. It never is. It's about the universe doing something for you.
So it's okay when you go to other times and you save people's lives, but not when it's me saving my dad.
I know what I'm doing. You don't. 2 sets of us being there made that a vulnerable point.
But he's alive.
My entire planet died. My whole family. Do you think it never occurred to me to go back and save them?
This is personal to him. Rose is his first companion since the Time War, at least to any substantial degree. I'm writing and recording this before any Big Finish stuff. Who only knows what happened there? But this is the Doctor, spending 6 to 7 weeks on TV, opening up to a new companion, only for them to have not only betrayed his trust, but maybe conspired to do this from the beginning. And I do really believe Rose in this scene. I do think it was pure impulse, and this never crossed her mind until very recently. But it's also easy to see the Doctor's thought process. But he's not operating out of logic here, and I want to also say that I don't like the Doctor here. He's being very vindictive and unfair, even if I can see his viewpoint. He's operating out of jealousy, and I think Rose can see it as well. Think back to this line in Aliens of London.
He's not my boyfriend, Mickey. He's better than that. He's much more important and
It makes sense now. Rose's love for the Doctor isn't a romantic love. She sees him, or at least sees the 9th Doctor, as a father figure. This episode puts their relationship over the past 7 episodes in an entirely different light. The Doctor getting jealous of Rose's boyfriends isn't because he wants to take their place, I mean that would be for a future incarnation, but because he wants what's best for her, like any father would. But now, due to Rose disobeying him, essentially trying to meddle in things that the Doctor knows more about, and he's maybe a bit offended that Rose never considered why the Doctor wouldn't try to go back and save his people, but now she has a real father in her life. We're going to see this explored a little bit more next week, but there's a reason that the Doctor is cold with Rose and can't take their relationship further until she's made to apologise.
Just tell me you're sorry.
I am. I'm sorry.
Before this moment, the Doctor makes no attempt to comfort Rose, and makes it explicitly clear that everything happening here is her fault, and even tries to nudge history a bit by instilling good moral values into baby Rose.
Rose, you're not going to bring about the end of the world, are you? Are you?
The Doctor, while being pretty selfish and controlling here, does do some good around him, whether it's small gestures like talking to the bride and groom who feel quite small during the end of the world, but when the Doctor says an ordinary man the most important thing in creation, he does mean it.
I don't know what this is all about. And I know we're not important.
Who said you're not important? I've travelled to all sorts of places, done things you couldn't even imagine, but you two. Street corner, 2 a.m, getting a taxi home. I've never had a life like that.
He does not hesitate to stand before the Reapers, despite knowing he can do nothing against them, and despite everything that Rose did, he still tries to seek out all potential solutions that don't involve his friend losing her dad all over again, because the Doctor spots the car that killed Pete circling the church, and that's a really creepy image, by the way. He notices it earlier on, tells Pete to ignore it, and he tries to find another way. I love that, and it's easy to root for that solution because we need to talk about this episode's MVP, and that's Sean Dingwall as Pete Tyler, this figure who Rose has put on a pedestal as a clever, bright, loyal man who had a great future before it was taken away from him. All Rose knows about her dad is the rose-tinted, pun intended, sanitized history that Jackie would tell her when she had a bit to drink.
Health drinks. Tonics, Mum used to call them. Made his money selling this Vitek stuff. He had all sorts of jobs. He was so clever.
But it turns out that Pete couldn't even get Jackie's name right at the altar. He's a Del boy trying to make the next scheme work, who lives in a tiny flat whose corridors are clogged up with the next big thing that he's going to try and sell. Rose points out the blueprints for solar panels and gleefully states that now he can actually install them because he's alive. But honestly, if he hadn't been struck by that car, he very likely would never have gotten around to it. And Rose is reveling in this fiction, this story that she doesn't even realise that she's in right now, with the bubble bursting when she's brought to the church by Pete. Well, after he tries to hit on her.
I think he left me.
What, a pretty girl like you? If I was going out with you...
Stop! Right there.
I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying, and we're not going there. At no point are we going anywhere near there. You aren't even aware that there exists. I don't even want to think about there, and believe me, neither do you. There, for you, is like the Bermuda Triangle.
Blimey, you know how to flatter a bloke.
This scene is astonishingly funny. Anyway, she arrives at the church, meets her baby self, and sees her younger mother and dad get into a massive public row in the street, and Rose's reaction to this might be the single best bit of acting across the whole 13 episodes of Series 1, as Rose appears to have an out-of-body experience and realises that the fiction she was sold, which was her reality, it was a lie, with even baby Rose crying in the background reflecting our current Rose's state of mind as she's launched back into her regressive childhood.
Rose needs a proper father.
Jackie, I'm making a living. It keeps us fed, doesn't it?
Stop it! You're not like this. You love each other.
Oh, Pete, you never used to like the mental. Or I don't know, maybe you did. If
Jackie,
you're not
wait,
careful,
listen.
there'll be a wedding and a divorce on the same day.
We'll talk more about how Rose approaches this discrepancy in her family history a bit later, because we do need to talk about Pete Tyler, and let's start with this argument in the street. Honestly, maybe it was just me being a bit dim, but for years I thought that this story that he told of the cloakroom attendant was him making up a story for how he met Rose, rather than admit that he almost got hit by a car, which could be more embarrassing.
Another one of yours, is she?
She saved my life.
Oh, that's a new one. What was it last time?
I didn't even know her. She was a cloakroom attendant. I was helping her look for my ticket. There were 3 duffel coats all the same. Somehow the rack collapsed. We were under all this stuff.
It wasn't for several years until I realised that, no, this is a separate event. This, to be honest, is the clunkiest bit of exposition in the episode, where Pete just goes into this story, this tangent basically, unprovoked, and the framing of the shots and the pace of the conversation, it really muddies its intent, but I can see what it was going for. It turns out Pete Tyler might have been an unfaithful dad, having been caught in a compromising situation with a cloakroom attendant. Rose is not just witnessing the downfall of her fairy tale family, but has been thrust into witnessing a potential impetus for an inevitable divorce. Much like the solar panels in his flat, would Pete and Jackie have actually had a happy ending if he hadn't died that day? Depressingly, I think it's unlikely. But Sean Dingwall's performance is an incredible tightrope. It's a real feat of performance. He could have so easily have been a sleazy, used car salesman, unlikable but roguish figure, but he's really not. He's a hugely flawed person who, you could argue, is not a good husband and he wouldn't have been a good dad, but he's trying. And he's got a real charm where you can buy Jackie's forgiveness of him before the wedding guests head inside.
Things will get better soon, I promise.
I've had enough of all your daft schemes. I never know where the next meal's coming from.
I'll get it right, love. One day soon, I promise you, I'll get it right.
He's got a gob, he's charismatic, he's got vices. He's a human. And he's also not an idiot, even if he doesn't know the mechanics of the wider universe around him.
That's why I haven't done anything with my life. Why I didn't mean anything.
Doesn't work like that.
Rubbish. I was so useless I couldn't even die properly.
Look at this guy trying to mansplain to a literal Lord of Time. But he's smart enough to put together the details and realise that this strange blonde woman who he tried to hit on earlier, who saved his life, is his daughter all grown up. That's no small feat of storytelling, considering that this is only a 45-minute episode and Rose and Pete don't even meet until 10 minutes in. Also, this ability to recognise those details around him in this scenario also adds up as he's able to put the pieces together when the doctor's gone and he sees the car that was supposed to kill him outside, literally circling the block, waiting for him. And like I said before, that's such a creepy image. That instigator for your death is just waiting for you to collide with it. That's some Twilight Zone stuff. Anyway, sorry, I'm just gushing about this episode. Anyway, Pete picks up on that, as well as that he was meant to die.
When time gets sorted out.
Everybody here forgets what happened. And don't worry, the thing that you change will stay changed.
You mean I'll still be alive? Though I'm meant to be dead.
And he also realises that the story Rose tells him about how good a father he was, it just doesn't ring true. But let's circle back to Rose here. We talked earlier about the constructed fiction, or at least the rose-tinted retellings of her dad by her mother. But here, the dynamic has shifted, and Rose is now in the Jackie Tyler role, in part telling this story so she can continue to live in this arrested development state of a perfect childhood that she could have had if only Pete Tyler hadn't been killed that day. But also, she tells the story for Pete's benefit, to make him feel better. But this is a story that's hurtling towards an inevitable conclusion where Rose's dad has to die. And once Pete's figured everything out, he doesn't try to escape from it, he doesn't try and back out of it or find another loophole. He takes responsibility, a decisive action, possibly for the first time in his life, and he tries to ease Rose's pain.
Who's that? It's your daddy.
Who am I, love?
My daddy.
And let's take a moment to talk about that brilliant piano theme from Murray Gold, the track called Father's Day. It's hard to describe it as anything other than happy sad, as Peter Allen Tyler does get a better death, as he got all those extra hours, he got to see Rose grown up, he doesn't die alone, but it's still a death. This is the piece of music I most closely associate with Rose Tyler, and one of Murray Gold's best works. Before I wrap up, let's cover some any other business. I like how seamlessly Mickey gets incorporated here, someone whose family and friends got eaten by the Reapers, potentially traumatizing him, and he clings on to Rose when he gets to the church. Oh, but we will talk more about Mickey in a couple of weeks. I love the production design, where it's just recent enough to see recognisable elements, but the phones are bigger, the hair is bigger, the cars are obnoxiously coloured, and Rick Astley plays on the radio unironically. Also, I like the Reapers conceptually, and how the CGI on them is really solid, particularly how they interact and manipulate the environment around them. And while they eat the Doctor, something very few villains can lay claim to in this franchise, they still feel a little bit like an afterthought. I get the inspiration, they're like Stephen King's Langoliers, they're eating up everything around them, they're sterilising the wound, but in my opinion, it's the smaller stuff that freaks me out even more, like the circling car, the empty police box, etc. All of that stands out way more than the mandated monster of the week. Also, their concept art looked so much cooler and way more intimidating, but of course these are just nitpicks. And in the end, Pete Tyler runs out, avoids the Reapers, and gets hit by the car, facing it head on. The Reapers disappear, those killed by them come back, including the Doctor, who puts his hand on Rose's shoulder and tells her to go to him, which she does so he doesn't die alone. She then becomes part of the narrative, the fiction that her mother would drunkenly tell her. The supernatural events that day have faded from memory, and now Pete just ran outside, unprovoked, and no one knows why.
The driver was just a kid. He stopped. He waited for the police. It wasn't his fault. For some reason, Pete just ran out.
It wasn't a hit and run anymore. The young driver stuck around, and apparently there was a girl, a blonde girl, who held Pete's hand and stayed with him while he died, and then just disappeared, as Rose is able to bridge the gap between the fiction she grew up learning and the reality that she's now become a part of, and this 19-year-old girl crashes into adulthood, before silently walking off with the Doctor, who is now, whether she likes it or not, the most important man in her life again. Which we'll pick up on next week, on the Trip of a Lifetime. It's hard to have a retrospective look back on the series' 1-2-parter, The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances, without keeping in mind that its writer, Stephen Moffat, would be the one to inherit the showrunner mantle from Russell T Davies after his 5-year reign on the show. Stephen Moffat, a lifelong Doctor Who fan, had previously made his name as a sitcom writer, as well as penning the 1999 comic relief special The Curse of Fatal Death, with his wife producing, and an all-star lineup of parody Doctors. His love of the show is apparent from this biting but affectionate spoof, making him an ideal writer for the relaunch. But looking further ahead at his legacy, it's interesting to see all of the questions and fundamental character searching Stephen Moffat would do for the Doctor. What does Doctor Who mean? Why did he leave Gallifrey? Which Doctor broke the promise? Who are the closest ones to him? Who are his influences? All of these questions Moffat pondered during his time as showrunner, all starting here, with the ultimate question Moffat asked in The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances. Does the Doctor fuck? Okay, in all seriousness, Series 1's second half is continuing its trend of darker and more mature storytelling, which I affectionately refer to as the AD phase of Series 1, that's after Dalek for those not in the know, and now we have the story which has easily the biggest and most justified reputation for introducing a new generation of Doctor Who viewers to the cramped safety of the back of their sofas. But before we can break down the horrifying nature of the titular Empty Child and all it entails, let me back up. Our story opens with the Ninth Doctor and Rose following an unknown extraterrestrial object through the time vortex and tracking it to London, England, Earth. The Doctor attempts to ask the locals about the large, loud object that fell from the sky, only to realise it's a fool's errand as he and Rose have landed in 1941 at the height of the London Blitz, where German bombing raids are a frequent occurrence. He loses sight of Rose, who investigates a lone child in a gas mask calling out for its mummy, and she gets taken for a ride on a barrage balloon, only to be saved by conman Captain Jack Harkness, played by John Barrowman. As Jack tries to negotiate payment from Rose, the Doctor explores the streets of London, happening upon Nancy, played by Florence Hoth, who looks after abandoned children, but is continually looking over her shoulder for the gas mask wearing child, and knows more than she lets on about it. With more and more people in London being converted into gas mask zombies, it's up to the Doctor, Rose and even Jack to determine the cause of the unusual alien outbreak and help or even hinder the child's desperate search for its mummy. Now, I don't think it's a controversial statement to say that The Empty Child might actually have been the scariest episode of Doctor Who ever broadcast up to that point. Doctor Who has definitely been unsettling and has had freaky monsters and spooky elements, but this is outright haunting and gets under my skin. Firstly, due to the London Blitz, and a lot of this two-parter taking place on a night of an air raid means that we have the quiet streets, abandoned buildings and dark empty corridors. It's an incredibly isolating episode, despite it having, on paper at least, a pretty large cast of supporting characters. It has a large cast, but these people are lost and alone, whether it's Jack working solo, the Doctor and Rose getting separated, Nancy and her children gathering for a meal, but once the child interrupts they scatter, the kids travel to the meal alone, stalked by the child, and while there's about 10 of them there, only about half of them reunite in the next episode. The kids don't have anyone else, and it seems most, if not all of them, returned to the city after being evacuated to the countryside because of an unspecified abuse.
I make it 1941, you lot shouldn't even be in London. Should have been evacuated to the country by now.
I was evacuated. Sent me to a farm.
So why'd you come back?
There was a man there.
Yeah, same with Ernie. 2 moments ago. Shut up. It's better on the streets anyway.
And this idea of isolation is present from one of the first scenes, as the underground nightclub with slow music, drinks and joy gets broken up by the air raid sirens, leaving the Doctor alone on the stage after he's been made a fool of asking if something had fallen from the sky during the Blitz. Incidentally though, I do love how the 9th Doctor demonstrates himself as a bit more human than prior incarnations. I can imagine the 4th or the 6th Doctors just barging onto that stage to make their important announcement, but the 9th just stands in the doorway and lets the singer finish their number, even applauding them and letting the mood in the room reset before he starts asking his questions. But this sense of loss and loneliness stops becoming the subtext and starts making its way into the actual text when we look at characters like Dr. Constantine, played brilliantly by Richard Wilson, who only a few years ago had a whole family, but now cares only for his patients.
Before this war began, I was a father and a grandfather. Now I'm neither, but I'm still a doctor.
Yeah. Know the feeling.
And then there's Nancy, later revealed to be a single mother who hid her identity and relation from her son, which might not have caused the events of this story to unfold, but that lack of forthcoming and withholding Jamie the child his true origin winds up in him feeling lost and unable to find his real mum when he's given the powers of a god. Indeed, the child is empty in that his head is literally a hollow gas mask with no features or eyes on the inside, but he's empty because he's got no one. From his perspective, the kids run away from him, he stalks the streets looking for his mum, and even his sister hides in fear. He lacks family, identity, understanding of where he has come from. He doesn't even know the full extent of his powers and abilities at first. This is complemented by the inclusion of Jack Harkness, a character who obviously has way more to give in the series and the whole Doctor Who universe proper, but in this story, him having lost parts of his memory ties into how important knowing your own past can be. Jack obviously has more sense of self and identity than the Empty Child does, but just losing 2 years of his life experience eats away at him. I guess you could say that the Empty Child is the friends we made along the way. Okay, that's going a bit far now. But yeah, I think that when fans claim this to be one of Doctor Who's scariest stories, I think they're right, but it's not just because of the jumps, the fake-outs, and the stellar atmosphere, but how this war has taken so much from everyone, yet there still seems to be no end in sight, and these people have been left behind, whether by choice or by circumstance. They're there to pick up the pieces. And if there's anyone in the series who knows about rebuilding oneself after a terrible war, it's the Doctor.
Thanks, miss.
It's all right. Everybody stay where they are.
Good here, innit? Who's got the salt?
Back in your seats. He shouldn't be here either.
I love this whole sequence of the Doctor at the dinner table, where he's got such a great interplay with the kids and he doesn't talk down to them. In fact, he's like a big kid himself, taking 2 slices of meat and getting told off by Nancy. We'd see this work as a core tenet of the Stephen Moffat philosophy when writing for the Doctor when he became showrunner, his ability to connect and empathise with children, which gets tested when the kids flee as the empty child knocks on the door. Obviously, the Doctor does not have all the info and the context that Nancy and the homeless kids do, but as they run in the opposite direction, the Doctor comes to the door and asks the kid if he's okay.
Mummy? Mummy? Please let me in, Mummy. Please let me in, Mummy.
You alright?
Please let me in.
You mustn't let him touch you.
What happens if he touches me?
He'll make you like him.
And what's he like?
I've got to go.
Nancy, what's he like?
He's empty.
And he stays at the door to talk to the child and try to get some of his questions answered, relating to this lone kid left out in the cold who says he's scared of the bombs. The Doctor opens the door, and while the child disappears, the fact that he opened that door on principle alone is incredibly telling. This understanding of kids also factors into the cliffhanger solution. Of course he'd think of sending the child to its room. He knows how to speak to kids. And also cats.
One day. Just one day, maybe. I'm going to meet somebody who gets the whole don't wander off thing. 900 years of phone box travel, it's the only thing left that surprised me.
But speaking of Moffat tendencies, you can see the germ of his trope of being the first writer to do something brand new with the programme and its established elements and point it out to the audience. Case in point, the ringing phone.
How can you be ringing? What's that about, ringing? What am I supposed to do with a ringing phone?
As well as changing the dynamic of the Doctor-companion relationship and making them swap roles and challenge just who is the Doctor and who is the companion at any given moment. It's comparatively subtle here, to the extent where I think I might just be overthinking it, but we do have Rose calling the Doctor her companion when talking to Jack.
I have something for the Time Agency. Something they'd like to buy. Are you empowered to make payment?
Well, I should talk to my companion.
A companion?
But that brings us very nicely onto Rose's subplot, where she goes to check on the empty child, much like the Doctor throwing away personal safety when they hear a kid in distress. But this ends up with her clinging onto a rope hundreds of feet above London during an air raid, which is a pretty glorious set piece and does a good job at getting her some distance away from the Doctor and able to meet Captain Jack, who saves her. And the contrast between the Doctor and Jack is obvious to Rose. Jack is younger, with more swagger, he also has psychic paper and sonic devices, but he's also got a flashy spaceship, tethered up to Big Ben. Early on, Rose laments the Doctor for not giving her any Spock, only for her to land in the arms of someone who will.
Not very Spock, is it? Just asking.
Door, music, people. What do you think?
I think you should do a scan for alien tech. Give me some Spock. For once, would it kill ya?
Or maybe we should go find him.
And how are you gonna do that?
Easy. I'll do a scan for alien tech.
Finally, a professional.
We established last time that the Doctor, feeling quite possessive over his new companion, was potentially very jealous about Rose having another prominent male figure in her life. In Father's Day, it became apparent through circumstance that the Doctor's competition wasn't going to come to fruition this way, but with the introduction of Captain Jack Harkness, it starts becoming less platonic, because when characters talk about dancing, they're not talking about dancing. In the classic series, there was a very asexual vibe to the whole thing. The Doctor in the past likely couldn't even comprehend these types of feelings.
Well, you're a beautiful woman, probably.
But with the 8th Doctor kissing his companion in the TV movie, the floodgates have opened, and, well...
Well, that is all about sex. All of it. It's about the Doctor and Jack competing over Rose.
But it's not entirely framed as something positive or as a joke. In fact, the way Jack manipulates Rose by wooing her and getting her drunk does come across as rather predatory. And before you claim I'm here to #cancel Jack or whatever, his motivator is money. I doubt he has any sort of malicious intent here, at least in regards to Rose's boundaries. So I'm editing this as all of that stuff is coming out. Obviously the timing is bad, but I want to stress that I'm talking about the character of Jack, not the unprofessional on-set behaviour of his actor, John Barrowman. Anyway. But he knows what he's doing. He's using his charm to seduce this 19-year-old. He's using his sexuality as a weapon. But on the opposite end, Rose feels confident enough in her own abilities to do this as well. In The Doctor Dances, she actively volunteers to distract the guard, and I can't imagine any prior companion being so open to that apart from Ace, which further hits home the idea that Ace in the classic series walked, so that Rose in the revived series could run.
I can distract the guard.
Oh.
Professor, I'm not a little girl.
Though, let's set aside that she is still dating Mickey and that she's kind of acting like a dick here, that makes her a bit unlikable in my eyes. However, the Doctor is way less forthcoming about his dancing abilities. Rose has to pressure him and push him into answering why he doesn't trust Jack, and she admits that she trusts him because he's like the Doctor. To an extent.
I trust him because he's like you, except with dating and dancing. What?
You just assume
What?
You just assume I don't dance.
What, you telling me you do dance?
900 years old, me. I've been around a bit. I think you can assume at some point I've danced.
You?
Problem?
Doesn't the universe implode or something if you dance?
Well, I've got the moves, but I wouldn't want to boast.
You got the moves? Show me your moves.
Rose, I'm trying to resonate concrete.
Jack will be back, he'll get us out. So come on. The world doesn't end because the Doctor dances.
So we get this scene where Rose, confident that Jack will get them out of this locked room, wants to dance with the Doctor, and while he does take her hands at first, he gets distracted by the lack of wounds on her after hanging from a barrage balloon. The guy just can't switch off and relax during a crisis.
I've travelled with a lot of people, but you're setting new records for Jeopardy friendly.
Is this you dancing because I've got notes?
He is so bad at picking up these type of signals that the Doctor does not put 2 and 2 together immediately when Nancy tells him that her brother died on the same night the warship fell. I get the sense that if the link between Nancy and Jamie wasn't paternal, the Doctor could have read between the lines way quicker. Speaking of reading between the lines...
Feeding frenzy for the homeless kids of London town. Puddings for all. As long as the bombs don't get you.
Something wrong with that?
Wrong with it? It's brilliant. I'm not sure if it's Marxism in action or a West End musical.
And it's not just our main trio who get involved in the dancing action, as even some of the minor characters get in on it.
Half this street thinks your missus must be messing about with Mr. Averstock, the butcher. But she's not, is she? You are.
Basically, all of the consenting adults in this story are really horny. But yeah, while the interplay between the Doctor, Rose and Jack makes The Doctor Dances a pseudo-horror comedy, The Empty Child is definitely more in the horror territory, exemplified by the scene where the Doctor goes to visit Albion Hospital, which randomly returns from Aliens of London, and he meets Dr. Constantine, and while he only predominantly features in this single scene, he makes an incredible impression. He's one of my favourite supporting characters of this whole series. Before he's walked into that room to greet the Doctor, he knows that he's not got long left and will die soon, but he's deciding to be sardonic and fun and go out playfully.
What would you say was the cause of death?
The head trauma.
No.
Asphyxiation?
No.
The collapse of the chest cavity?
No.
All right. What was the cause of death?
There wasn't one. They're not dead. It's all right. They're harmless.
He had no reason to do that, he just wanted to mess with this stranger. And then he tells the doctor that Nancy knows more than she's letting on, and her brother was patient zero, and then...
Me. You, my mummy.
And this is the most terrifying thing ever shown in Doctor Who up to that point. It's an incredible effect and concept, and just the gas mask zombies in general are such a brilliant idea, especially when it's revealed that it's the nanogenes using the template of an injured Jamie wearing a gas mask, which is why everyone shares the same injuries, the same personality, and the gas mask isn't just something being worn, but it is their face. As for the structure of this story, its standing as a two-parter is so well justified. The Empty Child is concerned with setting up the time period, getting to meet and learn about the supporting cast, as well as asking exactly the right sort of questions. By the end of the episode, we do to an extent get the what, as these victims are being turned into gas mask zombies, and it started with the child. And we also get to know the who, as the cliffhanger has Nancy reveal that the child is Jamie and she's his sister. Well, we know that's not the case properly later on, but it means the audience do leave with 1,000 questions, but they still do have some solutions and some answers so they can piece it together for next week, which pays off the characters and gives us the answers that we seek properly. And it's all leading towards a satisfying payoff, which, despite the solution feeling rushed with arbitrary high stakes because the infection has become airborne and we have the bomb that Jack knows is going to destroy the warship as a ticking clock, this is just hurrying to the finale. The Doctor realises that Nancy is actually Jamie's mother, and she has to be honest with him about it and promises to not abandon him ever again, which allows the nanogenes to realise their mistake and fix everything, with a glorious demonstration by the Doctor, who wields the nanogenes to turn the zombies back to normal.
You want moves, Rose? I'll give you moves.
Everybody lives, Rose. Just this once. Everybody lives!
This ending is so perfect because it takes the Ninth Doctor, the sole survivor of a war that destroyed his own people, and now in World War II, he gets to save everyone on that night in 1941. Captain Jack may have a sonic blaster and a spaceship, but the Doctor, he doesn't work like that. Without a shot being fired, without a single casualty, the day is saved. It's a personal triumph for him, and even Captain Jack, nobly opting to sacrifice himself and even prepares a final drink, he gets saved as well. He doesn't need a gun or a bomb or a warship. The Doctor, in full-on Father Christmas mode and absolutely showing off to everyone involved, dances to his own tempo. Rose and Jack danced to Glenn Miller's Moonlight Serenade, something the Doctor struggled with, but Nine is an in the mood type of Glenn Miller fan, and is able to dance around his TARDIS, sweeping Rose off her feet, and Jack comes to the understanding that he is not going to be able to come in between these two. As much as he'd like to, but I don't want this video to get demonetized. But let's wrap up by talking about the production, because this is one of the best looking and sounding episodes of the series so far, if not the best. The story is so spectacularly well directed. Not only is the lighting incredible, with it being lit well enough for the clarity of the frame and composition to come forward, but still getting across the bleak and gloomy feel of wartime London. Director James Hawes also clearly likes moving the camera long distances, whether it's the crash zoom towards the child receiving the Chula ambulance signal, or the polar opposite movement, the slow reverse out of Captain Jack's ship, revealing that the TARDIS has parked inside. I also love how he films the Doctor's extended monologue towards the end, where it really is just a long take of the Ninth Doctor tearing into Jack and not letting him escape from the harm that he's caused. We also have the brilliant production design of the nightclub, the Lloyd's house, though where did Nancy find a dozen chairs in a house belonging to a family of 3? Albion Hospital, especially the child's room, and speaking of that room, can we acknowledge how the sound editing works in tandem with the script to an extent where they can literally do the exact same scare back to back, but have it still work both times?
I'm here. Can't you see me?
What's that noise?
End of the tape. It ran out about 30 seconds ago.
I'm here now. Can't you see me?
I sent it to its room. This is its room.
Are you my mummy?
Jim, he's sitting there right next to you. So who's typing?
But these 2 episodes don't just work because they're scary, they work because they're telling a wonderfully human story about abandonment, about identity, about love, about sex, and it still manages to work in a family-friendly format and is delivered to audiences through a World War II zombie apocalypse narrative. Wonderfully clever, witty, exceptionally well put together, great performances, a strong cast. Side note, Florence Hoth really is brilliant here as Nancy. I don't have too much to add there, but I didn't want to leave her out, and that ending is gloriously uplifting. Next week we conclude the Trip of a Lifetime retrospective look at each of these stories, because I've already reviewed the finale for Daleksember, so we'll be taking a long hard look at Boomtown, because those issues that I've taken with Rose about her boyfriend Mickey, those issues are going to come home to roost. So join me next week as we make our final stop on the Trip of a Lifetime. I'll see you next time.
This came back because one of our most brilliant writers wanted to address it, Russell T Davies. But it also came back because it is a fantastic idea. Sidney Newman, I believe, had the original idea for the series, and he's obviously lifted from H.G. Wells' short story, The Time Traveller. It is a brilliant idea. And a character, a mysterious character who can travel forwards and backwards in space, and who is primarily concerned with prolonging the life of our world. It's a beautifully simple idea, and I think that's why it's got legs.
I've said this before, but I like to split up Doctor Who Series 1 into 2 camps, BD and AD, before Dalek and after Dalek. I'm repeating this now not only because I think it makes me look really clever, but just in case you're jumping into this marathon towards the tail end for some reason, let me explain what I mean when I say that. Basically, Series 1 started off with anti-plastic, big faces, ghosts and farting aliens. Then once the Daleks appeared, we get the beginning of the end of the series with The Long Game, a deeper look at the relationship between Rose and the Doctor through a deceased parental figure, and also exploring the more intimate elements of that dynamic.
Rose, I'm trying to resonate concrete.
And it's with our next story, Boomtown, where this more mature evolution on the foundations of Series 1 becomes more apparent, as the farting aliens, who are mainly a political allegory for an inept, capitalistic right-wing government, make their return. But instead of further farting and real-world commentary, we take a different approach here. This week in The Trip of a Lifetime, the Ninth Doctor dines with monsters, and has to face up to ideas very rarely considered in the classic series. Whether it's chaos in Cardiff or the loved ones left behind, let's really examine the impact the Doctor can leave with his travels. So let's all make sure we're subscribed, let's all hit that like button, and roll the opening titles. So, what's the plot of Boomtown? Well, we find the 9th Doctor, Rose Tyler, and now Captain Jack as a companion, travelling to Cardiff. After the events of the Unquiet Dead, there's a rift in time and space running through the city, which the TARDIS can use to refuel. With Rose back on contemporary Earth, Mickey Smith has come to visit, and on a fun day out, the team discover that Margaret Slitheen survived the destruction of Downing Street and has now become Mayor of Cardiff, planning to use a nuclear power station to destroy the city and literally surf out of the devastation with a pan-dimensional surfboard.
Radioactive chunk.
But she's now a prisoner of the Doctor overnight while the team have to wait for the TARDIS to refuel, and Margaret convinces the Doctor to use that time to hear her out, as she makes her case over a dinner table while Rose and Mickey hash out their differences. I love the low-key plot, and it's good that a story like this is at the tail end of the series, because if you're up to episode 11, it stands to reason that you're on board with the universe and the story and the characters, so you're equipped and willing to just sit down with them for a morality tale. It also means that the audience do have a frame of reference to draw from. We've seen for almost 3 months the impact that the Doctor can have on a place and his propensity to just leave without saying goodbye and not having to face the consequences of the world he's leaving behind, something that would really come to bite him on his northern arse in Bad Wolf. We've seen that the Doctor's world is steeped in death. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a single classic era story where there wasn't a single death, apart from The Edge of Destruction, but that had no supporting cast to kill. There probably are other stories, I'm not a classic series completionist, but they have to number in the single digits. And with the new series, The Revival, every episode has had a death. The Doctor walks in death, or he walks right past it, and with Boomtown, he's forced to stay behind, even for just one night, and confront that. And while some might roll their eyes at using the Slitheen again for this concept, you really couldn't do an episode like this without a recurring villain. Not only that, a villain who had a face-to-face on-screen encounter with the Doctor previously. And also, if you remember, it wasn't actually the Doctor who pressed the button to kill the Slitheen family. Remember who he instructed? It was Mickey Smith, the other person whose life has been upended by the Doctor. The Doctor's chaos is not just limited to his enemies. But more on that later. Margaret Slitheen's family was killed by the Doctor, and she's now able to take him to task. I like to think that even if things don't end up well for her, and she does end up getting taken back to her home planet and put on trial and executed, that she will still think that she'll have some sort of victory over the man who killed her family. And I'm so glad that if anyone was going to be picked from Aliens of London to return for this story, that it was Margaret Slitheen. Not just because it allows for more female representation, but Annette Badland was such a standout performer in that two-parter. That scene where she threatens the Doctor outside the cabinet room was the test run for Boomtown, and without her, this episode wouldn't be nearly as effective as it is. And yes, I do think some of the humour is a bit hit and miss. Anything revolving around the farting never really worked for me, especially since Margaret is now so far removed from the Downing Street New Labour setting that justified that heavy-handed approach. However, I will admit, some of the humour is forced to work through amazing timing and delivery.
And then the architects?
It was raining. Visibility was low. My car simply couldn't stop.
But you get this really nice scene that seems so far removed from everything else in Series 1, where Margaret lures a journalist, Kathy Salt, played by Mally Harris, into the ladies' toilets to kill her. She unmasks herself, but decides not to go through with it when she learns that Kathy is getting married next month and is pregnant. I never thought I could feel sympathy for an 8-foot-tall green alien crying on a toilet, but this episode made me. This stuff lands way harder than the cheesy antics of the Doctor, Rose and Jack. Now, to be fair, I think it's good and important to show characters on their downtime and that they travel through time and space together because it's fun and they enjoy each other's company. However, it is possible to take it too far. Boomtown almost makes Doctor Who change genres from sci-fi drama to outright sitcom.
And off we go!
Into time and space! Oh
my God, have you seen yourselves? You all think you're so clever, don't you?
Yeah!
Yep.
But that's the thing about Boomtown which actually made writing this video fascinating. Even these potential weaknesses almost end up working in its favour, because this strange behaviour from the trio does wonders in ostracising them from Mickey Smith. Let's talk about this dude.
It's got nothing to do with Trisha. This is all about me, isn't it?
You left me! We were nice. We were happy. And then what? You give me a kiss and you run off with him and you make me feel like nothing, Rose. I was nothing. I can't even go out with a stupid girl from a shop because you pick up the phone and I come running. I mean, is that what I am, Rose? Stand by. Am I just supposed to sit here for the rest of my life waiting for you? Because I will.
One casualty of the after Dalek mood change is definitely Mickey, as the Doctor and Rose have been learning more about each other, growing and changing and adding more to their team with the addition of the eccentric and the promiscuous Captain Jack. Mickey, he's not been there. Yeah, he was technically there in Father's Day, but that was mainly for him to potentially imprint on Rose, and he wasn't even played by Noel Clarke there. This is completely separate. It's obviously assumed that the Doctor and his companions have adventures outside of the ones televised. Heck, the Ninth Doctor was partially introduced this way, but Boomtown hits that concept harder than usual, just to further show how distant Earth and Mickey have become in the eyes of Rose Tyler.
It's all very well going to Platform 1 and Justice Share and the glass pyramid of San Clean, but what if we end up in Brazil?
The Doctor took me to this planet a while back. It was much colder than this. They called it Women Wept.
I also think it's an important detail that Rose is the one to initiate the technobabble to Mickey when describing the rift in Cardiff.
We just stopped off. We need to refuel. Thing is, Cardiff's got this rift running through the middle of the city. It's invisible, but it's like an earthquake fault between different dimensions.
The rift was healed back in 1869.
Thanks to a girl named Gwyneth, because these creatures called the Gelf, they were using the rift as a gateway, but she saved the world and closed it.
Rose has been to Justicia, the glass pyramid of San Coloon, Women Wept. Jack has had naked adventures running away from creatures with massive tusks, and what has Mickey been up to? Well, he travelled to Cardiff to meet Rose, and he's going out with Trisha Delaney from the shop. Mickey arrives at the TARDIS door, and bam, John Bloody Barrowman answers. Clearly, he's missed a lot. And I don't think this is due to Mickey's lack of ability or nerve. He whacked a Slitheen with a chair and followed the Doctor's instructions to take the family down. More than anything, this is a tragedy. He turned down the trip of a lifetime at the end of World War III, and the longer he's away from Rose, the less common ground the two have. And Doctor Who has never really done this before. Remember the ending of Rose, where Rose decides to leave Mickey on one of the most sour notes possible?
Thanks.
Thanks for what?
Exactly.
That's the type of line that is never meant to be addressed again, where the main character in another show of this type would never see the person who was on the receiving end of that comment ever again. But no. Rose goes back home, opening the door to her mum and her boyfriend, becoming regular members of the cast, and she does have to face it. And while you could argue that Rose never has to deal with the long-term consequences of this attitude later down the line, I do really appreciate Boomtown not picturing her as in the right.
And then what? You give me a kiss and you run off with him and you make me feel like nothing, Rose. I was nothing.
Mickey is the sympathetic figure whose only crime was not being supernaturally brave or strong like the Doctor, who saw the Autons and the Slitheen and thought, no, that's not the life I want. And I don't really think that's a bad thing. In fact, it makes me respect Mickey for knowing his own limits, and I respected the Doctor at the end of World War III for not judging him and allowing him to make that choice and to save face with Rose. And Mickey has tried to move on and go out with someone else, but he'll always come running when Rose calls because she's the one he really loves. There's no formal breakup, there's been no closure. Rose just travels with the Doctor, might never come back, and what's Mickey supposed to do? I say supposed to do because this is rhetorical, there is no right or wrong answer. But the answer Mickey has chosen is, in his own words, be on standby. And just when it seems like the two are making some common ground, when Mickey is being more than reasonable in the context of a relationship, disaster strikes, and Rose just runs. This might qualify as the worst thing that Rose does in Series 1. She doesn't take Mickey with her, or announce to Mickey that she's going back to the TARDIS, she just legs it. She escapes the conversation. Mickey is holding her to task, and Rose uses the chaos in Cardiff to escape the conversation. To clarify, whether she did do this to escape consequences, it's never confirmed, but yeah, it's a bad look. And this is the tipping point for Mickey.
It's him again, isn't it? It's the Doctor. It's always the Doctor. It's always gonna be the Doctor. It's never me.
Rose leaves Mickey in the middle of a disaster zone, and when she finally does go out to find him, Mickey, understandably, wants none of it and heads back home. And this is a romantic tragedy. Obviously, the Doctor is the figure at the centre of this relationship now, but there's also a lot of blame to lay at Rose's feet for mishandling this and taking Mickey for granted. If Mickey was written as unlikable, or if he didn't come across as genuine or sincere, this wouldn't work because you could end up siding with Rose. But because his character is so down to earth and so reasonable, it allows the audience to see his treatment with such clarity. But yeah, I think that in terms of dramatic potential, Boomtown did a great job with Mickey and Rose. But let's talk about the other pairing, where we've got the Doctor and Margaret. Once the Doctor starts putting her plan together and apprehends her,
this station is designed to explode the minute it reaches capacity.
Now, the Doctor is good. Very good, in fact. But getting the energy capacity and its intent at sabotage of a nuclear power station through a simple, stylized, tiny replica model built for the press to photograph, he's not that good. Also, this story is only 6 months after World War III. Isn't it a bit strange how Margaret Blaine can just become Mayor of Cardiff that quickly, especially when you've got someone in politics like Harriet Jones potentially able to spot her and alert the authorities? I don't know, either the time jump needed to be longer, or Blonde Slitheen needed to get a new disguise, though I understand why they did not go with the latter approach because you would lose Annette Badland and nobody wants that. Anyway, it sure was a good thing the Doctor gave a brief description of what a police box was earlier, so Rose could make the comparison of the TARDIS really being a prison cell for the night. I'm not even being sarcastic, I think that is just really good writing. Anyway, Margaret appears to have the Doctor figured out and decides to play at the idea that she can use the night that the TARDIS team have to stay in Cardiff to refuel and to get a last meal.
I've seen you fight Sheringham, yes. Now dine with them.
You won't change my mind.
Prove it.
I love this look the Doctor gives, almost as if he wants to be challenged. He knows that Margaret might be a uniquely interesting person to sit down with, and his own curiosity gets the better of him. Also, while this episode might not be as action-packed or visually dynamic as his other episodes in this series, I do love how Joe Ahern shoots this TARDIS scene. The green lights, the use of perspective, fully capturing the performances of the cast. It's brilliant. Anyway, Captain Jack produces a pair of handcuffs quite literally from his arse, and the Doctor and Margaret go out for a meal at Cardiff Bay, and the following scene really is one of the best scenes of this series. Seriously, when it was announced that Doctor Who was coming back, that the Daleks were returning, we'd be getting new companions, seeing time periods and space stations, not other planets, but space stations, did anyone really think that one of the highlights of this 13-episode run would be the Doctor sitting down over dinner to chat with a big green alien zipped inside a skin suit? I love how the conversation evolves, how it starts off comedic with failed assassination attempts, poisoning the drinks, a poisoned dart, deadly breath.
That's better. Now then, what do you think? Steak looks nice. Steak and chips.
And this scene interspersed brilliantly with Rose and Mickey in a way that actually wasn't in the shooting script, so credit to either redrafts or the editor Graham Walker for moving the story forward in a really methodical and interesting way, allowing each segment to breathe between the respective plots. We go from light-hearted assassinations, and then the next time we see the Doctor and Margaret, the camera angle has changed, the menus have gone away, we get the darkness of the bay as the backdrop with candles and mood lighting as Margaret tries to plea and appeal to the Doctor. And the Doctor hears her out. He lets her say her piece, even if he considers his mind to be made up. No interruptions, just clarification or questions. There's no outward antagonism here. The Doctor is just tired. He understands her, which makes this conversation all the more uncomfortable for him. Eccleston's performance is so thoughtful here, with the glances away, still unable to make eye contact with another victim of his lifestyle, deserving or not, leading to this incredible exchange.
You let one of them go, but that's nothing new. Every now and then a little victim's spared because she smiled, because he's got freckles, because they begged. And that's how you live with yourself. That's how you slaughter millions. Because once in a while, on a whim, if the wind's in the right direction, you happen to be kind.
Only a killer would know that. Is that right? From what I've seen, your funny little happy-go-lucky life leaves devastation in its wake. Always moving on, because you dare not look back. Playing with so many people's lives, you might as well be a god. And you're right, Doctor. You're absolutely right. Sometimes you let one go. Let me go.
I don't know if Russell T Davies reads a lot of true crime, but that sentiment is absolutely true amongst people like Margaret. They can justify doing something bad as long as they offer a token gesture every so often, as if a single right can justify a lifetime of wrongs, whether accidental or on purpose, as the Doctor obviously does try to do good in the universe. However, as he said at the end of the long game,
We're just gonna go. I hate tidying up. Too many questions. You'll manage.
he walks away from any changes he might have made. He doesn't tidy up the mess. He likes to think he's set things on the right course and then leave. In Series 1 alone, he fled a burning London, didn't report back to UNIT after they all died in Downing Street, which he then blew up, walked away with Rose from the wedding and Father's Day, and more. The Doctor, for the most part, does good, but he does it in a reckless and devastating way for anyone caught in the crossfire, and he doesn't have to face that. People like Mickey Smith and Jackie Tyler are evidence of this. We've seen isolated examples of the Doctor's consequences in stories like The Face of Evil, but here in Boomtown, it's a much more intimate, direct depiction. I do think it's absolutely incredible psychology on Margaret's part that she is able to twist the moral knife into the Doctor by suggesting that she should be the next one the Doctor lets go. And he seems genuinely torn. Does the Doctor look the other way and just trust that Margaret can change? Or does he deliver the law and take her home to certain death despite her maybe being regretful and willing to change?
I might have known.
Okay, so it turns out that all of the brilliant character work between the Doctor and Margaret was just a lie for the most part. Now, all the stuff about the Doctor did seem genuine, and it does work, but it's with this revelation that Margaret was stalling for time and getting the Doctor away from the TARDIS so it could open the rift for her. It's Margaret who winds up getting shortchanged here. She didn't mean a word of what she said at that dinner table. She lied through her skin suit's teeth. And that's really disappointing. It even gets further undercut by the fact that the Doctor never makes a decision or lands on a side because the TARDIS opens and turns Margaret into an egg. The decision is taken out of the Doctor's hands, and Margaret wasn't even genuine in her initial redemption. Now, don't think I'm being unreasonable here. I understand why this was done. The story requires Margaret to have been lying so she can open the rift. I get it. You want the conversation and the action-packed finale. But there is a way to have both without compromising that restaurant scene? Why can't the Doctor and Margaret return to the TARDIS as Cardiff is falling apart, but Margaret is regretful? Maybe her using the extrapolator was the original plan, but over the course of her dinner with the Doctor, started to change and maybe just see a different way. So they arrive at the TARDIS and she could sacrifice herself to close the rift again, and the TARDIS could give her a second chance by sparing Earth, and because her redemption was genuine, even if it wasn't genuine when she started out. That way, you still get the heart of the TARDIS set up for the finale. Rose obviously needs to still see that.
What's that light?
The heart of the TARDIS. This ship's alive. You've opened its soul.
And the Doctor said it was the heart of the TARDIS. If we can open it, I can make contact.
But even then, that rewrite loses the idea at the end that when they return the egg to the Slitheen home planet, it will be Margaret's choice as to whether or not she becomes good or bad in the end. So it's still not a perfect solution, but I think the most interesting part of the episode is that conversation in the restaurant, and I think prioritising the integrity of that scene might be more important than having the wholly fulfilling ending. Script writing and storytelling generally is all about compromise and prioritising the elements you want to get across. I'm sure even Russell T Davies will tell you that. I just feel that Boomtown winds up caving to the idea of having the action-packed finale with the big bad villain. It also means that if Margaret did want a different life for herself, like she really did resent the Slitheen family for turning her into a killer, then there might be some real pathos to the idea of the TARDIS giving her another chance and the Doctor taking her to a whole new family. But if she's lying, it feels like the TARDIS is giving her something that she doesn't actually want. And to be clear, the Doctor taking Margaret to her death sentence is absolutely off the table to Russell T Davies, to a very passionate extent.
The problem of episode 11 is, what should we do about Margaret? That's what I should have called it. What should we do about Margaret? That's a much better title. But genuinely, it's like, can you take someone to their death sentence? And I would have thought a lot less of the Doctor, actually, if he had taken someone to a death sentence. I don't approve of death sentences at all. And I would have despised the Doctor who'd done that. Nonetheless, the woman he's dealing with will go and murder millions if he lets her go.
But even that suffers a bit because of how quickly the story needs to wind up.
How's Mickey?
He's okay, he's gone.
Do you want to go and find him? We'll wait.
No need. He deserves better.
Off we go then. Always moving on.
Has the Doctor actually learned anything here? I mean, I don't think a conversation with a Slitheen in Cardiff one night will make him change his entire worldview, but this still doesn't seem right. And let's not forget that Rose never has to deal with her subplot here either, which leaves Boomtown in a really strange and awkward place as an episode. It asks all the right questions, takes Doctor Who into an uncharacteristically interesting and intriguing direction, only to wind it back and dial into old habits and cop-outs at the last second so we can destroy Cardiff for a bit. It's a bit of a letdown. Still, I'd recommend it solely for that restaurant scene alone. It really is two incredible actors at the top of their game, pulling in career best work. It's put together really well for the obvious low-budget bottle episode of Series 1, and sets up what it needs to for the finale in regards to the heart of the TARDIS and the new fun-loving TARDIS trio. Its humour is hit and miss, but not in a way that compromises the episode as a whole. Yeah, it's a letdown, but a letdown with good intentions, and I can see why it made the compromises that it did, even though, much like the Doctor ponders in this episode, there likely were other ways around it. Now, long-time viewers of mine will already know that I reviewed the Series 1 finale already, which means that I've covered all televised Eccleston stories, but the trip of a lifetime ain't over yet, because I'm not quite ready to say goodbye to the Ninth Doctor again yet. We've got some expanded media to cover, Big Finish, novels, the trip of a lifetime knows no bounds, because when Rose mentioned in this story that she'd been to Justicia, that wasn't just fluff, that's a setting for one of the novels. So join me next time as the trip of a lifetime goes into overtime. That's a badly written sentence. We're talking about expanded media. I'll see you folks then. Being a Ninth Doctor fan is pretty hard. I mean, I imagine it's like being a 6th or 8th Doctor fan, because you've not got that many on-screen appearances to work with. They burn brightly, but they burn quickly, especially with Eccleston only doing 10 televised stories across 13 episodes in 2005. However, in 2005, fans had more adventures with this Doctor than the ones that were broadcast on BBC One on Saturday nights, as BBC Books released a sextet of novels featuring the 9th Doctor and Rose Tyler, with the last 3 also starring Captain Jack Harkness. When I was younger, I only read 2 of these things, but now, for the trip of a lifetime, I'm diving into all 6 of them, because I'm not quite ready to say goodbye to my Doctor just yet. Let's do this.
Jack and Rose told the Doctor their stories. He asked few questions and made few comments. But when Jack described the creatures that had cornered him and the soldiers in the submarine, he exclaimed, "Blue? Don't they know that's such a cliché?" "Maybe where you're from. They're usually green here," Rose said. "I don't care what color danger is. It's still, well, dangerous." "Yeah, but I mean dangerous and boring," the Doctor sneered. "Do me a favor. If you're going to have your life threatened, it might as well be fun." "Trip of a lifetime," Rose muttered.
So our first read comes from author Justin Richards, a longtime Doctor Who author having cut his teeth on the Virgin New Adventures range before moving on to the 8th and older Doctors. Considering that these books were written before anything of this era had been broadcast, it can't have been easy trying to imagine the new type of style and tone Russell T Davies wanted to invoke, but Justin makes a game effort of it with The Clockwise Man, which feels like dropping the 9th Doctor and Rose in a Philip Hinchcliffe-style period murder mystery plot with twists, turns, blood, and death. I listened to the audiobook version narrated by Glenn McCready. So the plot takes place in 1921 London, where black cats and artificial men are stalking the streets. The Doctor and Rose save a servant who is attacked by a clockwork robot in the back alleys, and try to discover the mystery of a local aristocratic family, a mysterious masked woman, and finding time to visit the British Empire exhibition. It's a very moody listen, and it took a while to acclimatise to the rhythm and the pace of it, because this is a 7-hour audiobook. This is already the length of 9 episodes, but it was nice to see this northern down-to-earth Doctor really take his time and really ingratiate himself into a setting with Rose to solve a mystery. You really get a great sense of atmosphere as well, with some lovely prose and descriptions that I can imagine a younger audience getting a real kick out of reading. It never felt like it was talking down or holding your hand as a reader. It was great.
"You keep your gloves clean, Mr. Dixon?" "Of course, sir." He still sounded hoarse, his voice scraping in his throat. "Why?" "Just they're a bit grubby now after your little adventure. Another mystery." "To go with who and why?" Rose said. "To go with the fact that the marks on Mr. Dixon's neck look like they were made by a metal implement, not fingers," the Doctor said, "and that his gloves are stained with oil. From the darkest part of the shadowy evening, 2 figures watched the Doctor and Rose help Dixon back to the house. One of them gave a sigh of disappointment. The other had no breath with which to sigh."
One of the most interesting things from The Clockwise Man is that the robots, being clockwork, emanate a ticking noise, a sound that people only become aware of at one point because the clock in the room they're in has been broken. That, combined with the period setting, makes this story feel like a precursor to The Girl in the Fireplace and to a lesser extent Deep Breath. It's hard to discern just how much of the 9th Doctor and Rose's personality and portrayal was known to the writers, or whether or not the themes were intentional, but I did like the scenes of the working-class northern 9th Doctor rubbing shoulders with the upper class and the royal hopefuls, while still being the authority figure with omnipresent knowledge of history. But I get the sense that the Doctor was written a little bit generic, so as to not risk contradicting anything in the televised show. The 9th Doctor has a particular affinity to chess, something which I felt was very much a 7th Doctor trait, though I'm guessing Justin Richards did not have a professional preference, as he's written for almost all classic era Doctors at some point before he worked on The Clockwise Man.
Having fun? Rose asked. The Doctor grinned. Yeah, takes my mind off faceless killers and missing time machines. He's very good, he went on, picking up Wise's Black King and examining it. Not up to your standard, though. I don't know. He put the king back, laying it on its side. He missed an easy way to beat me early on. Giving you a chance? I wonder. Perhaps he felt sorry for me. I was going to return the favour just now, but I couldn't see a move that didn't leave my king exposed. Except winning. Winning's easy. So maybe he forced you to win. The Doctor considered this. Which is lots more difficult, he decided quietly.
Rose kind of feels like a spare part here, though. She didn't really have that much to do. Some chapters have her exploring on her own, not really finding anything, and then regrouping with the Doctor. At one point in Chapter 6, she has a really out-of-place dream sequence, and then nothing comes from it. Speaking of Rose stuff, though, one character describes the Doctor and Rose turning up, quote, like a bad wolf, which felt really forced, but I imagine there's a mandate to include that phrase somewhere in these novels to tie into the Series 1 arc. But anyway, as for the actual story it's telling, in the first act, it does lurch from a 1920s crime mystery to a Russian political conspiracy incredibly quickly, which was not the direction I thought this novel would head in, but oh well. I appreciated the more methodical pacing that came with a story of this type, with a mystery slowly being unravelled over the course of a 6 to 7 hour read, but it did feel a bit laborious at times, especially with such a large cast, with so many secrets and deceptions amongst them, especially since for some reason the Doctor and Rose must have one of those faces that all of these characters just want to sit down across and give their lengthy backstories at a moment's notice. There really are too many characters, especially when we get towards the end of Act 2, and new characters were still being introduced. Thankfully, for me though, the characters didn't have boring names, so I could remember them well enough. One guy was called Wensleydale, like the cheese, and yes, that is something the Doctor also found funny. But yeah, some of the characters in this vast cast are not as they initially seem to be, which means that there are some reveals, some bluffs, misdirection, and that's all good. However, I do think the story, by the nature of its structure, winds up trading in what appears to be a really unique Doctor Who villain, a type of villain that the 9th Doctor never encountered on screen, and one that we rarely see in the show anyway, and just traded that in for a mad-ranting genocidal villain. It means that the third act, while action-packed, really does feel like it's lost something, though it hasn't lost its sense of style, with a climactic showdown inside of Big Ben, where the world will end once the clock strikes midnight, and that is one hell of a flex. And the cat with laser eye beams did not hurt either. But yeah, this was decent. 1920s London, you've got some characters who have recently fought in the Great War who can relate to the 9th Doctor on that level. Standard stuff, but well executed. Let's move on to our next read, The Monsters Inside by Stephen Cole. Now, this was a novel that I did read growing up, so I am acquainted with this one. Stephen Cole, longtime writer for the 8th Doctor Adventures range, gives us a story set on Justicia, the planet that Rose offhandedly mentioned in Boomtown, and just like Boomtown, in this story the Doctor and Rose encounter the Slitheen, and according to this novel, this is the first time that the 9th Doctor and Rose actually land on an alien planet.
Look, he said softly, pointing to something just the other side of the TARDIS, a single flower. Rose went over to see. It was a straggly specimen, but smelled sweet, and its red petals were the only splats of colour in the muddy desert. There you go, the Doctor murmured. Your first contact with alien life on its own turf. Literally. Rose picked up a fallen petal. It felt velvety between her fingertips, made them tingle. This could be the rarest flower in the universe, the last of its kind. The Doctor's eyes fixed on hers suddenly, clear and unnervingly blue. Or it could be one of billions, common as daisies, just the first to poke its head through the soil to greet the three-sun springtime. She smiled. Doesn't matter, does it? It's here, and so are we. He grinned back. Where are we? He shrugged. Dunno. Edge of the galaxy somewhere.
It's a really great introduction, but it's not long before the Doctor and Rose get separated for trespassing and are sent to separate prison planets in Justicia, which is a star system. Rose is sent to a human prison planet for slave labour, and the Doctor is sent to an alien prison planet where he's tasked with assisting with some experiments taking place there. However, both the Doctor and Rose start to discover that many of the higher-ups in their respective planets are not what they appear to be. In fact, the familiar smell of bad breath, odd blue lights, and the appearance of obese, farting humanoids means that the Slitheen are working behind the scenes at Justicia. Though it initially appears that two of them, Dram Fel Foch Heppenbar Slitheen and Ektoska Fel Foch Heppenbar Slitheen, who are the cellmates of the Doctor, they're reformed members of the family. And I love how this story, set hundreds of years after the events of Aliens of London, does a lot of world building to show what the Slitheen family have been doing since then, as well as how they've developed their technology in the centuries after their TV appearances. It makes for a really interesting follow-up without feeling like it relies on its TV counterpart too much. This isn't a sequel story, but it does build on those foundations, if that makes any sense.
The Doctor lay on a thin mattress in the corner of the Slitheen cell. As Diggs went, he'd known better. The room was more like a large cave burrowed out of the bare rock. The walls were plastered with pictures of Raxacoricophalapatorians, some butt-naked like Dram and Ektoska Fel Foch, others peeking out cheekily from half-shucked bodysuits, impersonating all kinds of creatures from meeps to krals. The ceiling might have been thick with pictures too, but it was lost to blackness and shadows. If you squinted, you could just make out the glimmer of globs perched somewhere up among the rafters. Instead of beds, both Dram Fel Foch and Ektoska sprawled in elaborate sticky nests. The floor was tacky, as if fizzy pop had been spilled all over it. The Doctor had almost lost both shoes crossing to his temporary bed.
But cards on the table here, this was really, really good. I rolled my eyes a bit when I remembered, oh yeah, it's the Slitheen book, but by the end of it, I really enjoyed this story, and the Slitheen were the best parts about it. They really are great villains when utilised correctly, and there's a lot of interesting red herrings and personality quirks which keep the story fresh and the reader on their toes throughout. There's one particularly gruesome twist towards the end which I did not see coming, which further cemented how interesting the family hierarchy of the Slitheen could be, and Stephen Cole's writing gives them a real sense of personality and threat. He really leans into the playful aspect of Raxacoricophalapatorians and how they enjoy and relish a hunt, including leaving potential exits and escape routes open just so they can prolong the chase. I also think that the separating of the Doctor and Rose is done in a really effective way, where it's not just Rose stumbling around for a few hundred pages until she's reunited with the Doctor, but she gets a substantial subplot that feels in character, plays to her strengths as a gutsy working-class teenager who might not have the intellect of someone like the Doctor, but is able to roll with the punches. This comes across really well in a genuinely hilarious scene where the Doctor has told his bosses at the research centre that Rose is a specialist in gravity wave mechanics, and the Doctor has to send her coded messages so she can give the right answers over a video call. It sounds farcical, but I would have loved to have seen this play out in live action. If there's an issue, it's that the supporting characters, when removed from the Doctor and Rose, aren't that interesting on their own. Sometimes we'll be following the Doctor and Rose through an important step, only for the chapter to end and now we're somewhere else, tagging along with some of the prison inmates who just aren't very compelling. But still, it was a great read, strong world building, brilliant villains, and really well written and put together. Stephen Cole's description of a pile of bodies at one point and describing it as a spearmint jungle was... blimey, that's a description. But before I forgot, my only other criticism is reading this immediately after The Clockwise Man, because both that and the monsters inside end with a ticking clock elaborate death device, but I guess these things can't be helped. Oh, and another pattern that I'm sensing here.
"Look!" yelled Dennell, clinging onto the pilot's seat. "Where did that come from?" As Rose wedged herself between the console and the wall, she saw an emerald planet had swung into view through the cockpit window, frighteningly close. "Maybe we won't crash into it. Maybe we'll get tugged into its orbit. Great, and then our troubles really begin. Dennell gulped. Behind them, the door had started to buckle inwards. The big bad wolf's ready to blow our house down.
Anyway, let's move on to the end of the first Ninth Doctor and Rose novel trilogy. We had a historical, we had a future setting, and now we've got contemporary, with Winner Takes All, set in 2005 London. Wait, Rose went missing for 12 months. Okay, 2006 London. Anyway, this comes from longtime Big Finish writer and author Jacqueline Rayner, who is still writing novels and spin-off material for Doctor Who to this day. This is the final book of the original 3 releases. It's a nice trilogy of stories. Clockwise Man is in the past, Monsters Inside is future and space set, and now we return to the Powell estate in Winner Takes All, where a new shopping scheme is being rolled out. Whenever you buy something at the shop, you get given a lottery card and you can win prizes, such as holidays and game consoles, all being marketed by a cute little porcupine mascot.
So what's this scratch card thing? Rose asked after a bit when they were settled comfortably on the white leather chairs in the lounge. Jackie leaned over to grab hold of her bag. She put in a hand and pulled out a sheaf of bits of orange cardboard. Rose took a couple. They all had a picture of a cartoon animal on them, with a giant speech bubble coming out of its mouth. The speech bubble had bits of silvery stuff on it with, "Sorry, you've not won this time. Please try again," showing through on the card underneath, where the silver had been scratched off. "What's that? A hedgehog?" said Rose, indicating the cartoon animal. "Percy the Porcupine," said Jackie. "It's this character they're using. Test promotion in this area. Every time you buy something down the town, you get one of these cards. Daft thing is, they didn't even think to limit the number of cards you can get. If you get all your shopping a bit at a time, you can get dozens of the things. I got 8 by breaking up a bag of carrots the other day." "Oh, Mum," said Rose, part embarrassed, part reluctantly proud. Jackie sniffed. "Don't you owe Mum me. It's not like I've got a lot to look forward to. My only daughter off gallivanting round the galaxy and me all alone here. Big prize is holiday, and I couldn't half do with that. Sun, sand, men in little shorts."
But it's not all as it seems, as the people who go on these holidays are never seen again, and the game console only plays a single, super realistic and difficult shooter game which hardly anyone on the planet can progress in. Except for the Doctor. His great score at the game catches the attention of the Quevels, a porcupine alien race behind the marketing scheme, and the Doctor, Rose and also Mickey discover that the game is a lot more real than they thought. Now, Winner Takes All is probably the most interesting of this trilogy to talk about, because it seems a bit at odds with itself at first. It has a youth-centric premise, as this novel based off a family TV show centres around video games becoming real and intergalactic wars and strong attempts at humour, but it's also one of the most grounded of the 3 when it comes to the characterisation and the dialogue. At one point, Rose gets called a slag. There's a brutally realised aftermath of a really un-sci-fi act of violence committed against one of the main characters, and a lot of time is dedicated to really fleshing out Rose's home at the Powell estate. We get to know how lonely Jackie can be at the estate, the people who struggle there, the crime. We even learn that it takes forever for ambulances to even reach the estate, so people don't even bother calling for them when they need help. Also, randomly, there's an extended conversation sequence about alien bondage.
She looked at the Doctor, his elbows tied tightly to the chair arms so he had enough freedom to manipulate the control pad, but not enough to untie himself. "Wish I had a camera," she said. "That'd be one for the album. Not to mention I could probably make a fortune from any alien bondage websites there are out there." "Does your mother know about your obsession with these alien bondage websites?" he replied. "Why do you think she's so suspicious of you?" Rose said. "I told her you were the mastermind behind them." "Are there really alien bondage websites?" asked Mickey. Rose and the Doctor burst out laughing. "Yeah, I'll give you the address when we get back," said the Doctor.
The funniest part about this exchange is that it gets called back to several chapters later, but at the same time this doesn't feel like it's taken away from the big idea sci-fi or vice versa. You'd never get this sort of dual narrative thematic approach in a TV episode, at least a 45-minute one, but with a book, we can really get into the characters' heads. It's also great because while it's obviously borrowing from the trappings of other influential sci-fi, like Tron or Ender's Game, you can read Winner Takes All without having to read anything from Orson Scott Card, which is always a plus.
Suddenly, almost without her realising it, her right arm began to move. She didn't feel it at all. It might have been being pulled up by a piece of string for all the internal awareness she had. Her fist clenched. Was he going to make her hit something? Then, suddenly, her thumb popped bolt upright at 90 degrees from her fist. She stared at her hand. The doctor was giving her a thumbs-up sign. All very well for you, Doctor. You're not the one doing a Lady Penelope in a pyramid full of deadly 2-metre praying mantises.
I also got the sense that Jacqueline Rayner was enjoying experimenting with the morality and the stakes of the story, like the morality of controlling the video game avatars in the Queville's game, or Rose's reaction at the news that someone she really hated has met with a grisly fate, as well as one of the supporting characters who gets his own introductory dream sequences to really hit home what a self-obsessed person he is. The story is also not content to stay at one status quo, because it could have just been a jaunt around a hyper-realistic video game shooter, but because this is Doctor Who, it changes into a hyper-improvised and impromptu rescue mission. I love how the book makes that shift so seamlessly, and how in character it was for the Doctor. I also appreciated how upfront Winner Takes All is, in that the antagonists, the Quevilles, are actually a bit rubbish, with an overly complicated plan that vastly overestimates the human race's intelligence, and that the main reason their stumpy small bodies are dangerous is because of their weapons technology and also their quills. It's a book with a lot of lovely details in it. We even get a look at Mickey Smith's video game collection.
The doctor had dragged a second chair up close to the TV, and Rose was perched on its arm. There was a pile of games on the floor: Gran Turismo, Resident Evil, Bad Wolf, Time Splitters 2, loads of football stuff. She had picked up the top one and was examining it. An orange cardboard box that had a picture of a cartoon porcupine shooting a cartoon insect thing on it. Big black letters gave the game's name: Death to Mantideans.
But yeah, I was worried that Winner Takes It All would have aged badly, but it actually holds up really well. It's probably the most fun of this trilogy, but it also doesn't neglect its characters or setting to achieve that fun. Really, really good stuff here. So those 3 books got released between the broadcast of Father's Day and The Empty Child, before we got a new TARDIS team with the inclusion of Captain Jack Harkness, who features in the second trilogy of new series adventure novels. These were all released in September, so between the end of Series 1 and the 2005 Christmas special. Eccleston had already regenerated, so those who weren't quite ready to say goodbye yet could enjoy 3 more adventures, starting with The Deviant Strain, with Justin Richards returning to pen this one. The story finds the Ninth Doctor, Rose and Captain Jack receiving a distress signal which takes them to the present day, but not London. Instead, we find ourselves at a snowy, abandoned Soviet naval base. People are going missing, there are stories of an old vampire, strange stone monuments, and a neglected village made up of people who drink away their problems next to old, rusty nuclear submarines.
"What are you doing here, near the village?" the soldier snapped. "If they call it the village." "What would you call it?" the doctor asked. "Community," the soldier suggested. He was a large man, broad and tall, bulked out by his combat uniform and heavy pack. "Dockyard. Institution." "You make it sound like the madhouse," Rose said. The soldier swung round to look at her properly. "I'd be surprised if they aren't all mad by now. 20 years abandoned and forgotten out here, even with the base." "They? I'm sorry." "You said they," the doctor replied. "As if you think we're not from this community dockyard institution village, whatever we settle on calling it." "You're not dressed for this climate," the soldier said. "Neither are you," Jack pointed out. "You aren't equipped for near-Arctic warfare, are you?" The soldier's eyes narrowed as he regarded Jack. "You speak like an American." "Thanks." "It wasn't a compliment."
So, just cutting through the pretense, The Deviant Strain is brilliant, as in it instantly leaps into the top 5 Ninth Doctor stories, which you should know by now is a stacked category. It's a genuinely creepy murder mystery with a true sense of isolation and atmosphere. It definitely takes the reader from one holy shit cliffhanger to another that I couldn't put it down. It's like the reading equivalent of a Shepard tone, you know, one of those auditory illusions that sounds like it's getting higher and higher the more you listen to it, but it's really just a static tone. It's just one setback, one reveal, one stakes raiser after another, without feeling overwhelming and really testing our lead characters. Initially, I felt the book got off to a rocky start, as it separated the TARDIS team with the Doctor staying at the naval base, Rose exploring the abandoned village with police officer Sophia Barinska, and Captain Jack going with a group of soldiers to investigate the submarines. It took a chapter or two for the separation to find its groove, but once it did, it just clicked, and these 3 separate narratives thematically and literally converge towards an action-packed finale with a massive body count as well. Really, my only complaint was that I found it a bit hard to tell the Russians apart because of their unconventional names, and Stuart Milligan, who narrates it, gives them more or less the same accent. But that's definitely an issue with me and not the book. And also with Stuart Milligan, you may recognise him as Richard Nixon in The Impossible Astronaut. He keeps his American accent for the narration, but attempts British, American and Russian accents for Rose, Captain Jack and the supporting cast respectively. But for the Ninth Doctor, he doesn't go northern, he goes full received pronunciation, and hearing the Ninth Doctor sound RP, it just felt so strange.
"You have," the Doctor told him. "It's all in the logs. And strangely, as Alex here and I have found out, it tends to coincide with the deaths." "Oh yes," he told Yevon. "They're not new either." He stood up. "Now, if we're all done, I've got things to do. And so's everyone else." "Oh, really?" Klebonov sneered. "Oh, really?" the Doctor replied darkly. "Yevon needs to organize patrols. There's something nasty out there, and we have to know what and where it is. Boris and Katerina need to analyze the weird rock sample I brought and see if they can find a way to stop this radio jamming."
Seriously, it felt like I was listening to an 8th Doctor adventure half the time. It was really strange. That aside, I do love how Justin Richards characterises the Ninth Doctor here as an incredibly cheeky and fun-loving adventurer who might be improvising his solutions all the time, but he does it brilliantly. Captain Jack gets a really cool subplot and some hero moments, and oddly enough, this is one of Rose's best outings. Without spoilers, it's clear that Jackie Tyler getting a big yellow truck to save the day in the parting of the ways, that might be something that runs in the family, and her final act of heroism in the story could be the perfect summation of the Doctor-companion dynamic. Love it. Love, love, love. And like I said, the cliffhangers of the chapter endings are killer. And just in case I couldn't love this story enough, there's a blind psychic who lives in a dark room and prophesizes. You know, it's just the cherry on top. The Deviant Strain isn't just the name of the Doctor Who revival font, which is a crazy coincidence. That either way, that's a strange bit of trivia. But the book is just the complete package. I loved it.
"I know you," he said in his crackled, brittle voice. "The girl who came to see me when Nikolai died." "Yeah, Rose." "A pretty name." Georgi nodded, his white stick tapping ahead on the narrow pathway. "Don't let him kill me," he said quietly. "Him?" Rose shook her head, even though he couldn't see. "No, it's the things from underground. But we'll keep you safe. All of you." The old man gripped her hand more tightly. "Not them. I can feel them. I know they are there. It's him I fear. The bad wolf. The man I see in my dreams, waking and sleeping. The man who will kill me."
That story will take some topping, but next up we have Only Human, our mandated historical, well, pseudo-historical, you see what I mean in a minute. And this is an interesting novel, because it doesn't have a credited author. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that Only Human just appeared one day from thin air, or it dropped from the sky with no discernible origin. Very odd of BBC Books to take that approach, but you know what, we work with the cards that we're dealt. Anyway, we once again follow the Ninth Doctor, Rose and Captain Jack, who detect the presence of a nasty form of time travel being used in the early 21st century. One thing leads to another, and it turns out that a Neanderthal called Des from over 28,000 years ago has been dropped off in Bromley 2005. The story then takes a two-pronged approach. Due to the rudimentary time travel technology that brought Des to the present day, he's not able to go back home, not even with the TARDIS. So Captain Jack stays behind for a few months to help Des settle into human society, while the Doctor and Rose follow the trail of those who sent Des in the first place. First things first, I did really like the TARDIS team dynamic, and while it's currently unknown just who wrote Only Human, I do think they nailed this interplay between the Doctor, Rose and Jack without devolving into outright sitcom, as happened a bit in stories like Boomtown.
I'm picking up vague traces of local distortion, he said. No definite fix, but it happened very recently and very close. The Doctor produced the sonic screwdriver from one of the pockets of his jacket. We can use this to narrow the trace down. He activated it, and the tip glowed blue as he swept the screwdriver around. Wouldn't someone have noticed? Asked Rose. We're time travellers and no one's noticed us, the Doctor said reasonably. The captain winked and waved at a couple of girls across the street. Speak for yourself. The Doctor coughed again. Can I have some focus? Even you can't flirt simultaneously with the entire population of a town. He ran the whirring screwdriver around Jack's wrist device. I'll just fine-tune the locator matrix of this thing. There was a buzzing sound and the Doctor frowned. Getting a bit of interference. A lot of people around here have got Sky Plus.
Out of all of the novels in the Ninth Doctor range, Only Human is easily the funniest and the lightest read. It's not even the shortest book, but it felt the shortest, if that makes sense. I think a big part of that is that our main cast members are in place instead of hopping from location to location and setting up ticking clocks and twists upon twists. A lot of the pages in this book are spent building up the characters and the world they inhabit. As the Doctor and Rose, without delving too deeply into spoilers, the Doctor and Rose meet humans who are reliant on technology, which completely suppresses any bad emotions. Think of a more elaborate version of those mood stickers from Series 3's Gridlock. This not only allows Only Human to give us some fun social commentary, but to present plenty of moments of dry humour and apathy. I don't mean this as a criticism for the other books in the range, but I did get a sense that there was a mandate for them all. Mandate 1, mention Bad Wolf somewhere, and Mandate 2, have a mystery, then a plot twist, but then after that plot twist add another 100 pages and then include another twist. Only Human appears to have ignored both of those mandates, resulting in something more character-driven without having to try and shock the audiences every few chapters, at least in terms of surprises, because there are actually quite a few shocking moments in this book, as in, this is easily the goriest and most gruesome of the collection. Like, they never would have gotten away with this on television. Absolutely no way. But it's still very funny, especially with Anthony Head reading the book and giving us a wonderfully chipper and high-pitched voice for Des as he and Captain Jack keep separate diaries of his experiences on Earth. These are really, really funny, and if Des, for whatever reason, returns to the Whoniverse or gets a sequel or his own box set collection with Big Finish, Anthony Head has to play him. No negotiation.
Jack has asked me to use our computer and put down my thoughts about our first week in the town of Bromley. He says it will be good practice for me at writing. Writing is something I didn't understand for a couple of days. What it means is that instead of keeping your thoughts in yourself or letting them out by saying or singing them, you let them out of your head and put them into small markings. But when I grasped it, I learned to understand these markings, which is called reading, very quickly. The words tumbled into my head. Jack says this is because of the Doctor's machine, the TARDIS, which gets inside a person's head and adapts it to understand many different languages, spoken or written. He says this is not magic or the work of the gods, and the Doctor is not a god, but only very wise. I think the Doctor is a god, and Jack is mistaken here. He has a very smooth face, which the other humans seem to like. There is a woman in the flat next door to ours who keeps waving at Jack from her window and giving a mating call,
And the man who came to install our television kept grinning at him in the same way, and so they went for a walk together.
And that's all I can really say about Only Human, because it really does go in some interesting and dark directions, and I don't really want to spoil it. There's a brilliant, haunting chapter involving a compromised Ninth Doctor that was as entertaining as it was, insane to read. But the humour really does lean on pop culture references and name-dropping TV shows and films from around the time. It felt a bit too reliant on those tropes. Oh, and there's one particular Captain Jack Harkness moment which also has not aged well, when he's asked to cause a distraction by the Doctor so they can get Des out of hospital.
Rose flicked a glance at her watch. Where's that distraction? Suddenly there was a commotion up ahead of the main doors. There were shrieks and, strangely, a few howls of what sounded to Rose like embarrassed laughter. For a moment she couldn't see what was going on. Then Captain Jack burst through the crowd, whooping wildly, totally naked. Rose turned her head away automatically before risking a peek back. Jack was now sprinting for one of the lifts, just as the door was closing. The soldier on duty at the staircase ran to stop him, joining the general scramble through the stunned crowd. Rose looked at the floor. For shame, she muttered, though she couldn't help smiling at the captain's nerve. The Doctor gave a hoot of laughter. Nah, that's not the biggest distraction I've ever seen. Then he grabbed Rose's arm, shouting, "Come on, run!"
Apart from that, though, I did have a good time with Only Human. Shame that it has no author, though. No idea how that happened. Let's assign our own name. Let's call them Terry Everett Robert V. And lastly, we have Wilderness Years author Steve Lyons penning The Stealer of Dreams. And I don't want to immediately derail this review, but I have to mention this up front. So the audiobook I listened to was narrated by Jackie Tyler herself, Camille Coduri. Firstly, she did a great job, but secondly, I was listening to this book at 1.2 times speed, and whenever Camille did a northern accent to imitate the Ninth Doctor, she sounded almost identical to Jodie Whittaker as the 13th Doctor. It was actually pretty uncanny. It felt like I was listening to a 13th Doctor adventure, but with Rose and Captain Jack along for the ride. It was really surreal.
You know this isn't right. You haven't forgotten your history. You know the human race dreamed once, or you'd never have got this far. The Doctor shook his head stubbornly. I'd say it was hysteria, but I don't see any other symptoms. Kids aren't affected, you said. There have been no extreme cases under the age of 13, said Tycho. Though it's best they learn to resist fiction from the start, said Waller. Get them into the habit. You're living in fear, opined the Doctor. You're living in fear and you're too mired in dogma to do anything about it. Tycho shrugged. It's the way things are. We've good reason to be afraid of the big, bad wolf. Oops, said the Doctor. Now you're using a metaphor.
Anyway, the Ninth Doctor, Rose and Jack have landed on Colony World 4378976.Delta-4 in the year 2775, and this is a world where fiction has been banned. The massive TV screens that dominate the side of buildings, the constant feed of information to the population, they only show news and documentaries. No one can lie, no one can write fiction, and even people telling impossible-to-believe stories that are actually real get called, quote, fantasy crazy, and are sent away to the big White House, because there's no actual government, it's just a massive hospital, and because politicians can't lie on this world, there aren't any around. The Doctor, determined to fix the situation, goes off on his own to investigate, which winds up with Rose getting swept up in the misadventures of Dominic, a young man who wants to write comic books, and we also have Captain Jack Harkness trying to stir up the population with tales of his misadventures, and he learns more about the mysterious Hal Gryden, whose pirate airwave signals are encouraging the people to start fighting back against the oppressive systems. The Stealer of Dreams is clearly coming from a very real and passionate place, and it's hard to ignore the metatext of Steve Lyons' work here. You know, a story about impossible people going on impossible adventures continuing in 2005, and there's a desire for the institution that is Doctor Who to inspire and do real good, and that righteousness does come through in the dialogue, with the Doctor himself making a very impassioned case very early on for why a society where fiction is illegal is barely a society. The following clip takes place in Chapter 1.
Okay, Rose had said with a shrug. So they don't like fiction, does it matter? Of course it matters, of course it does. Fiction is about possibilities. It's about hopes and dreams. And yeah, fears. Take those things away and what's left? A population of drudges, working, eating, sleeping, watching telly, unable to visualise anything outside the confines of their own dreary lives. He had seemed almost personally affronted. No wonder this world has stagnated, he had growled. If you can't conceive of something bigger, something better, how can you build it? So what do we do? Jack had asked, tongue-in-cheek. Overthrow the government and introduce story time to the masses? I don't see why not. Do you think it's fair that the people of this world, this human world, have never experienced the works of Charles Dickens? He's a bit of a Dickens nerd, Rose had confided in an aside to Jack.
It's a strong pitch, and I love just how far down the rabbit hole of this society Steve Lyons takes us. We don't get to see how people live day to day, but rather Lyons finds a couple of corners in this society and burrows down deep there, and kind of lets the reader fill in the blanks themselves. We explore things like healthcare, the police, underground criminals, trying to avoid persecution. These are gripping subplots in this book. I do think the story tries to get a bit too clever for its own good. For example, I mentioned a potential mandate for twists on top of twists, and I think The Stealer of Dreams takes it a couple of steps too far. Sure, it makes the story unpredictable, but it ends up stretching the credibility of the setting, and I also felt like it went for a scientific explanation as a cop-out. It didn't really detract from reading it too much, but maybe after binging 6 books in a row, I was starting to see the patterns. Still, I did love the world-building approach in The Stealer of Dreams, and also the attention to detail, like does psychic paper work on a population with no imagination? And while there's not much in the way of interplay between the Doctor, Rose and Jack, I think they spent like one whole chapter together before doing their own thing and getting separated, it does allow the story to cover more ground. I especially liked Rose's subplot and her interactions with Dominic.
Rose had spread Dominic's papers, his stories, out on the bed. Which of these is yours? The comic strip, he answered, distractedly, over his shoulder. The zombies? It's, good. Well drawn. But you do know women don't really look like that. And if we did, we wouldn't dress like that. It's stylistic. It's how they used to portray females in literature. I suppose on the next page, the zombies tear off her clothes and she's rescued by some hunk and falls into his arms. Dominic broke off from what he was doing to turn and stare. You've studied the classics.
And yeah, that's all of the 6th Doctor novels. If I had to rank them from weakest to strongest, keeping in mind that I don't think there's a bad one here, so, don't take these rankings too seriously, it would go The Clockwise Man, Only Human, The Stealer of Dreams, Winner Takes All, The Monsters Inside, and The Deviant Strain. But like I said, don't take it too seriously. They've all got merits, and I had a great time delving into these stories. It brought me back to 2005 and meant that I got more 9th Doctor adventures.
Now, the whole point about the Doctor is he lasts for quite a long time. I mean, you've done 13 episodes. They're not going to be happy until you've done year after year, become a Tom Baker figure. Are you going to stay with Doctor Who for a long time, do you think?
I can't answer that. It's impossible. All I can think about at the moment, and I literally stopped filming on Saturday, is this first series. I can't possibly be drawn on that.
So we can't even. You don't regenerate at the end.
If you think about it, 13 45-minute episodes in the old days is 2 series. I've just done 2 series in 8 months, really. You could broadcast 7 of these and 6 next year. You've got 2 series. 45 minutes, not half hours. I've done 2 series already. It doesn't feel like a burden, no. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to play the part and to work with that crew who are shooting as we speak. I've spent the last 8 months, 6 days a week, 14 hours a day with a group of people. I'm not talking about all the show-offs you're going to see at this launch or me. I'm just like the tip of an iceberg. I'm talking about the people, the cameramen, the prop men who made this programme. And it's been a privilege. It's not a burden. It was a joy to play him, really.
Our battle cry will be total extermination.
They are to be exterminated.
Exterminate, annihilate, destroy. Daleks conquer and destroy.
Exterminate them.
The Daleks shall sweep away Gallifrey.
Do not deviate.
Exterminate. 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 The Daleks must survive. Exterminate.
The finale of Series 1/Season 27, Bad Wolf and the Parting of the Ways, is technically a two-parter, but the plot started 5 episodes earlier in The Long Game, where the Ninth Doctor and Rose, with zero help from Adam Mitchell, managed to dismantle the systems upholding Satellite 5 in the year 200,000, which was broadcasting fake news and mass entertainment to the people of Earth. While that story does lead into this two-parter, I will not be reviewing The Long Game, mainly because it doesn't have the Daleks in it at all, but because I've watched around 85 episodes of Doctor Who over the past 15 days, and my brain might not be able to handle much more of this. I hope you folks are spending time with family this Christmas, because I'm spending today alone and crying because I watched my first Doctor regenerate and I'm not handling it well. Bad Wolf opens with the Ninth Doctor waking up in a futuristic version of the Big Brother house, Rose being forced to play a deadly game of the Weakest Link game show, and new companion Captain Jack Harkness suffering the indignity of what not to wear.
We're giving you a brand new image.
Oh, hold on, I was with the doctor. Why, is there something wrong with what I'm wearing?
The Doctor and Jack manage to escape their respective shows, but fail to save Rose from being disintegrated by the android, which is the greatest pun in the show's history. In an effort to find out who is in charge of the game station, which is a converted Satellite 5, the Doctor and Jack discover that while Rose is still alive, she has been transported to a nearby Dalek fleet. Survivors from the Time War and led by the Dalek Emperor, they've been slowly building a new Dalek army with the losers of the game shows. It's up to our heroes to stop the impending Dalek invasion, which could put the entire universe at risk of Dalek conquest. Now, much like Dalek, I've already done in-depth reviews of these stories in the past, so I won't go into nearly as much detail here, and I'll mainly be focusing on the Parting of the Ways because that's where most of the Dalek action is. However, I'd be remiss to mention that I tend to go back and forth as to whether or not the game show elements of Bad Wolf ages this episode. I think over the past 15 years, it's gone in cycles. Depending on what's on TV now, it's dated, but in some years, the Big Brother and reality TV elements are incredibly relevant. But the main theme that was instigated in The Long Game and further emphasised in Bad Wolf is humanity's addiction to increasingly extreme reality television, and that element feels more relevant as time goes on.
The human race, brainless sheep, being fed on a diet of... Mind you, have they still got that program where 3 people have to live with a bear?
Not to immediately date this episode, but in 2019, the Jeremy Kyle show was taken off the air after one guest committed suicide after filming his appearance, and Love Island, which also has an after-broadcast body count, will be filming 2 seasons in 2020. To quote the Doctor when he's told that there are 60 Big Brother houses going on at the same time,
"It's a charnel house!"
The android is still a terrific villain. Captain Jack is a lot of fun with his fashion show, and the design of the robots does feel timeless and also a great piece of foreshadowing as they were likely created by the Daleks. As for the other Bad Wolf stuff, Linda with a Y is a lovely supporting character, and because this is a Dalek story, she's down for certain death, but we'll get to that later. When Rose wakes up on the Dalek ship, the POV shot from the Dalek's perspective is a homage to their first appearance back in 1963. The Doctor's silent fury after seeing Rose get seemingly killed in front of him is also chilling stuff, leading to one of the greatest cliffhangers in the show's entire history, and I don't say that lightly.
We have your associate. You will obey or she will be exterminated.
No.
Explain yourself.
I said no.
What is the meaning of this negative?
It means no.
But she will be destroyed.
No! Because this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rescue her. I'm gonna save Rose Tyler from the middle of the Dalek fleet, and then I'm gonna save the Earth, and then, just to finish off, I'm gonna wipe every last stinking Dalek out of the sky!
But you have no weapons, no defenses, no plan!
Yeah. And doesn't that scare you to death?
This is not a cliffhanger for Rose. This is not a cliffhanger for the Doctor. This is a cliffhanger for the Daleks. We don't know how the Doctor is going to save Rose with the odds stacked against him so much, but he promised that he would, so we know he's going to do it. And that ambiguity causes the Daleks to flip out and begin their invasion.
Rose?
Yes, Doctor?
I'm coming to get you.
The Doctor is initiating hostile action. The stratagem must advance. Begin the invasion of Earth. The Doctor will
Real talk here. Bad Wolf and the Parting of the Ways was broadcast around my 13th birthday. Me and my friends made an event of watching The Parting of the Ways. We sat down in my living room, popcorn and snacks were made, and that weekend changed my life. The Parting of the Ways is a wonderful story. Firstly, it's relentless in its pace. Every scene has purpose, and there's not a wasted line. The reveal of the Dalek Emperor is beautifully staged, as is the reveal that the Daleks have been driven insane by their very means of creation.
Driven mad by your own flesh. The stink of humanity. You hate your own existence. And that makes them more deadly than ever.
The Doctor may come on board the Dalek ship with bravado, calling himself the oncoming storm and showing the Daleks who's boss.
You might have removed all your emotions, but I reckon right down deep in your DNA there's one little spark left. And that's fear. Doesn't it just burn when you face me?
And I tell you what, I hope nature takes its revenge on you, every single one of you, that leaves shit on the floor and in parks. And I hope the planet turns round and shits on you.
And coming across as holding all of the leverage, but in one of the most impactful shots of the story, the Doctor inside the TARDIS just rests his head on the door, distraught and seemingly already admitting defeat as the cries of his most feared enemy echo on the other side. The Doctor's plan involves making a Delta Wave, using the game station's resources which would wipe out both the Earth and the Dalek fleet, and in order to buy him time to make it, the former conman who would run away from his issues, Captain Jack, rallies whatever troops he can to mount a desperate, last-ditch offensive. However, the 100 people who remain on the bottom floor of the station who don't believe the Daleks exist, well, this is one of the show's darkest moments.
They can't! They don't exist! It's not fair! I won the game! I should be rich! I'm a winner! They can't do this to me!
Floor 0. They killed them all.
The Daleks didn't have to do that. Their objective is on the top floor, but they made a concerted effort and went out of their way to kill them because they weren't Dalek. But the soldiers upstairs don't fare much better. They're barely able to slow down the Daleks, but they do it anyway to help the Doctor. Except for Rose, who the Doctor tricks into entering the TARDIS and sends her back home, leaving a pre-programmed voice message instructing her on what's happening.
This is Emergency Program 1. Rose, now listen, this is important. If this message is activated, then it can only mean one thing. We must be in danger, and I mean fatal. I'm dead or about to die any second with no chance of escape.
No.
And that's okay, hope it's a good death. But I promise to look after you, and that's what I'm doing. The TARDIS is taking you home, and if you want to remember me, then you can do one thing. That's all, one thing. Have a good life. Do that for me, Rose. Have a fantastic life.
Oh boy. Come on, Will. Come on, you can do it. I'm not even acting up here. I genuinely had to try and stop myself from crying when I watched this scene again. Once Rose is back home with her mum Jackie and boyfriend Mickey, she then lays out the point of Doctor Who Series 1.
The Doctor showed me a better way of living your life. You know he showed you too. That you don't just give up. You don't just let things happen. You make a stand. You say no. You have the guts to do what's right when everyone else just runs away, and I can't.
Go back and watch my in-depth review of the Parting of the Ways for more clarity, but basically in Series 1, the Doctor didn't actually do that much, at least when you look at his direct actions on the plot. But what he did do was be an instigator for change just by inspiring the people around him to be better, to fight back. For the first time in Daleksember, we're dealing with serialized theming over the course of several stories, all culminating in this go-for-broke finale. Series 2 was not a sure thing at this point. This could have been the only series that Russell T Davies & Co. could have gotten, which means that all of the cards are on the table here, including a fully realised arc for the Doctor. To date, Eccleston's Doctor might be the only one who has a coherent character arc from beginning to end, where he's given the option to wipe out another race at the same time as the Daleks. But he's a changed man since the Time War, and he can't do it again.
I want to see you become like me. Hail the Doctor, the great exterminator!
I'll do it!
Then prove yourself, Doctor. What are you, coward or killer?
Coward. Any day.
Speaking of this scene, we have a brand new Dalek Emperor, making a reappearance after almost 40 years after Evil of the Daleks, and unlike that version where he just stood there looking impressive, this one actually has more of a personality. With a serious god complex, it even tries to argue philosophy with the Ninth Doctor. The design is also terrific as well, and Nicholas Briggs' vocal performance is intimidating and spot on.
Purify the Earth with fire. The planet will become my temple and we shall rise. This will be our paradise.
While the Daleks might not have as much character as the Metaltron in the last story, they're still an intimidating presence. They're downright scary. Not to mention cultish, as they have a fanatical devotion to their Emperor.
That makes them half human.
Those words are blasphemy! Do not blaspheme! Do not blaspheme! Do not blaspheme! I reached into the dirt and made new life. I am the god of all Daleks! And I bring you fire! I'll take you to burn!
They're insane!
Joe Ahern uses lighting and creative angles to really get across the menace of these war machines. One of the best scenes is the death of Linda, who is on the observation deck, only for the Daleks to discover her. Cornered as the Daleks are cutting through the door, the Daleks also emerge from outside the window, and with a silent exterminate, blast her into the vacuum of space. Incidentally, in my interview with Joe Ahern in the Dalek video, he names this as his favourite death in his episodes. Please check out that video, as YouTube's algorithms buried it. Anyway, Rose looks into the heart of the TARDIS and manages to get back to the game station in the future to save the Doctor, who has accepted his fate and awaits extermination. She uses the time vortex to destroy the Daleks, but the power is killing her, so the Doctor, through a kiss, takes the energy for himself, which will destroy his body and prompt a new regeneration. Yeah, Rose appearing is a bit of a Deus Ex Machina ending, however it does fit thematically with what Series 1 has been going for, and the godlike power she's given does have an in-universe consequence. So it does work here, resulting in one of my favourite regeneration scenes where the Doctor is trying to explain it to Rose, and make things easy for her.
Time Lords have this little trick, it's sort of a way of cheating death. Except it means I'm going to change. And I'm not going to see you again. Not like this. Not with this daft old face.
And the best part is, he goes out with a smile. That's the most important part here. This is not a time for mourning. This is not a time for being sad. The Doctor is going to change, and he's okay with it. He has to be, for Rose's sake. But the Doctor, having now accepted who he is after the events of the Time War, the coward, not the killer, the healer, not the harvester, a doctor to the people who helped him through his grief, the Ninth Doctor's arc comes to an end with a beaming smile and a fiery rebirth.
And before I go...
Don't say that.
Rose,
Before I go, I just want to tell you you were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And you know what? So was I.
In the context of Daleksember, Bad Wolf and the Parting of the Ways is an odd story to talk about, because while they're not the focus of the story despite being the primary threat, the Daleks are the main catalyst for change in the Ninth Doctor's season-long story arc. Like I said, go and watch my in-depth review for more detail and more opinions, but this story still stands as one of my all-time favourites. Every time I watch it, I flash back to me having just celebrated my 13th birthday watching my Doctor fight his final battle. Seeing the series that made me want to work in the media industry, and knowing that even 14 to 15 years later, I'm now working in that industry, that this story still holds up, is still scary, is still heart-wrenching, and is still funny as hell.
Identify yourself!
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yes!
Hey folks, now you've seen the video title. You know that we're going to be talking about the Ninth Doctor as played by Christopher Eccleston in the realm of Big Finish audio dramas, but I wanted to start this video off on a slightly different note. You see, my wife, she doesn't really care about Doctor Who. It's okay, I've learnt to forgive her. However, she knows that I love Doctor Who, and I love the Ninth Doctor specifically. So when it was announced a year ago that Christopher Eccleston would be joining the cast of Big Finish to star in a range of audio box sets, well, my wife went behind my back and surprised me with this. She knew how excited I was, she knew how hyped I was, and even though I normally get the digital ones, she went out of her way to get this collector's edition hard copy box set. And I thought it was such a lovely gesture. She got this for my birthday. I've been waiting for ages to unbox this for the camera. I thought it was such a lovely gesture that I'd open it for the start of this video and let you folks know what is inside this box.
Hello, I'm the Doctor. Hey, what's going on round here?
Yeah, it's worth remembering that while everyone is extremely hyped and excited about Christopher Eccleston returning to the role of the Ninth Doctor after over 15 years in a range of Big Finish audio dramas, that wasn't the character's first foray into the audio medium. No, in fact, due to it basically being a given for several years that Eccleston would never return to the franchise, Big Finish took the liberty of telling more stories with this incarnation. So what we're going to do in this episode of The Trip of a Lifetime is go through these releases, eating your vegetables before we can get to the main attraction, which would be dessert in this tortured analogy. First story to feature the Ninth Doctor was 2013's Night of the Whisper, written by Cavan Scott and Mark Wright, directed by John Allsworth. It was one of 11 other releases as part of the Destiny of the Doctor 50th anniversary range, where every month in 2013, Big Finish would release an audiobook in association with Audio Go for each Doctor 1 through 11, and Night of the Whisper was the Ninth Doctor story released in September. Narrated by Nicholas Briggs and following the Doctor, Rose and Captain Jack, we find them on a distant moon in the 23rd century in the crime-ridden city of New Vegas, infiltrating an organised crime sect, trying to discover the identity of the mysterious vigilante, the Whisper.
Grog burger with extra cheese for table 4.
The plate of food was slipped across the polished metal serving pass.
Tyler, table 4.
Rose Tyler had been miles away, remembering running hand in hand with the Doctor across the luminous sands of Slavia. He'd promised her the trip of a lifetime. What had she got? A waitressing job in a sleazy 23rd century casino on New Vegas. He was going to get such a slap when she saw him.
Honestly, just cutting right to the chase, this release didn't do much for me. Maybe it was having to do with having listened to 3 other audiobooks recently with the Doctor, Rose and Jack, which were much better, but I think a big part of it is the story structure. We find our TARDIS trio already mid-mission, and to be honest, we don't even really know why they're there in the first place other than, it's Doctor Who, we need a story this week. Rose is working as a waitress in a criminal bar, Jack is pretending to be a reporter for the Daily Galaxy, and the Doctor has somehow infiltrated the police station, which, to be fair, leads to a great introduction to the Doctor in this story. We have a lot of action set pieces and fights, which is kind of surprising given its relatively short runtime, but there's very little audience investment in the world and its inhabitants because we've just been plopped into it in medias res. The emotional epicenter of the story is meant to focus on Police Chief McNeil, voiced here by John Schwab, but he's such a blank slate of a character who the Doctor only tries to save because the 11th Doctor appears on a large TV screen in the city halfway through the story and just tells him that's what he has to do. That's the 9th Doctor's motivation in this story. His future self just tells him what to do.
Now, I haven't got long, and before you have a go, yes, I know this is breaking several laws of time, but this is important, extremely important. Listen to me. McNeil must live. Yes, I know he's a misguided idiot, but when he becomes the mayor of New Vegas, well, that's for me to know and you to find out. Mum's the word. Just make sure nothing happens to him, okay? Cheers, ears.
Then he was gone. The screen once again showing 2 aliens knocking chunks out of each other.
What was that about?
Rose asked.
He was talking about McNeil.
I heard, the Doctor said, getting back to work. He winced as he heard the screen fizz again.
Sorry about the ears thing, by the way.
The bow-tie-wearing idiot said, his face creased in concern.
Just something Pond used to say. Nothing personal.
Fantastic, the Doctor muttered. It was the first time Rose had ever heard him say it with a complete lack of enthusiasm.
Night of the Whisper really struggles with the lack of any sort of morality as to whether or not the Doctor should try and save McNeil, as his actions and motives are revealed over the course of the story. There's just no tension to it. The Doctor acts uncharacteristically angry and outlandishly aggressive towards McNeil because we need to contrive a will he or won't he third act as to whether or not the Doctor will heed his 11th Incarnation's advice, but there's no bite to it. We know what he's going to do, there's no tension here. Jack and Rose have very little to do here as well, but Jack's removal from the plot leads itself to some really funny banter. Cavan Scott and Mark Wright really captured Captain Jack's voice. But apart from that, at least after nearly a decade, The Long Game actually has some competition now as the weakest 9th Doctor story. This one gets a thumbs down from me. Next up is, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I can't believe I'm diving into this, the Winston Churchill box set, The Churchill Years from 2016, directed by Ken Bentley and narrated by Ian McNeice, who reprises his role as Winston Churchill from Series 5 and Series 6. The box set has 4 stories, but we're mainly going to be focusing on the first one, The Oncoming Storm, by Phil Mulryne, which has Churchill in 1939 at the start of World War II, and an alien weapon has washed up on the shores of the Thames that could turn the tide in the conflict, but has devastating mental effects on whoever touches it. A group of AI called Rats are in pursuit of the weapon, but we also have the 9th Doctor skulking about in the shadows, trying his best to prevent Churchill from getting involved.
But those things are dangerous.
I know, he said. They were about to start erasing bits of you before I distracted them, honestly. Some people are never pleased.
But there are people in Admiralty House.
Like who, he asked.
Like Winston Churchill.
The Doctor froze, then scowled, then muttered something about forgetting he'd be there at this point, about not wanting to get involved at such a key point in history.
What does that mean? You're isolationist, is that it? Listen, those rat things could kill Mr. Churchill.
The Doctor drew his screwdriver out again and casually flicked the device off. That would deactivate the stone again, he said, confusing the rats, delaying them. They may have a fix on the building, but not the stone's exact location, and they'd have to devise an assault plan.
Then we have time to get to Admiralty House, to warn them.
The Doctor hesitated.
Come on!
But still he didn't move, apparently torn between conflicting desires.
You don't want to get involved? Fine. Stay skulking in the shadows, but I'm going.
And go she did, leaving the doctor staring after her.
First things first, Ian McNeice does a great job with the narration and playing Churchill. The guy has played the definitive wartime leader on TV and stage numerous times. He brings his A-game here. He's really good. Here's the thing, though. There has been some discourse in recent years about the rose-tinted glasses and sugarcoating of Churchill's political career. Yeah, he's an icon who also sells car insurance, but he also committed terrible atrocities and held outdated opinions even by his generation standards. If you're wanting acknowledgement of a more nuanced depiction of Churchill, I'd argue that you're never going to get it from a show like Doctor Who. It's just not built for that purpose. But you definitely won't get it in this box set, because it reads as a 4-part fellatio to Winston Churchill, where everyone talks about how amazing he is, how noble and strong and brave he is as a person, let alone his importance as a symbol. Supporting characters literally stop the plot just to talk about his brilliant character. There's a device in one story in this box set that increases someone's intelligence, but it also destroys their minds, and people actually say, Churchill, even a mind as smart and as incredible as yours, couldn't handle it. In the second story, the 10th Doctor encounter, a creature latches onto Churchill, and it's not the final reason that we're given, but the initial one. The reason that we are initially given as to why it's latched onto Churchill is because Churchill is apparently just so gosh darned awesome. So of course the creature would bond with him. I'm not making that up, it almost reads as parody. But here's the rub though. The framing device of the box set is that it's Churchill recounting these events from his perspective. So in a way, the comical, self-aggrandizing wartime stories about Winston are by Winston. It's the narrative equivalent of the "and then everyone on the train clapped" meme. Though I feel like that could be me playing devil's advocate, I don't know what the objective of the box set was when it comes to this characterization. And with the 9th Doctor in the oncoming storm, he's just skulking around in the shadows for a reason that's never actually given. He just yells at Churchill for getting involved with alien tech, but never really takes any measures to take control of the situation. And when Churchill gets cornered by one of the AI, he's on his own in the basement of the building, he stands his ground, and he gives a speech, and then the Doctor just steps out from the shadows and says, "Oh, Winston, I wasn't sure if I was going to save the universe or not, but you're so awesome, you've inspired me to step in." It's absolutely nuts, and because we never see or hear the 9th Doctor removed from Churchill or his assistant Hetty's perspective, we never learn what his deal is. Like, why isn't he stepping in? Like, this isn't the War Doctor, this is 9. This is out of character for him. You could argue that it's pre-Rose, but even before he met with Rose, like when he's in the building of the shopping department and he meets Rose for the first time, he's still getting involved, he's still blowing up the building, he's still stopping the aliens, even before he actually takes Rose Tyler's hand and says run. Anyway, this box set is interesting, but it's completely nuts. The best story is the third one, Living History, where the 11th Doctor takes Churchill back in time to meet Julius Caesar and encounters a Dalek there who has become known as the Bronze God by the ancient Britons. It's actually a really cool story, but do you want to know who else is along for the adventure? Seriously, like, just pause the video for a second, don't Google it, guess. I want you to write it in the comments what your guess was. Wrong, it was Kazran Sardik. This is one of the trips that he and the 11th Doctor take off screen during A Christmas Carol. Danny Horn even reprises the role. This feels like the epitome of a dartboard approach to storytelling. Okay, let's see. 11th Doctor, Winston Churchill, Daleks, and Kazran. Who put Kazran Sardik on the board? And to round off the box set, episode 4 has Lily Arwell, all grown up, the young girl from The Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe, still played by Holly Earl. Okay, apparently she cares for Winston Churchill during his retirement, so that's a thing. Anyway, that's enough of the Churchill years. Let's take a look at the next big finish appearance for the 9th Doctor, which is The Churchill Years Volume 2. Yes, they made another, and this one is just as mad. Thankfully though, the parodic hero worship of Churchill is drastically toned down, and it's a much more consistently solid box set. Part 1 is a bit of a weak start though. A young Winston, who is just not nearly as interesting a character, meets Madame Vastra, played by Niamh McIntosh. But it's with episodes 2 and 3 where the Ninth Doctor gets involved again, where the box set really finds its feet. Human Conflict by Ian McLaughlin has an alien arms dealer come to Earth offering incredible alien technologies to both the Axis and the Allies, with the Ninth Doctor trying to prevent mutually assured destruction, something that feels way more in character for this particular incarnation than his distanced approach in the last box set. And when the Doctor's ideology clashes with Churchill's desperation to win the war at any cost, it results in some really strong exchanges.
This man was in Denmark, sir. At the weapons site.
I'm sure he was, Lieutenant. Those piercing blue eyes glared at me intensely. I told you to leave it to me, Winston, he raged. Now men are dead on both sides. That didn't have to happen. But I would not be bowed by my old friend. Doctor, this is war. Men are dying every day. Men and women and children. I must stop it. There is always an unfathomable quality to the Doctor. His rage mixed with regret and empathy. He understood my need to bring the war to an end, but he would not change his stance. Using the biggest weapon you can find is not the answer, he said. I've seen it. I've done it. It doesn't take the guilt away. But I would not be swayed either. Perhaps. But if it saves a life, then I shall do it. You are a dear and trusted friend, Doctor, but you must understand my position. I do. I really do, he insisted. And I believed him.
One thing I really appreciated about this second release, as opposed to the first one, is that it does show Churchill in a more negative light, as he's so desperate to win the war that it seriously compromises his judgment, and this box set goes about exploring that. Then the third story of this release, I Was Churchill's Double by Alan Barnes, goes absolutely off the cliff in terms of story concepts, and follows, and I'm not making a word of this up, Winston Churchill being sent to a multiverse where Germany has occupied Britain and Churchill is now a freedom fighter in 1942, wanted by the Reich, with the Ninth Doctor along for the ride.
I am not making this shit up!
And the reason Churchill is wanted is because the version of him originally from that universe had nuclear weapons blueprints in his memory, which he can only access through hypnotizing himself by watching the 1960s Doctor Who title sequence.
Again! Not making this shit up!
It's nuts, and to be honest, the Ninth Doctor really is just a bystander in this story. He's mainly there to get across the exposition about multiverses and alternate timelines and stuff. It's utterly insane though, and I love it. The fourth and final story, written by Robert Kahn and Tom Salinsky, is a fun post-war VE Day romp with the 10th Doctor called Churchill Victorious, so clearly a prequel to Time Lord Victorious. But you know what? I'll leave these other stories for another time. If you want to listen to any of these Churchill box sets, listen to the second one, but Living History from the first one is really good as well. So those volumes were absolutely mad. Let's go for something a bit more down to earth, and it's here that we find The Ninth Doctor Chronicles, released in May 2017, directed by Helen Goldwyn and narrated by Nicholas Briggs. In all seriousness, that skit at the beginning of the video, my wife didn't get this. I bought this. I got this off eBay for a couple of quid, but I didn't know this when I ordered it. It's brand new. It's factory sealed. Like, this has not been touched or used. Like, someone wanted rid of this thing. But yeah, this is the second ever, like, hard copy of a Big Finish release I ever got. I bought Sirens of Time on eBay for a couple of quid, like, 10 years ago. But I've actually bought a, boxed copy. And you know what? I should maybe do this more often, but I've got so many digital ones now with, like, oh, this is difficult decisions. But yeah, this is beautiful. This actually looks really cool. I'm very happy with this. Blimey, imagine if my wife had got me the vinyl version. Ninth Doctor Chronicles, narrated by Nicholas Briggs on vinyl. I bought this thing brand new, but there doesn't seem to be any sort of, like, code or anything for me to get it on the app, so I'm guessing that there just isn't one for this release. Much like the other releases so far, it's a partially narrated, partly acted set of stories as opposed to full cast audio dramas, with the first one, The Bleeding Heart by Cavan Scott, being the earliest Ninth Doctor story in his personal timeline that we know of so far. It's so early for him that he still has the War Doctor's sonic screwdriver. On the planet of peace, Galen, two warring races gather for a peace treaty signing only for a murder to take place and disrupt the diplomacy. The Ninth Doctor, fresh from the Time War, is on the case and finds an unwitting ally in Adriana Jarsdal from Cosmic 9 News, played by Claire Wyatt. We also have her cameraman Stan, whose eye has been replaced with a camera, which really impresses the Doctor.
The stranger turned back to face her, looking as though he was about to tell her that she hadn't a clue what she was talking about, until he noticed Stan, and his eyes went wide.
Look at you! You're fantastic!
Stan took an involuntary step back as the man lunged forward to take a closer look at the cameraman's implant.
I've seen some cybernetics in my time, but that takes the biscuit.
Stan, the cameraman provided, shooting a nervous glance at Adriana, as the stranger pulled a cylindrical device from his pocket and proceeded to run the red light at its tip across Stan's face.
Pleased to meet you, Stan. I'm the Doctor.
Hey, what are you doing?
You're broadcasting with that thing.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
I know that this box set will be one of the main attractions for this video, but I honestly didn't have many thoughts on this story. Nicholas Briggs makes a game effort out of impersonating the Ninth Doctor, but I feel that at this point the Ninth Doctor being hurt from the Time War and encountering almost perfect parallels or ironic fallout from the war itself feels really played out by this point, and while The Bleeding Heart has a killer third act, the journey it takes to get there is pretty bog standard. Adriana is basically a different character from scene to scene based on the needs of the plot, with several conflicting personality traits, which makes it kind of hard to warm to her as a companion surrogate. It's not a bad story, far from it, but it feels very like generic pre-Rose Ninth Doctor story. It's like what you'd get if an algorithm made it. I feel like there's more interesting things to do with this incarnation at this point in his life, but as an opener to this Chronicles box set, it gets the job done. Also, I do think that the writing doesn't help, but it feels like these Chronicles are just copying and pasting all the quirks and retorts and dialogue from Series 1, instead of doing something more novel and interesting with the Ninth Doctor. Something I feel really comes across in the second story, Una McCormack's The Window on the Moor, where some lines are just directly ripped from Russ T. Davies and Stephen Moffat, to the point where it gets quite distracting. But anyway, the Ninth Doctor, this time joined by Rose, land on a world where there's a civil war taking place between a Duke and a Prince, which also involves dimensional gateways that lead to Earth, where Rose and the Duke encounter Emily Bronte randomly in the 19th century. If you're wondering what on earth those plot points have in common, I've no idea apart from the cursory mention of a love story in the Mist, with the Mist being the form that these portals take, and also drawing some allusions to Wuthering Heights, which, full disclosure, is a book I never liked. But anyway, I did like the setup to the story as the Doctor and Rose land in a seemingly deserted town as its residents hide away in their houses. It's when the Ninth Doctor gets imprisoned by the Duke, however, where things get way more interesting, leading to a legitimately inspired set piece in a dungeon with moving glass walls that even takes the Doctor by surprise as he's being pursued by a vicious creature.
The Doctor sped along the corridor, the beast giving chase, until the corridor ran out. He turned to face the monster, scrabbling in his pocket for his sonic screwdriver.
Now, you better watch out, or I'm not sure what I'll do.
The Doctor looked around worriedly.
I really am not sure at all.
The walls shifted again.
Hey, that was clever. Nothing to do with me, but clever.
The walls were curving inwards, hourglass style, pulling ever closer until eventually they met, forming a solid block between the Doctor and the beast.
Right. That's good. Unexpected, but good.
The story is exposition heavy as the Doctor and Rose land towards the end of this civil war, and they need to be brought up to speed on a lot of details, meaning it's a bit hard for the supporting cast to really define themselves outside of the stock archetypes, but I think for the Prince that was kind of meant to be the point. Thankfully, the narration and McCormack's description of facial expressions and posture really goes a long way to closing that gap between the characters and the listener. I don't have too much to say about this story, to be honest. I think I like it more than I'm letting on. I'm glad that despite the main plot point being is Civil War, the Doctor doesn't really go existential and start yelling about war being the worst and 10 million ships on fire. And, you know, he's been really melancholic because that feels so played out by this point. It's a decent story. I did like it. Next up, we have The Other Side by Scott Handcock, and I need to correct a statement I made in a video a while back. And you know that Adam Mitchell is so bad that even Big Finish won't touch him. Yeah, turns out I was wrong. Big Finish had actually told a story with Adam Mitchell. Heck, they even brought Bruno Langley back to reprise the role. However, this was recorded and released before all of that stuff came out about him. Oh god, look at this image of Nicholas Briggs next to Bruno Langley, and Nicholas Briggs does not look happy at all. Yeah, Nicholas Briggs, he knows what's up. Anyway, this story directly follows off from the events of Dalek, when Adam Mitchell steps inside the TARDIS in Van Statten's Alien Museum in Utah in 2012. The Doctor tries to take him home to Manchester, but an issue in the time vortex causes them to land someplace else.
And we're underground, I think.
How can you tell? Asked Rose.
There's just something about the atmosphere. You get used to it after a while. But there's this tang to the air, a coolness. A bit like damp. And the acoustics. Listen. Hello? Rose Tyler! You see? Dead quiet. Soundproofed. Which suggests to me that we're definitely underground somewhere. So an inhospitable environment, perhaps? A space base on Mars, or something?
Hey, what's all the racketing, Adolf?
The Doctor stormed out of the TARDIS, clearly unimpressed.
You lot, you'll wake the neighbours.
Rose began to explain.
Adam was just trying to work out where we've landed. He thinks we might be on Mars.
Somewhere inhospitable, anyway.
Well, you're not that far off, and neither are we. This is Birmingham, 2012. I'm afraid that tsunami in the vortex gave the TARDIS a bit of a battering.
Birmingham?
Birmingham, yes, that's right. Only slightly off course. You can catch a train to take you back up north. Saved you a heap on an airfare.
They're actually in an abandoned cinema, which is the centre of some strange temporal phenomena which is causing the cinema screening room to decay, chair row by chair row. Cool setting, cool premise. Here's the issue though, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier. We've basically got a Doctor here going through the motions as a character. In The Other Side, we've got a threat which is a species thought to be wiped out in the Time War that possess human bodies, so, you know, we have the Gelth from the Unquiet Dead. We have one of Rose's boyfriend companions who the Doctor and Rose relay instructions to by phone, like Mickey in World War III, and then we have the climax, where these creatures hold Rose hostage and demand the Doctor open a locked door to ensure her survival, which literally happened one episode ago in Dalek from the character's perspective. Now, the atmosphere is good. Briggs does a great job narrating, and you know what? Credit where it's due, Bruno Langley does alright here. Even though Adam really has no thematic purpose in this story. Like, why did this story need to have Adam in it? It feels like a novelty which could potentially devalue what happened to him in the long game, especially since the episode ends with an open ending, with the Doctor being pretty happy with his work, which could allow for more stories with Adam to take place, which has, that's aged badly.
No. Credit where it's due. You kept your cool, did a brilliant job. And who knows, you might even be able to show Rose a thing or two. One day.
One day? But I thought this was goodbye?
Who needs goodbyes when you've got a time machine? But what do you reckon, Rose? Shall we take him once around the block before going home?
Rose smiled.
Your ship, your rules.
Wait, are you serious?
Not if I can help it.
The Doctor unlocked the TARDIS. Then he stepped aside, waving his two companions in through the open doors.
Come on then, Adam Mitchell. Trip of a lifetime. Let's see what your future has in store.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Wow.
Adam Mitchell.
Came from another planet? I guess.
But you know what? There was one awesome thing I liked in this story, and it revolves around the Doctor getting thrown back in time to the same location, the same cinema, but without a TARDIS and by over a century, in the 1890s, where the cinema is a theatre. Then, Rose gets thrown back following him into 1922 when the theatre is now a nightclub. The Doctor then waits in his respective time period for 28 years, and then goes back to the nightclub on January 1st, 1922, and stays there night after night because he knows this is the year that Rose is going to show up in. It's a wonderful character beat, and I love how it's portrayed. It's a great building upon the Doctor and Rose's relationship from the TV show, because she never really considered the Doctor being relatively ageless as a Time Lord. It's so in character. It gives us something that Series 1 never did, and I loved it. It was a wonderful moment in an otherwise ho-hum story that kind of spins its wheels with better material and doesn't have much of a reason to exist. Now, I went into the fourth and final story of this box set with low expectations, to be honest, after the previous three. We have Retail Therapy, written by James Goss, where the Ninth Doctor and Rose return to the Powell estate and visit Jackie Tyler, here once again played by Camille Cajuri. And Jackie has basically been roped into a pyramid scheme, where the hot new craze are Glubby Glubs, a pink squishy stress ball. However, their results are miraculous apparently. Jackie's looking years younger, losing weight, and is making a lot of money. But the Doctor suspects alien intervention, so the investigation begins. Now, with that premise, you might expect a fluff contemporary story. It's certainly what I expected. However, and I can't believe I'm saying this, the Ninth Doctor adventure, where Jackie Tyler is selling Glubby Glubs, is by far and away the best Ninth Doctor Big Finish story pre-Eccleston. Now, hold on, stay with me here.
The Doctor leaned closer to the tray. They're so odd. And they're humming. Can't you hear it?
Of course you can't. Humans, you've got such limited hearing. No wonder dogs take pity on you.
He patted down his pockets, looking for his sonic screwdriver. Rose shook her head.
Don't bother, she said. It's not an alien invasion, it's just naff. We just get crazies for things. It's human. It's nice to see Mum having a project, being a success. Even if it is flogging stuff to the neighbours. What do they call those parties? Tupper...
Nuh-uh-uh. We don't use that word, sweetheart. Mind out for the tray. No, Glubby Glubs are very hot on branding. We don't mention rival products, or if we do, we talk about parties to sell plastic storage containers. It's a bit of a fiddle, but you'll soon get the hang of it.
What works so well about this story, aside from its great social commentary about pyramid schemes, is that it really hones into how Jackie Tyler perceives the Ninth Doctor and his relationship with her daughter. Yeah, there's an alien threat to stop as the Glubby Glubs are sucking the life energy out of the people Jackie is selling them to, but for the most part it's a background detail, where Jackie, having not been able to give Rose a life of travelling and adventure because of their life below the poverty line, she feels intensely jealous that the Doctor can show up one day and just effortlessly give her that life with apparently no ulterior motive. Jackie is a bit suspicious of that, but also gets upset that a get-rich-quick scheme that is actually paying off for her, the Doctor is interfering and potentially could sabotage it all. It's a lovely look at this dynamic that we never got in the TV series, and it's where I think expanded media like Big Finish can really shine and pick up the slack. But that's not to say it's all glum character building, because we need to talk about James Goss, and I adore how Goss characterises the Ninth Doctor. The dourness and intimidation that has permeated most of these Big Finish stories, it's gone in favour of a much more cheerful, charming, but still down-to-earth and serious when necessary Doctor who is trying to do right by Rose and is not sure how to navigate Jackie. As far as I'm aware, this is the only Ninth Doctor story that James Goss has written outside of Time Lord Victorious appearances, but I would love him to do more because he's hit it out of the park here. There's also a brilliant, subtle reference to the Christmas invasion, which is the audible equivalent of Blink and You'll Miss It. The script is littered with wonderful details like that.
Ketchup.
The Doctor and Rose were in a cafe, eating breakfast. It was clearly one of the Doctor's rare peace offerings.
Don't think buying me a bacon sandwich makes it all okay, said Rose, taking a bite.
Bacon? There are planets that don't have bacon. Worlds have been invaded because of the lack of it.
You're kidding. I mean, bacon. Is it worth fighting for?
Ask a pig.
The Doctor was making spirals on his plate with the sauce bottles.
People always want something that isn't theirs. I can never work out which is my favourite. I would say ketchup. But then how would I look brown sauce in the eye again? Did you have a good night's sleep?
Yeah. What about you and my mum? You were out late together.
Oh, we talked. This and that. The doctor dabbed a corner of bread in a little red sauce, a little brown.
She's trying so hard, she really is, to like you, to make a success of things.
For those glubby glubs.
Are evil pink balls of squishy evil?
Totally. You want another bacon sandwich?
Nah. Let's go fight evil.
And best of all, the story never loses sight of the larger term stakes though, with the glubby glubs, such as how they're impacting the people that Jackie is selling them to, their impact on the Doctor, Rose, and even the TARDIS. The climax of the story is genuinely suspenseful, and I did not see the ending confrontation coming. This story really takes you for a ride. It's a cliche term, but it really was the full package. I loved it from beginning to end. It fits right in with Russell T Davis's view of the show, especially its vehement anti-capitalist subtext, which in retail therapy basically becomes just the text, as the glubby glubs become a metaphor for the parasitic nature of capitalism, pyramid schemes, and the usually innocent phrase, "thank you for your time," takes on such a dark meaning in this story. Also, props to this episode, I guess, for literally saying that the 1% are terrible and bad. Like, it's that on the nose. Russell T Davis would be proud. Camille Cudjouri is great, by the way. It was lovely to hear her slip back into this role.
The thing is, I don't want you to be right. I hate it when you're right. Mums have a role in life. They protect their daughters. And when they meet a man, we watch them like hawks. We may like them, we may just put up with them, but we watch them and we know what to expect. You're different. No, wait. I know that you're not, like that. Are you? No, never mind. But here it is, you're offering her everything I never could. I made ends meet. There were birthday presents and the Christmas club and so on, but travel, adventure, exotic holidays, forget it. My whole life has been about making do. And you idiot, you turn up like you don't care and you take her everywhere, you give her everything. And you don't even do what Mickey did and be nice to my face and roll your eyes behind my back. I'm pretty much nothing to you, and you make that so bleeding clear.
Hey, that's unfair. A bit unfair. Slightly unfair.
Sometimes, yeah, I worry that you're right, that I've missed chances. You don't just get one lucky shot in life, you get loads. It's seeing them, and this thing selling little fluffy knickknacks. Well, it's the lucky shot I saw. It's stupid, but all crazes are stupid. 6 months from now, it'll be, I don't know, glowing hedgehogs or elastic bands. But right now, it's glubby glubs. And they're my golden ticket, not to luxury, but maybe to offering Rose something better to come back to.
And on a last note, the music in this story is really, really good. I didn't notice it in the other box set stories, but Ian Morris and Rhys Downing do great work in retail therapy. If for whatever reason in the near future, Big Finish decide to release these stories separately as opposed to making you buy an entire box set for all 4 of them, then Retail Therapy is a must listen. Now, to round off the Ninth Doctor's Big Finish stories before Christopher Eccleston returned to the role, we have 2 short trips, the first one being Battle Scars by Selim Ulug, released in the summer of 2019, and then Her Own Bootstraps by Amy Veers, released in autumn of 2020. Both of them work thematically as a double feature as they build on the same scene from Rose, where Rose is in Clive's den and looking at old archive photos of the Ninth Doctor, one of them being the Doctor with the Daniels family who cancelled their trip on the Titanic in 1912, and the other being a sketch of the Doctor on the day the volcano Krakatoa erupted in 1883. Battle Scars is narrated by Nicholas Briggs and starts with the Doctor's TARDIS landing in the garden of the Daniels family and an injured Doctor falling out, only to be nursed back to health by the family who take him in and show him real kindness. It's not really confirmed where in the Doctor's life this takes place, as we never found out what injured the Doctor, but we know that it's really early days for him, and we know this because one of the Daniels' daughters, Connie, says fantastic, and this is where the Ninth Doctor picks up his fondness for the word. It has to take place after the bleeding heart because the Doctor has his blue-tipped screwdriver here, so he's not suffering from regeneration trauma, unless we just, for whatever reason, have to work around bleeding heart now. It could work as a post-regeneration story. He does utter the words "no more" in his sleep as he has nightmares of the Time War. Honestly, the only reason this doesn't work is because of the colour of the screwdriver. Anyway, the Doctor makes a speedy recovery with the Daniels, only to discover...
We'll all be setting out on a voyage next week. "Oh, sounds wonderful," said the doctor. "Could be just the thing." Pausing, the doctor's face darkening, he added, "The 10th of April, 1912. Please, don't tell me." "In fact," said Arthur, "we're to set sail on the Titanic for America. Enjoy a holiday there, then return in a month's time." He paused and added, "Our Dr. Hodgkins recommended a complete change. Said it would be good for what ails me." Connie stared at the doctor, puzzled as he began to shake with anger. Abruptly, he got up and strode towards the back door. "Why me?" he said, nearly shouting. "Why should it always be me that has to play God?" The door slammed behind him. Shaking his head, Arthur said, "He's been in the wars. I don't know which battles, or which war, come to that. He wouldn't say, but there you have it."
Now, Battle Scars is a fine short story. If there's an issue here, it's that we have absolutely no idea where this doctor came from and exactly why he has such conflict in regards to whether or not he should save the Daniels family. Yeah, the Titanic is probably a fixed point, but if the Daniels can be saved, then he wouldn't hesitate normally. Connie is able to talk the doctor into making the right moral choice, but because we don't really get to explore why he's so conflicted, it kind of falls flat. I liked how the Daniels were characterised, though. You do really grow to like them and admire them. And there's a really good subplot where the Doctor investigates a rival to the family business who used to be a former friend, but they grew apart after the Boer War. In its own bubble, it's a nice subplot, but once again, we have another story which brings up the Ninth Doctor's experiences and parallels with the Time War, which is really, really feeling played out. Still, I do recommend it. And lastly, we have Her Own Bootstraps, which follows the Ninth Doctor, once again dealing with the consequence of the Time War, as he steals a Time War weapon from Althea Bryce, a evil scientist who plans to use it for, well, evil. The Doctor decides to bury the weapon on Krakatoa so the eruption can destroy it. However, he encounters a younger, more innocent and kinder version of Althea on the island who will just dig it up again. This is where Althea found the weapon in the first place. With the volcano about to erupt, the Doctor and the scientist find themselves trapped in a bootstrap paradox, and the Doctor has to somehow change a future that has already happened. First things first, Jacob Dudman narrates this and... is there really nothing he can't do? The guy has voiced 10, 11 and 12, can do great impressions of all of them, but he can also do 9 as well?
She looked back at the Doctor. We've met before? Or we will? I haven't met you before, so you must meet me in the future. And that leads you here somehow. The Doctor held up the metallic case to emphasize his point. I stole this thing from your future self, he explained. You were working for mercenaries, reverse engineering weapons. I took it here to destroy it, and here you are now, ready to steal it to tinker with again. We're in a stable time loop, Althea, a bootstrap paradox. I bury this, you dig it up and take it home with you. Years later, when your lab's on contract with Valentari military unit, I'll steal it and come here to bury it where you'll be waiting to steal it, on and on and on and on forever. Several possible questions ran through Althea's brain. What's in the box? Why was I working with mercenaries? Why did you steal it from me? She settled on the question that had been bothering her since they first met. Who are you? I'm the Doctor.
And the premise of the Doctor trying to talk an evil genius down is good, but it feels like a retread of the Big Finish short trip Forever Fallen, and that's an especially bad story to be compared to because A, Forever Fallen is brilliant, and B, Forever Fallen is free to listen to. Her Own Bootstraps is a story that you have to pay for. That unfortunate piece of competition aside, Her Own Bootstraps is a decent story. It just feels like at this point we're in really well-worn and trodden territory. The story also feels too short to explore the premise. The solution seems way too easy for a paradox of this nature, and the arc of Althea just really didn't hit any notes for me. I don't know, maybe I'm just a bit tired at this point. I've listened to so much Ninth Doctor over the past few weeks. It was a really interesting dive into Big Finish though, but the conclusion that I've reached is, they're way too reliant on a few singular traits of the Ninth Doctor. The wounded war veteran, the grumpy northern alien who calls humans stupid apes. Stories like Night of the Whisper, The Oncoming Storm, Human Conflict, Bleeding Hearts, The Other Side, and The Short Trips really hammer home this facet of the Ninth Doctor's character, and yeah, it is an important part of 9 that makes him unique as an incarnation. However, I'd argue that limiting yourself to that type of characterization does 9 a disservice, and the Ninth Doctor is more than just his trauma. It would be like if Big Finish did a load of audio adventures with the Sixth Doctor, but he's overcoming his regeneration and strangling everyone he meets. Like, yeah, it's part of the Sixth Doctor's character arc, I guess, but there's more to him than that. Because yeah, 9 was hurting and broken, but he was also capable of real care, empathy, understanding, moments of genuine joy, admiration, and a love of life. Even Eccleston himself knew that.
What a lot of the science fiction programs we're going up against don't have is the kind of central message of Doctor Who, which is love life. You know, it's unashamedly emotional about. The Doctor's message seems to be, you have a short life, make sure it's a happy one, and seize every moment and accept life in all its forms, which is a central message with him. You know, he doesn't react with horror when he sees a blue three-headed monster. He reacts with wonder, and I think that's a very important message to send out to children. And a lot of the series is the series you're talking about, Buffy, it's kind of postmodern irony and stuff, whereas this retains that kind of innocence, the innocence of its message.
I can't claim to speak for everyone, but that's the Doctor I fell in love with back in 2005, and I think that's why stories like Retail Therapy, and to a lesser extent The Window on the Moor, excel from this lineup. And from 2013 to 2020, that was the Ninth Doctor and Big Finish. However, in 2021...
Hello? Is there someone there? If you're hearing me now, I'm already dead, but that's all right. I've been dead before. There are worse ways to spend your day. The important thing is I'm coming back.
I always come back. I'll be there when you need me most, when you're lost and alone, when you're in distress, when the day seems bleak and the night never ends. I'll be your friend when there's no one else, and I'll fight for you when hope is gone. I'll hold your hand till the light fades.
My name is Christopher Eccleston, and I am playing the Doctor. It's a big universe out there, and you haven't even scratched the surface. Well, it's time to change that.
National Television Award goes to Christopher Eccleston.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Christopher Eccleston can't be with us this evening. Accepting the award on his behalf is the man who brought Doctor Who back to life, the writer, Russell T. Davies.
Christopher Eccleston has sent a speech. She wants to be read out. I am very sorry I can't be there tonight. I'd like to congratulate my fellow nominees, Martin Clunes, Nigel Harman, Shane Ritchie and Bradley Walsh. Thank you for everybody who voted for me, and a heartfelt thank you to the British public for their encouragement over the past 17 years. You've always been very honest with me, and I'm grateful. I'd like to dedicate this award to the memory of a little boy who loved Doctor Who and loved life, Kieran Wynn. Thank you.
Now, I'm sure there are some people watching this video who became fans of Doctor Who after Christopher Eccleston left the show in 2005 and don't quite understand why his return to the role after 15 years was such a big deal. I mean, prior Doctors have been involved in spin-off media before, including Big Finish like David Tennant, but Eccleston's announcement was something else entirely, so let's give a bit of context. A lot of what I'm about to say is speculation and inference based on available information, so I won't try and get into too many specifics, but basically Christopher Eccleston got involved in Doctor Who because Russell T Davies was involved. However, there were reportedly many issues on set between Eccleston and the higher-ups, including one of the directors and some of the cast members whose behaviour he found unbecoming and unprofessional. He didn't like seeing how members of the crew were treated and left after one season, with the hopes that his regeneration at the end of the Parting of the Ways would be a surprise so as to not overshadow the show that he and the crew worked so hard on. Unfortunately, this regeneration news leaked to the press, which further soured some relationships, and apparently Eccleston was even put on a blacklist by the BBC. That's one reason he went to America for a bit and played villain roles in blockbusters like Thor: The Dark World and G.I. Joe: The Rise of Cobra. Eccleston was also struggling with mental health issues at this time, accompanied by his strained relationship with his father, who was suffering from dementia. A lot of this is explained in Eccleston's autobiography I Love the Bones of You, but in a really simplified way. Eccleston helped give the BBC a massive show, but personally had a lot of negativity attached to that show, meaning he didn't attend conventions, he didn't really talk about the show much in interviews, etc. Big Finish had tried to get Eccleston involved in the past, but Eccleston politely declined the calls. However, when Eccleston found himself out of work due to lockdowns in 2020, Big Finish called again, and this time he answered with a yes.
I'm an actor, and I act to support myself and my children, Albert and Esme, so the deciding factor, it might not be fashionable to say it, is that it's paid work, particularly in a pandemic.
It's also worth noting that prior to this Big Finish announcement, Eccleston had started attending a few conventions and also talking about the show on panels and interviews more over time. This change didn't happen overnight. So the announcement was made in August 2020, with recording taking place both remotely and at Big Finish HQ a few months later for the first of 4 volumes. At the time of making this video, the first 2 have been released, Ravagers and Respond to All Calls, with the third, Lost Warriors, scheduled for release later this year, and the 4th is untitled and slated for a 2022 release, and will see the 9th Doctor reunite with the Brigadier, played by John Culshaw. So let's start this video with a look at Ravagers, a release so hotly anticipated that the Big Finish website crashed on the day of its release. With such an important release, who better to handle its creative process than Nicholas Briggs, who writes and directs this 3-part story. While a lot of Big Finish releases are box sets of self-contained stories, Ravagers is definitely a trilogy, so I won't go through it part by part. So this story follows the 9th Doctor, presumably before Rose, in medias res with Nova, played by Camilla Beeput, a chef working on the Sphere of Freedom. Time eddies have been showing up across the universe, which have been displacing species across time and space, with the Doctor tracing their origins to the sphere. However, his actions to solve the problem with Nova go wrong, displacing Nova as well, and it's up to the Doctor to save her and the rest of the universe, which is at risk of being consumed by these creatures known as the Ravagers. And at the centre of all of this is Audrey, the CEO of the Sphere of Freedom, and played by Jane McKenna, who has her own ulterior motives and reasonings for getting involved and stopping the Ravagers. Now, that's a pretty complex plot, but like I said before, that's because it's told in medias res, and a lot of part 1, titled Sphere of Freedom, is actually relayed by the Doctor telling a stranger he meets on the sphere about how he got there. It's not only a great way to start the box set off with a bang, but it also gives the audience an easy way to have the narrative explained to them, and how all these pieces got put in place. It's a tough plot to just give a brief synopsis on, but the way it unfolds across the 3-hour saga is easily digestible, I promise, and it's also filled with twists and turns and intrigue.
Are you going to try and find her then?
Well, I have to stop the eddies.
Why's that?
Because they're ripping nasty great holes in reality.
Are they? Oh, everything seems all right now they've gone.
Yeah, everything seems all right, but if you keep ripping the fabric, it starts wearing thin, and one day, woof, it all just gets sucked into nothing.
How'd you know all this?
Because of who I am, where I've been,
what I've seen.
Oh, impressed with yourself, aren't you?
No, I just know who I am.
How come you met this Nova girl?
Because, as usual, I sniffed out some trouble.
Where?
On a planet called Earth. Have you ever heard of it?
No. Is it any good?
Can be, sometimes, yeah. But it's prone to getting into a lot of bother.
And that's how you met this Nova?
Sort of, yeah. Something made the TARDIS swerve back to London in 1959.
TARDIS? Swerve back 1959? I don't have a clue what you're on about.
Probably just as well.
One thing I loved about this box set, of course, is Christopher Eccleston. Despite his distance from the show after 15 years, he just leaps right back into character with enthusiasm. It's like he never left, which is, of course, fantastic. While this is obviously a Doctor that is post-Time War, the dourness and the somber tone from the Ninth Doctor in other box sets, it seems to have evaporated, and we've got a Doctor with a love of life and energy, empathy and enthusiasm. I don't know if it's Nicholas Briggs's writing or just the perception change of having Eccleston playing this incarnation again, but I'm all here for it. As for his companion surrogate Nova, she's a lot of fun as well. I like how this story abides by the class consciousness ideals from the Russell T Davies era, with Nova being a chef on a slave planet where the population gets rations and are rewarded by playing bad video games. Nova obviously dreams of more, and for reasons the Doctor can't quite figure out at first, seems to be on board with concepts like time travel, aliens and more. Her and the Doctor are a good team, and the Doctor senses that as well. You've got the staples of good Doctor companion material, running down corridors, explaining technobabble to each other. The Doctor and Nova even get locked in a prison cell together in Part 2, Cataclysm, where bisexual Doctor is confirmed.
Hello, Mr. Guard. Nice to see you again.
Yeah. That's what you were yelling about?
Oh, funny. Yeah, we were just talking about that, weren't we, Doctor?
Yeah, we were, actually.
That's a slightly silly psychic...
Favourite notepad.
Yeah, that's right. Favourite.
You wrote this?
What's it say?
It says, "You are a very beautiful man. I think you are misunderstood and undervalued, and I'd really like to get to know you. Kiss, kiss, kiss."
Oh. Is that what the crosses meant?
Yes. That's what crosses mean. In my book.
Oh, yeah. Kisses, yeah.
Well, this is a bit unorthodox, I know, but I've looked at your charge sheet. You haven't really done anything wrong.
So you're going to let us go?
Oh, of course not. But you're only being held on suspicion of breaking some minor public order regulations, so I was just thinking, I'm sure it'll all get cleared up pretty quickly, and maybe, who knows, we might hook up for a Charganzi or something?
Well, as long as a Charganzi isn't anything weird,
So, what do you say, Doctor?
Oh.
I say, why not?
Great, well...
Now, this box set got some criticism upon its release for being a pretty simple collection, as in, there was nothing assumed to be thematically deep or showing us anything particularly unique about the Ninth Doctor, but I've got to disagree. But even if that was the case, I think it's still appropriate for this box set. I'm sure Big Finish were aware that this type of release, this exposure, this casting, might be some fans' first ever exposure to a Doctor Who audio adventure, so you don't want to do something too alienating. There's 4 Ninth Doctor box sets on the horizon, so let's get people acquainted to the medium first. But like I said, I do disagree that there's not much to this story. Not only is it structurally interesting in that the story is told non-linearly, we even have the Doctor meeting Audrey out of order, which feels like something Stephen Moffat would have thought of for the TV series, but we've also got a bevy of locations and time periods as the time eddies throw large groups of people out of time, like the Roman centurions, 20th century British soldiers, Napoleon's troops in the Battle of Waterloo, a giant robot, and more. There's a lot happening. However, underneath all that pretense, Ravagers is ultimately a story with one strong overarching theme. Trust. It's about the Doctor finding someone to trust in Nova. It's about the Doctor trusting that Audrey has the universe's best interests at heart. It's about these total strangers displaced from time trusting each other and trusting that the Doctor can save the day and defer to his authority. Ravagers actually has an incredibly strong through line, as we have Nova putting her faith in the Doctor's promise to get her away from the oppressive sphere of freedom and to see the universe, and it's that trust which sees her through. The story, oddly enough, finds its heart in the villain of the story, Audrey, but because she's meddling with time, she needs to be careful with how she carries herself and presents herself to the Doctor, who has kind of just blundered into the situation chasing time eddies. What we basically have, and minor spoiler warning, is that the Ninth Doctor has stumbled into another person's very bad plan to save the universe and has to pick up the pieces. That's a pretty cool concept that is unique to the Ninth Doctor, and the story is structured in such a way to fully capitalise on this premise. This box set really could have just brought in Christopher Eccleston and called it a day, but I do think it's a structurally interesting and thematically ambitious box set on top of that brilliant casting.
I'm back! I'm really back in the TARDIS. You did it, old girl. Pulled me back through time and space. You are amazing. You know that? I'm right back where all this started for me. Listen, old girl, that's not just amazing, it's fantastic! You know what? This time I won't be following that time eddy to London 1959. I have got bigger fish to fry because the food is fighting back!
Now, there are a couple of issues that I had, but it's mainly to do with how the box set sticks the landing in Part 3, Food Fight. All the supporting characters get brought along for the adventure, making it feel really cluttered. The story does start buckling under the weight of its cast, who really just hang around waiting for the Doctor to tell them what to do, Nova included. Also, due to the massive displacements in time and space, the box set ends in a way that does seem to detract from the Doctor-Nova relationship, in my opinion. Their final scene together really is lovely, but I don't know, the circumstances leading up to it just left a sour taste in my mouth. Also, I will be interested if Nova makes any future appearances in box sets in the future, and what the knock-on effect might be when it comes to giving the Ninth Doctor a companion pre-Rose Tyler. Obviously, Rose and Captain Jack aren't the only ones entitled to the trip of a lifetime with the Ninth Doctor, but it is definitely something to put a pin in and to keep an eye out for. Also, can we take a moment to appreciate Howard Carter's incredible music? The guy's a Big Finish staple who also did music for the War Doctor collections, and with the Ninth Doctor, he gives him a brand new theme, something that couldn't be further removed from Murray Gold's theme for him. It's bombastic, but still feels a bit somber and still full of life. It's a track of contradictions and contrasts, and it's now the track that I mentally think of whenever I think of the Ninth Doctor. 15 years of conditioning on my part has been just immediately displaced by Carter's incredible work. All in all, I liked this box set when I first listened to it, but it was on a second listen that it really fell into place for me. Ravagers is really good. It's high energy, great characters, strong performances, and it goes above and beyond what it needed to. I really liked it. So, with all of that in mind, let's talk about the second box set, released a couple of months later, Respond to All Calls. With Nicholas Briggs setting the template, we now have director Helen Goldwyn directing a trilogy of standalone stories. With Ravagers telling one long story in 3 parts, Respond to All Calls tells 3 stories with an overarching theme. The inciting incident of each story revolves around the Doctor receiving a call or a distress signal or a telepathic message, Our first story is Girl Deconstructed by Lisa McMullen, which has the Ninth Doctor responding to an alert from his TARDIS and finding himself in Dundee in 2004, where dozens of teenagers have just up and disappeared, vanished without a trace, including Marnie MacDonald, played by Mirren Mack, leaving behind her father Kurt, played by Forbes Masson. With Detective Constable Jana Lee, played by Pearl Appleby, on the case, she teams up with the Doctor to discover what's happening with the missing teens. Right out of the gate, I did love how relatively low stakes this story is. Obviously, people going missing isn't nothing, but compared to the whole of time and space getting ripped apart in something like Ravagers or the stakes of the Time War, it was great to have the Doctor drop into a situation like this to see how he acts. And since 9 has now been established in the audio medium, we're starting to see little facets of his behaviour change as more writers get to grips with him. In this case, Lisa McMullen, and the more conventional aspects of the Doctor's broader personality between incarnations starts to bubble to the surface, like the eccentricities that were downplayed during his televised appearances, but here still feel very in character.
Every town has a house like this, a house that children whisper about around campfires, a house that people hurry past, a haunted house.
It didn't always look like this. Besides, houses aren't haunted, people are.
Why can't both be true? What do you know about haunted people?
Well, it's part of the job, isn't it? People whose loved ones disappear for no known reason. They're haunted. Not by a ghost, by an absence. It's worse than death in a way. The not knowing, the nagging hope.
Hope doesn't nag. Hope sits patiently, waiting for you to believe it. Do you believe Detective Constable Jana Lee? 'Cause I do.
It's a dilapidated old boarded-up house. Who are you expecting to open the door? Igor?
No, don't be daft. He moved to Bridlington after the whole Frankenstein hoo-ha. Besides, what year is it?
2004?
Yeah, he'd be dead by now. I must catch up with him sometime.
There's nobody there.
We need to get inside.
I can't even see inside.
Don't be so defeatist. Have you got a screwdriver?
Oh, I never leave home without one.
Ha! Me neither. Except mine doesn't do wood.
Jana Lee is a great foil to the Ninth Doctor, and while I don't know if this was a deliberate choice due to this being set in 2004 and it's pre-Slitheen and pre-Sycorax in the revived series, the potential for alien life isn't even on humankind's radar right now. There's a great dignity to Pearl's performance as a DC trying to do their best but is completely out of their depth in this situation. She feels like a fully formed character from scene 1. I also didn't expect just how hard this story would hit emotionally, to be honest. Marnie may have disappeared, but it turns out her consciousness is still in the house, so she can see how her dad reacts to her going missing, and considering that the two last spoke on bad terms, for her it is eye-opening. Now, this is hardly new material. Sci-fi and other genre material has delved into this emotional beat before, but Girl Deconstructed still really hits it out of the park. I won't play the clip because of spoilers, and I do want to keep these Big Finish reviews relatively light on spoilers, but I think we should not underestimate Eccleston's ability to deliver compelling exposition. With Kurt and Jana being the fish out of water here, they need the situation and all the technobabble explained to them, and Eccleston makes it sound so interesting and engaging. It's one reason I love his incarnation on screen. That northern accent, that deep booming voice, the instant authority. No other Doctor sounds like this, and I'm all here for it. The performances across the board are really strong. The extraterrestrial revelations about what's causing the teenagers to disappear is unique and very Doctor Who, in that it's not a nefarious plan or an invasion, and there's even a subplot about one of Jana's friends who also went missing decades ago that gets a pretty bittersweet resolution. Girl Deconstructed was a great listen and a really strong start to the box set. I've heard people say that this is their favourite of the set, and you know what? I'm inclined to agree. This was great. But that's not to try and drag down the other stories in this volume, because they are all really good, spoiler warning, such as the next episode, Fright Motif by Tim Foley. Set in Paris right after World War II, we find a city in healing. An American pianist, Artie Berger, played by Damien Lynch, is also struggling to play his craft. He's being haunted and hunted by a mysterious creature which he's especially sensitive to, and the Doctor is on the case. Along for the ride is fellow jazz musician Zazie Vincent, played by Gemma Whelan, and also Maurice Le Bon, who is the concierge of the hotel where Artie plays, played by Adrian Schiller. As is the case with the best of genre material, the actual plot, in this case involving a sound creature, and also all the sci-fi trappings, mainly play second fiddle to the characters and the themes that these monsters represent. Paris is a city in mourning. Artie, Zazie and Maurice have all lost people and are trying to move on or make do, and this sound creature that haunts Archie is bringing all that insecurity to the surface. But Tim Foley's script dives deeper still, with different types of characters, with Archie being forced to play lounge music at the hotel, but Zazie wants him to play more jazz at this club down the road. Maurice does not even remotely want to be part of this adventure across Paris, but he's got his own secrets, which are really quite sweet, and I loved seeing them unfold. These are really rich characters, to the extent that I kind of wish the antagonist, the sound creature, was a bit more interesting and compelling. It's a bit monster of the week, and the rules for how it works and its weaknesses do feel poorly defined, but as a catalyst for getting some mismatched characters together for a story like Fright Motif, it does get the job done. I also think the fate of one particular character, while not mean-spirited in this context, does play into a pretty frustrating trope in media. You'll probably know it when you see it or hear it. I don't really know why that character with that backstory couldn't be allowed to make it out of the story, but apart from that, I did really like how this story obviously deals with trauma and healing after a great war, but it doesn't really bring up those parallels with the Ninth Doctor. Now, that sounds silly, but trust me, after marathoning Series 1 and all of the other Big Finish box sets and stories, I'm so glad that we didn't have, "Oh Archie, they're all dead, 10 million ships on fire, I made it happen," belting us over the head every 5 minutes. And the Ninth Doctor, as we all know, is famously apolitical, so of course we get into themes such as the racial politics of the era. This is absolutely Eccleston channeling The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances with this story, though maybe the World War II connection has me making some mental leaps.
Bit too quiet tonight, I reckon. I thought Paris would be livelier than this.
I've learned the Parisians never forget they won. But every so often, they remember what they lost. Especially on nights like this.
I can understand that.
When I came here, I didn't realize I'd be cold and broke all the time.
So why did you come?
Because it's Paris. All the greats came before the war. I hope they would again.
You're not wrong.
It's a place for a man to make his art, whatever the color of his skin. America's not that place.
I'd like to say it won't be that way forever.
I'd like to say I believed you.
There'll be progression, regression, the push and pull of the wise and the wrong. But it's going to be a great time for Paris. The African-American artists that'll end up here in years to come, James Baldwin, Sidney Bechet. Wait, is Josephine Baker back yet?
You say that like you know her.
Know her? She saved my life. Josie, what a woman.
I just can't figure you out, Doctor. You talk of other times, outrageous things. It's like you see the future.
And I can't figure you out, Artie Berger. Why are you being stalked like this? You're a man who lost his music. And somehow that's enough to make you a target.
I don't know what's going on. I'm nobody.
Nobody's nobody. These are some big doors. I'm going to work on this lock. Block your ears.
The audio production of this story is great as well. The music, the snow-covered city streets, the creative sounds that come from the creature, it's really cool. Even the acoustic changes when the main cast get in a car. Obviously, this is just Big Finish doing what Big Finish does for over 20 years. You know, they kind of know what they're doing in the audio realm, but it's still great to hear. Tim Foley is one of Big Finish's most interesting writers, so it's always a pleasure to listen to his work, even if it doesn't always gel with me. Like his recent Third Doctor adventure, The Gulf, it didn't really work for me, but it's something that I really want to go back to and give another chance to. Like, his work just has some sort of instinctual appeal to me. But lastly, for this box set, we have easily the most narratively ambitious story of the collection, Planet of the End by Timothy Exeter. And blimey, that covers one hell of a statement, isn't it? What do the Ninth Doctor, a gold pyramid, a robot, an alien in a suit, and a bunny rabbit all have in common? Let's find out together. So the Doctor responds to a distress signal on the mausoleum planet of Ocassus, and is escorted around by an AI guardian of the planet, played by Margaret Clooney, who the Doctor decides to name Fred. However, Fred has been instructed to delay the Doctor until the Incorporation can arrive, a race of hyper-capitalist beings who are thought to have been dead for billions of years. But after the Time War, there's now a power vacuum, and the Incorporation want to use the Doctor as a way to revive their species with the pyramids they've built on Okassus. For this box set, we've had our contemporary, our historical, and now we have our future story. And this one goes hard sci-fi. Like, some of the concepts being thrown around in Planet of the End are super high concept and inventive, with a hint of Douglas Adams thrown in there with the passive-aggressive, uncompromising nature of an AI character like Fred. What we basically have here with the Incorporation is a race of beings who are part of a capitalistic cult. Now, almost everyone on Earth is forced to partake in capitalism, whether they like it or not, but in this case the Incorporation absolutely live it, like to a molecular level, and you can see this when they talk of their plans to commodify the Doctor after he's been immobilized by them so they can take his Artron energy as the last of the Time Lords.
These last 20 years, we've really enjoyed your taunts and insults, Doctor. It's been excellent banter and...
Oh, do you have to?
And you've proven yourself supremely competitive. Ultimately, that's a healthy sign for us.
Look, I get it. You need a regenerative creature like me to bring yourselves back from the dead. But your problem is creatures like me are also basically telepathic when we're in the mood. So your link works both ways, Sunshine. In between you trying to mug me for my life cycle, I've been taking a look round the Incorporation's history, your deepest, darkest past.
Corporate espionage. That's our intellectual property.
And you don't know what I saw, do you?
Your body is in agony.
And that keeps me alive.
A bluff will only last so long.
Works both ways.
You'll tire and slip up.
Works both ways.
Each day we uncover a new weakness.
Works both ways. And I'm gonna resist you with every fiber of my being, as long as it takes, because I know what you are. I know what you are.
I can imagine a lot of listeners finding Planet of the End being their favourite of the box set, and I think it's the type of story that people who wanted more from Ravagers would really embrace, especially with how inventive it is with its conceits, and that it gives Eccleston a lot to work with. This is probably his best performance in these box sets so far, and there's just something so inherently awesome about hearing the Ninth Doctor make so many classic series references, such as mentioning the Sontarans, saying he had to destroy the city of Exelon because, and I quote, "it was a very naughty city." That's not to say that this episode is just fan service and novelty, no, but I can imagine these elements having a real baseline appeal. But in terms of what the Ninth Doctor has to do to get out of this situation, how mentally he's tested by the Incorporation, a race who he's openly terrified of, well, let's just say that Planet of the End is to the Ninth Doctor what Heaven Sent was to the 12th Doctor, and if you like the sound of that, I think you'll love Planet of the End. The story, though, absolutely finds its heart in Fred, an AI who has spent millennia on Okassus, and because they've been there for so long, they've been forced to develop a personality. So when the Doctor arrives and does not fit any sort of psychological profile they've been given, they're naturally intrigued to learn more. And it's such a wonderful performance from Margaret Clooney as well, who makes something out of nothing, as this is naturally, a robotic character, but they still sound charming and likeable. I will say though, one issue I did have with this story is where Fred ends up. Not how they ended up there, because it's, sci-fi technobabble, whatever. More, how is this different from where they were before? I don't know, the ending just seemed quite muddled. Apart from that though, I loved this story. I can imagine Timothy X Attack having a ball while writing it as well. I think this might be the best of the box set, but I will say that Girl Deconstructed was my favourite, and yes, that does make sense. Thank you so much for asking politely. What I love about all these stories though, from Ravagers to Planet of the End, is just how enthusiastic Eccleston seems to be about these box sets. I loved hearing the behind the scenes for Respond to All Calls, and how much he's praising the scripts, particularly Girl Deconstructed.
It's absolutely brilliant, this script. This script should be televised. It's incredibly concise, so easy to perform. It's so rich in human content, and yet that's balanced out with a beautiful science fiction element.
And you may think that's a shallow observation on my part, like, it's paid work, it doesn't matter if he enjoyed himself or not, to an extent. But let's bring things full circle to the beginning of these box set reviews. I'm not here to psychoanalyze Christopher Eccleston, but it seems like he might have had a lot of negativity attached to his time on Doctor Who. So I think it's great, and also personally important, that Big Finish gets him on board, and that he has a ball recording these stories, to take something that he might have been hesitant to do, and make him wonder why he didn't do it sooner. Eccleston, being the professional that he is, shows up to do the job, and he does it well, but I think if he didn't enjoy it, he wouldn't come back after these box sets, and I hope that he did enjoy it, and that he does come back. I'll do some follow-up videos when Lost Warriors and the Untitled 4th box set gets released, and who knows, I may also talk about the 9th Doctor comic books from Titan. But for now, folks, that's the end of the trip of a lifetime. I don't have a fun or witty way to end this series, to be honest. Personally, the most fitting thing I can think of, it relates back to a few months before the 2020 lockdown started, and this was before Eccleston had agreed to do the Big Finish box set, and I was lucky enough to briefly meet and work with Eccleston, where I got to thank him for his work, because if it wasn't for Doctor Who in 2005, his performance, Doctor Who Confidential, I would not be working in the media industry right now. I remember telling him that he was my doctor, and before we said goodbye, he shook my hand, he beamed at me, and he said, "Welcome to telly." Now, I don't claim to speak on behalf of the fandom, I never have, but I do know for certain that my story is not unique. And while your time, Eccleston, on the series, it might have been fraught and difficult, your work did brighten the lives of millions of people. What I'm trying to say, Chris, my old mate Chris, is you are still being absolutely fantastic. I'll see you folks next time.
Would you, pretty please with sugar on top, come back for the 60th anniversary?
I think that's very doubtful. You know, my relationship with the BBC over Doctor Who has not healed. It hasn't, you know. I hope this never happens to you, but at the time of my leaving, I agreed with Russell that I would go quietly and respectfully, and I would look after the show in publicity-wise, in terms of publicising it. And then, without saying anything to me, they announced that I was leaving. They didn't tell me they were going to do that. I was walking down the street, and suddenly I got quite a lot of aggression. And more importantly, they should have said it. They created a quote, and they attributed it to me, which said I was tired. Now the thing is about that, I found it too tiring. I didn't find it too tiring. I found it too tiring working with Russell and Phil and Julia. I didn't find it physically too tiring. When they said that, any other producer reading that would go, "Oh, we're not going to employ Chris Eccleston because he gets tired." So it was a lie. And it was in quotation marks, and I'm from Salford. You don't do that to me. So they issued a kind of apology, but it's not enough, so no. But I'll do Big Finish, and I'll come to these conventions.